Yo, God, how the fuck is Jesus? My God, Jesus. When it comes to my mom, I love her. We get through what we've been through because we got each other. Hard to follow what's in your book because my creator is a goddess, brother. Were there any women at the table during the Last Supper? No. But I bet there was a woman who provides the supper. Y'all praise the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. But forgot the mother, the men spreading Jesus' word, a woman birth. And yet y'all forget to mention a woman's worth like y'all ain't been getting profits from her. I would get into I would get into Leviticus, but the womb that we exit is with Genesis. Don't worry, boy, I got the number. Did Adam give Eve power, or did he get his power from him? If he was so powerful, then why he ate the apple instead of take the apple that was rotten from him? Fell for Eve's beauty, but didn't know she was a toxic lover. Had two sons. The one that got the most love died and suffered. So if Saga thought he was able, and you're Saga's brother, then you would be Cain and Smack would be God because he favored your bro and denied you, sucker. You was little bullpen getting outshined. While your father John had bad news on a wild grind. Sacrificed you, but for the rest of his league, he found time. For God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son. And you wouldn't have got all 316s without John. He keep talking. Yeah. He keep talking. I'ma check his behavior. If I fuck up this battle, this fella's in danger. But go ahead, Babylon. Cause either I'ma mess up with tenure. This he keep talking, I'ma check his behavior. If I fuck up this battle, this fella's in danger. But go ahead, Babylon. Either I'ma mess up with tenure. I can tell he's a hater. You think you better than your friend. But the saga touch stages you've never ever been. You say that you're broke, but secretly there's jealousy within. Well, don't you know that envy is one of the seven deadly sins? You ask for plate after plate, but you never ever win. Bite off more than you can chew. And y'all fed him it again. Your eyes want more than your stomach can handle. You're gonna regret it in the end. Because you know that gluttony is one of the seven deadly sins. Can't let your family starve. You gotta share your blessings with your kin. Because you know that greed is one of the seven deadly sins. Don't come in preaching no bullshit. Put some effort in your pen. Because you know that sloth is one of the seven deadly sins. Wait. That's Catholic. That ain't written for Christians. But if there's only one God, why you teaching y'all different? It's twisted. I'm trying to see the bigger picture depicted. I ain't bashing. I'm just asking if them scriptures are scripted. You went from you went from singing in church to spitting with hitters. I don't care to see low soul inquire unless it's serious business. I went from beefing with the principal and getting suspended to terrorizing old heads on the strip I was living. See, first came the problem child, and then it's the menace. The lemon. See, first came the problem child, and then it's the menace. The lemon squeezed in his face till his skin is replenished. This nigga's a gimmick, like extra face. He don't care about collection plates, he just care about collecting plates. He said God should investigate before letting him in heaven gates. Don't worry, Lord, I'ma set him straight. Acting like you some type leader, trying to teach righteousness when you ain't living right either. Julius, Augustus, nigga, you type neither. Thinking he king till I get low cut. Stop trying to show me the light, Caesar. He king till I get low cut. Stop trying to show me the light, Caesar. Do you preach to him? What else? Do you pray to him? Do you preach with him? Does he speak back when you speak with him? Do you marry every bitch before you sleep with him? If he forgave you once, do you keep sinning? I ain't questioning God, nigga. I'm questioning your belief in him, you fake Christian.
All right. That was just a little intro, you know, just to spice it up right quick, start it up right quick. So I got a question. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on with the conscious community. You know, is it the downfall of the conscious community? You know, with what I'm, seeing going on, all over the YouTube street, and the conscious community. What's going on? There's a lot of shit. Let me just be quiet, and let the street do the talking.
Come up from another one that way. Yeah.
Okay, bet that. Put this one in the back chat and then the
Yeah.
other one let it up.
Yep.
Got you. Say less. Okay, look. My wife recently brought to my attention, like, all them times when OG Leo was on the panel with y'all and over there with Zay talking and shit like that, in them late night conversations. Do you remember the night OG was just talking and being comfortable? And y'all don't remember when he told y'all about how old his wife was when they first met? And I was like, damn, Bobby, that it, my wife kind of like it threw her off, right? Um, Listen to me, y'all. These are OG Leo words, not mine. And obviously, his words and his memory cannot be trusted if he keep going back and saying, I fuck up because I be high and I don't be remembering these stories. So here's what my wife remembered about what you said, OG Leo. You met your wife at 13 years old. You met your wife at 13 years old because you and your wife's father were friends. Y'all knew each other. You said you was helping this man out and helping out his young daughter, correct?
Mm.
My wife got to telling me this story and my heart got to sinking because it all started coming back to memory. I was like, damn, baby, that is right. And he didn't really say he knew the dude like the dude was his friend, but he said he knew him from around the neighborhood. He was helping him out. The dude had fallen on some hard times, drug use and all of this, what you not. And during that time, OG Philly met this 13-year-old daughter of his. And he said they had stayed connected, during the years. And then she became emancipated, all of this shit, woo wop de bam, right? And somewhere around 16 years old, this young lady gets emancipated. And mysteriously, a couple years after that, this young lady is in a relationship with OG Philly. A 40-year-old man, by the way. Mind you, y'all. His words, not mine. His wife was born in 87, right? Making his wife right now 37, correct? I mean 36. She ain't quite 37 yet. She's 36. Okay, y'all? Just follow me here. Now that he remembered the date 2 years ago, that would have made your wife 34. Right? Right. Cool. We getting these dates correct because OG Leo can't sing. He get too high, so he can't seem to remember dates and times and specific events and shit like that. So now we at 34 years old because your wife is 36 now. This is from about 2 years ago.
Man, I got you. And let me say this, like, and my wife is 22 years younger than me. I met my wife when she was 19. We still together 22 years later.
That's what's up.
Excuse me, we going on 20 years. I'm 22 years younger than her, and we've been going together almost 20 years.
They've been together almost 20 years. 22 years younger, almost 20 years, or 22 years together and 20 years younger. Either way, you doing this math,
we
right?
Going on 20 years. I'm 22 years younger than her, and we've been going together almost 20 years. So
almost 20 years 2 years ago, and now here we are 2 years later, and you at 18 years still. See, OG Leo, your math just don't be mathing, right? But you forget the words that you say out of your mouth. You said this shit 2 years ago that you and your wife was together 18 years. Correct, Zay? But you always tried to offset that with my wife is 37,
Correct.
38 years old, right? Mind you, I'm finna play it again. He said in this video, my wife is 38.
I got you. And let me say this, like, and my wife is 22 years younger than me. I met my wife when she was 19. We still together 22 years later.
That's what's up.
Excuse me, we going on 20 years. I'm 22 years younger than her, and we've been going together almost 20 years. So she was 19 when I met her, and she's 38 now.
She's 38 now.
I think it's the difference between making a woman your wife and just fucking somebody though.
We gotta let
Rachel.
Sir.
She's my wife.
We gotta these guys. Come on, let's let Rachel get in right quick. We'll go.
2 years ago, your wife was 38 years old. Even though your wife, according to you, OG Philly, was born in 1987, and her birthday ain't hit yet this year. That means as of this moment we stand right now, your wife is 36. So 2 years ago, she couldn't have been no more than 34 years old. So I smoke a lot of weed. I don't know how you fucked up 4 years of your wife's age, or however many that was at that time. No, just me. She's not born in 78. She's born in 87. This is what I keep trying to tell y'all. So now Big Dog OG Philly might have told you another day. 87, not 78, 87. So now not only is he fucking up dates and times, he dyslexic too. He putting the 7 in front of 8. Cool. But like I said before, she's born in 87. That means right now at this day, at this point in time, as we stand today, she's not even hit 37 years old. Her birthday ain't hit. So 2 years ago, she would have been 34.
As y'all see the album, Bobby trying to play the victim now, but he can't play no victim. He calling me out for being a pedophile because I met my wife when she was young, but we're still together. We're still together. Happily, a beautiful family. You see what I'm saying? But you ain't calling out the faggot on your panel, the transformer on your panel, but you say you're against pedophilia. So I guess you're not against homosexuality because you never speak out about that. And all you do is come at your people. That's why you're mad because I won't play your new album called Track 1, I'm a bitch nigga, because that's what you are. You're attacking me. You would love to have a police report saying that I'm that on paper, but I'm not that on paper. Like I started to do to talk to my wife, to get my wife involved. Shout out my nigga Sanchez. flat motherfucking power. But my wife ain't on YouTube, so I chose not to get her involved.
Hey, shout out to Sanchez. Hey, OG, I want to ask you, man. So you really feel that you're being stalked by these guys?
Yeah, I feel like I'm being stalked.
Okay,
but,
wow.
But the thing about it is, I'm the stalker. You ain't stalking me because if I say fuck God, then I mean fuck you too.
So you feel like you're being harassed?
I'm not scared of God. What make you think I'm scared of another man or a woman?
Do you feel like you're being harassed?
Hey, she was 18, turning 19 when I met her. When I met her, I didn't know her family prior to.
I got some real serious questions, OG.
I got you. Bro.
You feel like you being harassed?
Can you hear me? I got you. Let me. I answer one question at a time, please. I'm gonna let you answer your question. Ask your question. Brother saying she was 18, turning 19. She had her own car. I met her at a gas station. She was getting gas, and I seen her come out pumping her gas, and I chased her down for 3 blocks, blowing my horn and doing my lights. I didn't know. I never knew the woman prior to that. I was married, cheating on my ex-wife, and I met my new wife. So we stayed together for 18 years. We'll be 18 years in May. You know what I mean? So I'm still with my wife. I don't cheat on my wife. Like Bobby Knight. He cheating on his wife with boys and girls. And like I said, he's calling out pedophilia, but he ain't calling out that 6'4" twerking wannabe Nicki Minaj nigga on the panel that think he a woman. So he want to come at me. And like I said, they only speculations because he has no proof. Like I said, I can open up a daycare, a fucking school, or whatever I choose to open up. I'm not on no P list. I can be around any children. So, but go ahead, Q, you got it. I just wanted to answer one question at a time. And I feel like I'm being stalked and being slandered by an angry gay rapper because I play everybody's music over here, and he's mad because I won't play his new album. Track 1, I'm a bitch nigga. Track 2, When We Get Married, featuring him and Love Zay. Track 3, Fire and Fucking Desire. Love me more, much love and respect.
Real love.
He's fabricating stories about me, but I'm not supposed to protect myself. He's putting up videos about me. Got my picture in the video, but I'm not supposed to protect myself. Like I said, I don't want to be doing this. I'd rather be interviewing you, Brother Sanchez, or my nigga Key. Stephanie Burks, much love and respect. Shout out my nigga Wiesel. You know what I mean?
Stephanie Burks, salute Wiesel. Salute.
Yeah, me and my wife been together 18 years, bro.
Man, salute to the queen. Oh, the boy down, man.
Going dog a young person, I didn't. I basically, took my wife out the hood, gave her a better life. She loves me to death. To death. She'll kill for me. And I'm all for protecting our women. But if you're okay with sitting around with a faggot on a panel, a transformer, trying to act like he Nicki Minaj, that's okay. Shout out my nigga Talk Your Talk Media. That's okay. Shout out Brian. And like I said, Brian. I have a beautiful family, man. I stand on family values. I do not cheat on my wife. I'm faithful. I take care of business. My family don't need for nothing. Nothing. So basically, like I said, he's slandering my character. He wish he can bring up a fucking police report or something to show this shit, but he can't. So I'm going to say this, right? if you go back to, I'm gonna show you something. Listen to this. Shout out, Wise. I'll see you. If you go back to Bobby Knight old videos, he used to do my smoothie recipe across his fucking screen. He used to do this smoothie recipe across his fucking screen when he first came on, and I used to be over there. Shout out, Hawkeye. He used to put my smoothie recipe up. That's how much so-called respect that this bitch nigga had for me. And the only thing I've been told, Bobby, we can squash this. I just don't want that faggot over here on my panel. And he choose to protect the faggot. He choose to protect the faggot and go after a real nigga. Now, go back and watch some of Bobby's old videos. I guarantee you he had my motherfucking smoothie recipe on his fucking screen. So, shout out Talk Your Talk Media, man. Like I said, I really don't want to do this. But if you keep attacking me, I'm going to have no choice but to attack back and talk about your how, you know, you make your wife cut her hair and go to the barbershop because you putting all the money in fucking perms and extensions, trying to be the pretty faggot that you is. I feel sorry for them 5 kids have to grow up and have a father like you that's sitting in a fucking couch with a faggot kissing. I feel sorry for them kids taking a fucking Adderall medication. I feel sorry for them, man. But if you go at mine, I'm coming at yours, nigga. And like
he say leap years count too. But look though, 2 years ago, OG Philly, your wife was 34 years old. 2 years ago, y'all was together for almost 20 years. We will put you at that 18-year number that you keep talking about. But now that you see that you keep fucking up this math, 2 years later, y'all still only together for 18 years. And you done mysteriously found out that she was 18 going on 19, not 19 years old. She was 18 now when you met her in a few months, and then she turned 19. But I'm saying that's all a lie, Philly. We all remember what the fuck you said. We have this young lady Facebook page. We seen what year she motherfucking graduated high school. We seen what year she started high school. All the years, my nigga. We synced all that shit, my nigga.
Can't change.
You're done. You keep talking about fucking evidence. I'm not finna keep on plastering evidence up here. Go back and watch them old videos I got with Big Dog Philly as the motherfucking thumbnail, and you'll have all the evidence you want. I'm not finna sit here and play with you, Big Dog Philly, like we ain't showing no motherfucking evidence. We done show times, dates, and all type of shit. And as a disclaimer, anything that I'm showing is all the information that Big Dog Philly put out there. I'm not showing nothing that I said. I'm not showing something that I believe. I'm showing the dates and the times that come out of his mouth. And guess what? When I sat up there on motherfucking Bro Sanchez page with my nigga Love Zay up there and said all of that shit, guess what he said? You know, I do be getting high. I do be getting high and fucking up dates.
You know, a man's a man.
A man's a man.
A man's a man.
Fuck out of here. Say, go ahead, cuz.
You know, a man's a man. Can you put the link out there? I think I put the wrong one, but I don't know.
All right, I got you. Just put the link out there. God Body, what's good? Hey, God Body, hit the link, man, because I know you might be feeling a little vindicated about this shit because these niggas been shooting at you for a minute, and ever since you and Philly fell out because you found out the truth, that nigga did the same shit to you that he tried to do with me. Niggas talking about my baby and all. Philly, I never spoke on your child.
Never.
It's funny how y'all keep using that shit to try to get me to shoot at his child. Y'all done put my babies on the screen and everything, but I'm not no disrespectful. I don't have to go that low to shoot at a child. That man still over there talking about he feels sorry for my babies. My babies on Adderall. Yeah, they like weird.
Hold on though. You're not about to speed past that though. Hold on. You gotta answer that though. Is this nigga Zay your nigga or is he your cousin? Which one is he? Now let me know. Shit.
Weird shit. Why are you using sympathy? They ain't got nothing to do with the topic. What the fuck do that got to do with your ass
You so concerned
courting a
about
fucking
children again.
16-year-old, nigga? Shout out to my nigga. Go ahead, Zach.
No,
Thank
I
you.
was just
Shout out to
saying, he
God
like
body
he's
in the
concerned
building.
about children in the midst of us talking about him harming you.
Salute.
What up?
What up with the God body?
Man, bro, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I try with my black folks, bro, but I'm almost done with their ass. Like this nigga sit on his panel talking about I'm a family man. I'm a family man. How the fuck is a dude being fucking 50 dating? Bro, we don't do that. That's why the black culture is so fucked up. Cause we think that shit okay. A nigga could date somebody that's 30 years apart, and her daddy gotta be not shit for accepting that, bro. Like that shit is some bro, I'll be done with motherfuckers, bro. I don't be understanding that.
Oh, God body. What you say her daddy said?
Bro, I said her daddy ain't shit because he accepted that shit. Like I'm gonna keep it real. A lot of black people.
No. God body. Her daddy didn't accept that shit. Her daddy was nigga. My wife remembered the whole story that Philly said. Her dad was somebody that Philly was helping out. He was in a fucked up situation on drugs, and Philly took advantage of that. And now when you fast forward all them years later, that thumbnail that Philly got of him and his wife on the beach, you hear me, God body? I swear to God, God body.
Yeah.
Philly, this, bro, I swear on my children, Zay can confirm this, Popcorn can confirm this. Philly told us on the day he took that picture, he was there, his wife was there, and his wife's family was there, including his wife's father. And they got into a big dispute because his wife's,
like I said, I've been told Bobby, we could squash this shit, man, because you don't have no proof. You just, like I said, you just throwing shots and trying to, defame my character, man. And like I said, I can get off YouTube tomorrow. When have y'all ever seen me ask y'all for any fucking thing? Have I ever put my cash up to ask y'all for anything? No. I don't do this for the fucking money. But I guarantee you got this shit up, begging. Bobby mad at me because my life is set. I retired 25 years ago, working for myself, a disabled veteran, got hurt serving this country. And all I could do this shit all day long. I'm retired. I've been retired for the last 25 years. I do this shit out of passion. I don't ask nobody for no fucking money. Keep your money. Invest that shit in yourself and your family. Because that's what I do. But guess what? I support other fucking platforms, even though I don't accept money. I support so many other fucking platforms that ain't funny. Because that's why I get the respect that I get. Because OG ain't just talking this, he living it. Yamasi, brother, you on the family, always.
Real shit.
He want to defame my character because the channel growing. You know what I mean? Y'all giving me the love and respect. Y'all shout me out. And he just trying to slander my character. And like I said, I'm always going to defend my.
Nah, bro, Dominic, it's not the topic is not about, Bobby and Leo. It's open topic, bro. You feel me? So you feel you free to hop on the panel, you know what I'm saying, and take it somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? So there is no topic. The topic is open topic.
Myself and my family. That was the reason. That was the reason why I went in the military, to learn how to defend myself. And I learned that shit very well. Like I said, me and my wife carry 24/7. Not sometimes, all the time. My wife carry and I carry 24, no matter where we go. If I go to motherfucking New York City, I'll call one of my niggas and get a burner if I don't put it on a plane, because my wife perfectly legal. My wife perfectly legal. She can carry her shit in her suitcase, any state to state. She got a blue card. So us traveling with weapons is not a fucking problem. Everybody been knew my wife was licensed to carry. and I'm licensed to fucking carry, licensed to kill. So I tell motherfuckers, leave me alone. I'm a post-traumatic disabled veteran. I don't have a problem with killing a motherfucker when he threatening my livelihood, when he assassinating my character. Because all the feds gonna do is lock me the fuck up. They know who I am. I'm registered with them. They pay me every month. Good motherfucking money. Still. That's how I'm able to sit back and retire. Plus, I worked in this system for fucking 20 plus years. They ain't giving me shit. I'm getting back what they took from me. Like I said, I'm a disabled vet. I got hurt serving.
So, Bobby, this ain't what you want, bro. This man ain't finna play with you, bro. This man this man is strapped up wherever he go, and he ready to take a life behind this shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. So, you know what I'm saying? You better watch out. You know what I'm saying? That's all I gotta say. Sheesh.
In this country. My shit is in the books. What's good, Sanchez? Much love and respect to you and the family, brother. Let me say this real quick. I thought this shit was squashed, but I knew it wasn't. Because I went over there and apologized, tried to be the bigger man.
Bro,
There's no way around it.
And niggas over there on that channel think that shit is cool, bro. I knew these niggas, bro. I could give you the whole rundown, bro. When I met these bitch ass niggas, none of them claiming Abo, bro. None of them. Bro, this should be blowing me, bro. I swear, I meet these niggas in real life. I'm gonna smack the dog shit out of them. Because all these niggas made it seem like when we first came on this panel, it was just about building, giving out information to black people. Black people doing better. Then niggas come with this, we're Albo, we're this, we're that. Where does shit come from, bro? Like, I live in the real world.
Fact.
Oh, bro.
Reality, cuz. Reality. Now, look. This the type of shit I'll be talking about right here.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with with Godbody on this shit. That original shit came out of nowhere and just took over the whole conscious community. All of a sudden, everybody is aboriginal. So I definitely agree with Godbody on that one.
Watch this. Watch what I'm gonna put on the screen. You see this nigga? You see that baby that nigga holding?
Yep.
That's his wife now. This what I'm talking about, cuz. Nigga go play the long game. That lady that's standing in the picture with that weird ass nigga right now, that's his wife, cuz. That's that baby he holding. He was the godfather. He was somebody entrusted to be the positive adult in his child's life. And as soon as that baby turned 18, he married the baby and claimed he started fucking on it at 18. Now, do you believe that this nigga, even if that girl say we only start fucking at 18, even if he say we fucking at 18, do you believe that shit when you look at this picture and see him holding this fucking baby and now that's your wife?
Hell no.
Are we that gone in the head, cuz? That's what I'm saying.
You didn't change that girl.
That's what the fuck I'm saying.
That's it.
Cuz how weird do we have to get in the world before we start being like I ain't got it. I'm not finna keep on explaining. I'm not finna keep on explaining the petty files to niggas. I'm not finna keep on showing evidence. I'm not finna Godbody. I'm not finna keep on showing that OG Leo was had a 10-year anniversary with this girl in 2015 and she only graduated high school in 2005 and 6. You see, these ain't my words. These ain't my words, cuz. You feel me? You feel me, Godbody? It ain't my words when I played it. OG Philly say she was
2 years younger than me. I met my wife when she was 19. We still together 22 years later.
How you met her at 19? We still together 22 years later, and then you say she was 38.
Yes, sir. 38 now.
She 38 now.
She's 38 now.
You see how he paused? When a nigga pause like that, they eyes look up in the sky because they lying.
Hold on right quick. Let me see why this nigga Sanchez got the thing about that. You know what I'm saying? Real shish. This nigga Sanchez, you know, he on him, man. Let me see what he got to say about it.
Late 50s. How old are you again, OG? You're beefing with I think if you're beefing with, see, you're late 50s. How old are you again, OG?
I'm 58 years old, brother. I'm almost 60.
You 60. Okay, let's round it off. You 60. You beefing with guys that's like 30 in their 30s. You know,
Bobby 40 plus, brother. You know, he's 40 plus.
Oh, damn, my bad, Bobby.
He's 42, 43 years old.
He seemed younger than that, but I don't mean that as a shot at him in that. But check this out. Only thing I'm saying is this, yo. You know that you ain't no P word, right? I think it kind of plays into his whatever agenda it is to get you responding, me personally, because it makes you even entertain it. And then it kind of makes you look like you defending it, which kind of makes it look like, I don't know, man.
Brother Sanchez, I ain't defending nothing. I play videos saying anybody harm a child is a fucking terrorist. Anybody, include my motherfucking self. Like I said,
hey, peace, bro.
He would love to show a police report, but like I said, I could be around anywhere. You know what I mean? But like I said, he ain't talking about that homosexual on his panel, calling him one. You see what I'm saying? This shit is crazy. It's mind blowing. And like I said, I would choose not to give it my energy. But if you keep putting my face in videos and talking about me, I'm going to defend myself, brother. I'm a grown ass man.
True that.
Hey, salutes, bro.
Keep Lamont.
Salute. Key was good, man.
Hey, man, I'm just chilling, man. Yeah, I wanted to ask OG Philly, man, if he really felt like he was being harassed.
Yes, sir. That's what I feel like. Because, like I said, it's all speculation. I started to do an interview with my wife to ask her a couple questions, like, did I know your parents before we met? I didn't. He's saying I smoked crack with the dad. I didn't know the dad or the mom. You know, little sly shit like that, because he don't got no proof that I'm a P, besides for me saying I met my wife when she was 18.
So do you think it's sexual harassment?
Brother, I can care what kind of harassment it is.
I'm just fucking with you, man.
I'm protecting myself. Me and mine stay with our shit on us at all times. So if a motherfucker want to try to stalk me, it may cost them their fucking life, man. You know what I mean? He involved my deceased daughter. Someone came and put up somebody in the chat with my deceased daughter death obituary. You know what I mean? And you know, they taking this shit too far, man. Like I said, I was chilling. I took down all the videos I had. I've been chilling, trying to interview people, doing one-on-ones. I got a brother Lotus that come on. You know, I've been trying to, you know, set up shit like that so I don't have to give this my energy. But if a person keeps throwing shots at me, I'm gonna pull my shit out and shoot back. That's all I'm saying. I ain't trying to get a brother enemy. I can give a fuck about the likes. I can give a fuck about the views. I don't ask nobody for shit. I come up here for passion. Like you, brother. You know, my mission is to go after the corporations, big pharma. Like I said, I don't have time to basically go at people on YouTube. That's not my purpose on the internet, to go after people on. I try to show people respect so that way I get the same respect back. But like I said, it's crazy. So they want to come at me. Damn right that thumbnail fucked up. Damn right. And I'm going to keep protecting my motherfucking self from these angry, gay-ass rappers that's trying to call me that word. I'm going to keep protecting my motherfucking self.
You know, I told you this shit wasn't over.
I'm a family man and I stand on family values.
I told you this shit wasn't over, man.
I've been knew it wasn't over, brother. I've been knew it wasn't over. But I was trying to be the bigger man, which we see he's not. and put it and close this shit off, put it to the back. But he want to hold on, keep putting me in his videos, like motherfuckers don't see it. And brother Sanchez, I unblocked him the day you asked me to, and put the link out in the chat. But like I said, he's mad because I've been told Bobby he can come the fuck back over here before, but now it's a wrap. I don't want him over here. I just didn't like his energy. He and like I said, the main thing, I didn't want that motherfucking Love on my panel. Motherfucker think he need Nicki Minaj. I've been told Bobby he kill his shit, but he choose not to. He choose to keep trying to stick the dagger in, but it ain't a fucking dagger, nigga. It's a play knife. Shout out my nigga Executive Session sponsor. So like I said, bro, I didn't want you to get involved. You know, I always shout you out, play your music, do your flat power calendars, your gear, because I got respect for you. Oh, utmost respect. As a master teacher that you the fuck are. You know, but you know, it's like the other day in your chat, he basically, you know, I'm doing what I always do, shouting out.
Thank you. You fucking with somebody that's the same age as your ex-wife's children, cuz, and those are girls too, and not everybody trying to act like they don't see nothing wrong with this situation. You see what I mean? And I'm over here putting this shit out on the motherfucking blast, right? Just like God Body done before, just like Greedy Vegan done before, just like, and got anywhere close to him that because you a pedophile. But the one thing none of them niggas did that Bobby Knight did is stand on it and stay on it and find the real information and the shit that's irrefutable, thanks to niggas like Loves A and the motherfucking shit show. God damn it, the motherfucker
He's
told
a part of the shit show. You probably want to leave him alone. Man, leave him alone, man.
Now you sitting your dumb ass over there talking about something. I'm just giving them back the same energy. Nigga, no, you're not. You making jokes. I'm telling the truth.
Okay. It's been what?
You're
2
not
weeks
giving me the
after he
same
supposed to get his
energy.
wife up there to tell the truth.
Right.
That never will happen. He told him that 3 years ago. That lady had been on
right. Remember, you've been telling people for 3 years, I'm finna get my
teacher.
But OG, let me say something about that. We need more people your age with more experience than me, that's willing to teach the youth. Because right now, instead of saying I'm not a teacher, you are a damn fighter. That's clear. You're a beefer. So I think at your age, you'll do better as a teacher than this kind of riff-raff shit here. So check it out. You got a lot of game to teach. It's a lot of young minds that'll levitate toward teachers like Bobby, and they won't come here to be taught because of what you said. So then guess what? If you think Bobby is so awful, you can battle him by teaching the damn youth. And that'll get rid of more Bobbies coming up. You got a lot of game, right? And I ain't in it. I'm just saying. And I'm gonna tell him the same shit too.
I'm saying, like I always say, I'm not a teacher. A teacher didn't make enough money for me. You know what I mean? I'm a soldier.
But you don't do this for money.
Hey, OG, bro. OG, hold on, OG. My nigga, you really is a teacher, bro. You gotta accept that, bro.
I'm not a teacher, brother. And I'm not.
Hey, I learned so much from OG, man. For real,
you share a lot of your wisdom. That's what I'm telling you, bro. You share wisdom, bro. And you can say it in
I
that light.
learned from Sanchez. And Sanchez is younger than me, but Sanchez is a bright ass nigga. OG a bright ass nigga. I learned from all y'all.
Strength and my hope. That's all I give people.
That's teaching, OG. Listen, this was
my life experience, brother. I'm giving my life experience. Like I said, I didn't want to be a teacher growing up.
Let me explain something, OG.
Hold on, bro. I got you.
You can't teach without experience, OG.
What's going on, Dominic?
Well, I'm just hearing the groups fight among themselves. It's enjoyable, I guess, for entertainment purposes.
Shit, this is what's going on in the conscious community. Shit, you feel me? I'm just shedding light on it.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't against it. I ain't for it or against it. You know what I'm saying? This is what I see going on. Like I said, this is open panel, open topic. So yeah, I'm about to see what's up with your video right quick.
I think you might enjoy it. Actually, people can talk about it after if they want.
You are in the simulation of the fallen ones. Okay, hold on. It's just 18 minutes? All right, I'll play it for sure.
Thanks, Naga.
Of course. Because I got some videos also that I want to do couple stream on, which is like the world is a stage. So
same ideal.
Yes, for sure.
This is a simulation for the immortal. Therefore, a mortal cannot escape it. According to Hermeticism, you are here to master the gift of speech and mind, which makes you worthy of being equal to the immortals. But if you desperately cling to the mortal identity of the human self, then you have shown that you are not ready to leave this simulation. As this simulation is designed for the cultivation of the immortal, who has mastered discernment by shedding all the illusions and lies of this world, who has mastered the art of divine creative imagination, as divine conjures realms into being via imagination alone. The first law of thermodynamics states that energy can neither be created nor be destroyed, it can only change from one form to another. Therefore, there is no death to the energy of your soul, the consciousness that you are. But here on this plane of existence in this simulation, we have been convinced by the cabal of the fallen ones that we are tiny speck of stardust being hurled around in the universe of infinity. That is, we have no significance. What a masterful way to bring down an immortal to the level of the fallen ones. These fallen ones are not fallen because God has condemned them. They have fallen willingly by choosing this world as their home. They do not care for transcendence. Therefore, they are of this world. But as Christ said, I am not of this world. The fallen ones have chosen to serve the self, and their ideology is do what thou wilt. Self-deification. Carnality is their deity. Therefore, they have been separated from the divine by the very choices that they have made. Consequently, they will not be leaving this game either. Just like Cypher made a deal with Agent Smith in the movie Matrix.
Do we have a deal, Mr. Reagan?
I know this steak doesn't exist. I know that when I put it in my mouth, the Matrix is telling my brain that it is juicy and delicious. After 9 years, you know what I realize? Ignorance is bliss.
I cannot show the full clip due to copyright reasons, but I have uploaded the full clip separately so that you can check out later, link is in the description. Cypher basically makes a deal with Agent Smith to give up transcendence and have the carnality, fame, and luxury of the Matrix in return. This is exactly what it means to sell your soul to the devil. Many people in Hollywood do it, and all of a sudden, they start portraying the demonic in their work. And then the mainstream media starts pushing them everywhere, and they become world famous. This is the very reason they need to dumb down the masses to stay here. They do not want the masses to realize the truth about this simulation. Because they need the unconscious soul of the masses that are still spiritually connected to the source to manifest what they want in the collective reality. The unconscious immortal stuck in the 9-to-5 hamster wheel is still an immortal, nonetheless. Therefore, he or she is still connected to the source. As our default nature is that of love and compassion that sparks divine creative imagination. But the fallen ones do not possess love and compassion. Therefore, they need you to use these divine attributes to do their bidding. Elect them as the president of a country. Give them all your money in their bank. Income tax is one of the best examples of the cabal robbing you of your energy. Money is nothing but energy exchange. The banking system comes from ancient Babylonian money magic system, printing money out of thin air to devalue all that you have. Magic is nothing but psychological manipulation. If there was a real deity like Satan who was magical and powerful, and Cabal was under its allegiance, then we would be under literal chains. There is great freedom here in this world, as the real God who is within you protects everyone. We are magical immortal beings who are under amnesia. The Cabal cannot override our freedom of choice and enslave us. This is why they need psychological tactics to use your spiritual power of imagination to build their empires, and give your consent for them to rule you with an iron fist. You see, if all the soldiers on the battlefield right now realize who they are and quit, who is going to do the fighting then? If each soldier realizes that they are being used as cannon fodder, and their handlers couldn't care less about their lives, nationality, religion, or any ideology, what will happen? The soldier is what gives immense power to the fallen ones. And masses unknowingly are pawns to a game of the fallen ones, while forgetting the real game that they came here to play. Which is stated by Neville Goddard so perfectly, God became man, so that man may become God. This phrase right here is sufficient to tell you how to escape the simulation. You must strive to shed the identity of the mortal human, and become more and more aware of the divine love that you are. And by virtue of that awareness, you will stop participating in the games of the Cabal. And perhaps after this life cycle you will not be coming back here. Now don't mistake this as fear propaganda of soul trap. There is no such thing as a soul trap. The immortal can only be trapped if he thinks he is trapped. The fallen ones want you to stay trapped here. This is why they have introduced so many different theologies and religions, and things like soul trap and karma. You are stuck here because you refuse to grow up into your real self. This world is designed to cultivate immortals who have mastered the gift of speech and mind. That is all. There is no trap to keep you here by the divine. The trap is set up by the fallen ones. Because misery loves company. They want to keep their little empire of oppression to keep going. As an oppressor needs victims to keep on oppressing. And of course, your participation in their game unknowingly and not actively searching for the truth is what keeps you here. If you haven't watched my latest video showcasing Neville Goddard on how to escape the simulation, you should watch it next. I'll put the link in the description. Neville clearly understood, albeit in an older frame of references of theater and drama, that we live in a magnificent play. And in this play, your goal is to be born from above. In his terminology, awaken the Christ in your skull. Neville was all about the promise in later parts of his life. The promise, as he explained, is a promise from the Father, God. That is, God became man so that man may become God, is promised. The Father, God, has not abandoned you in this world. You will invariably be born from above. As you live as many lives here as you require to master the gift of speech and mind. So, there is no such thing as a soul trap. There is only the law of cause and effect. There is no karma or punishment to be here, as you are a sinner, or you need to be purified. God doesn't need to be purified. And an all-loving God will not condemn a soul to be trapped in hell to repay its karmic debt. You are the prodigal son in the biblical story. You have gone out in this world, and you have fumbled and made mistakes many times, but the moment you return to the Father, you are greeted with open arms. This guilt-tripping is the method of the Cabal to make you into a sinner, so that you are never born from above. Sinner, karmic debt, soul trap, is all about keeping you here indefinitely. Because the fallen ones have chosen this place to be their home as they enjoy all the power in this world, and have all the carnal desires readily available to them. Again, they have chosen this over transcendence. It's a choice. No God has condemned them or you to be here and suffer. It is a choice. Ignorance is a choice. These fallen ones are not just humans. They are something called the Watchers in the Book of Enoch. It all dovetails into the Anunnaki creation story I have made a video about. In short, the fallen ones are united by the ideology of self-deification. It contains all sorts of people and entities. Now I won't claim I have all the data about every player in this game. You don't have to know all the players. You just need to know the game. They are concerned only with the lower nature of man and ruling over it.
Did you know that the Knights Templar secretly worship Baphomet? Who's Baphomet, Chuck? This is Baphomet. There is all kinds of symbolism in this figure. First of all, it's a goat. That's an ancient, the goat is an ancient Egyptian god, Mendes, who actually is a representation of what? A black snake. And speaking of snakes, look at the snakes on its belly, the Baphomet's belly. Look at the scales on the belly and around the snakes. Look at the scales below the wing or along the wing edges. Okay, this is signifying black snake. And then we notice that the snakes are crossing 3 times, once at their tail, once in the middle, and then once at the head. And the heads are what? They're looking at that circle at the top, which is the earth. Interestingly, look at this here. Here you see the Pope. Isn't it interesting? He has those same snakes, and they cross 3 times, and the snakes represent obviously Leviathan, and they are watching over that circle, which is the earth. And then look what's at the top of the scepter of the Pope, which is a cross. What does that say? The church rules the world. The church sits over the world as Lucifer watches it. That's what that scepter is saying to you. This represents the crossing of the 3 snakes, represents the lower 3 chakra. These are lower 3 chakra people. In other words, they have no heart. They have no compassion. They have no empathy. They are not concerned with the upper levels of the chakra, the spiritual experience. They are concerned with the mortal experience. That's why blood, the carrier of life, the giver of life, is their obsession. They are obsessed with the earth. They are obsessed with earth calendars, earth characteristics, the cosmos.
The virus scam that happened in 2019 woke me up to the collective reality, and I started researching it. As it was too large scale to be just my imaginal act alone. It was a scam initiated by the powers that be, and the fear of the masses and their consent and ignorance made it into a reality. Now the collective is brewing more wars filled with hatred, not knowing that they are being manipulated for ritualistic purposes. Research the god of sacrifice, Baal, to understand it all. None of it has anything to do with what you are being told. This agenda is simply anti-human. But humans are not waking up to see it. Everybody as you pushed out applies in relation to your personal intimate life, not in relation to the whole of collective. That is, we are all co-creators of the collective reality. So, all the fallen ones need to do is manipulate the general perception of the masses to lead them to a certain outcome. And then use their imaginal power to make the plan of the cabal to become a reality. This story of Neville's dentist clearly showcases this point as him being the victim of his dentist's imagination.
In this audience tonight, and he may not even remember when he did it, is my dentist. And I went to him in great need of a lot of work, for I had dentistry all over this country, and in London, and in Barbados, and it all was horrible. I was always on the move. I was in the theater, getting tongue for a week. What could they do when I needed such work? They patched me up. So when I met him, he gave me a complete job because I was here, living here then. When one day a tooth gave way, which was an anchor tooth, he said to me quite innocently, whether he remembers or not, when I saw your mouth and did this, I said to myself, this tooth will last 13 years. It was 13 years. Had he only said 25, but he didn't think I would live that long. So 13 years, out came that anchor tooth, and therefore complete restructure of my entire mouth. He set it in motion. Whether he remembers or not, he said, this is going to last 13 years. He didn't tell me, didn't have to tell me. That was his imaginal act. I was only the victim of his creative power. Now I'm telling you, don't take anything lightly. You are creating morning, noon, and night. Your imaginal acts are God's acts, because your imagination is God.
As Neville held the assumption, not consciously but subconsciously, that the dentist was the authority on the health of his teeth. He gave away his power to the dentist, and in time, what the dentist believed hardened into fact. In wars there are countless victims who fall prey to the imagination of others, that is the fallen ones. Because consent is given in ignorance by the masses to the cabal to commit these heinous acts. You can remove yourself from any situation by applying the law of assumption, just like Neville Goddard did when he got honorably discharged from a world war. If you don't know this story, then here is the abbreviated version. Neville was enlisted in World War II to fight from American side. Knowing higher spiritual laws, Neville saw no nobility in fighting a false war. So, he wanted to have no part in it and wanted to get honorably discharged. Well, it was a world war and they needed every man they could get, so his application to get discharged got rejected. Consequently, Neville turned to the law of assumption and slept in his own home, in his bed in New York, in imagination, while physically sleeping in the barracks about to go to war. The officer who rejected his application to get honorably discharged suddenly had a change of heart. And Neville Goddard escaped a world war honorably. He didn't imagine the end of the world war, did he? As he understood the difference between collective reality versus individual reality. Millions of people were cooking unfathomable amount of hatred towards each other in that war. So, it is pointless for one person to imagine for millions of people peace, when these people are incapable of comprehending such an idea. He got out, while countless people in their ignorance and under the spell of the cabal, suffered. The only way for the collective to be free is to rise in consciousness. And realize who they are and what they are doing here. The reason it is a simulation is because this body of yours is just an avatar. It is not who you really are. It is just a garment of flesh the immortal has worn to play this game of mortality and experience what it is like to be a man. Not to mention that this reality is programmable via the mind. The placebo effect is a widely documented phenomenon that showcases mind over matter. I have explained it in detail in this video, you can check it out after this video. I will put the link in the description. The words of Jesus, the God of this world is Satan, dovetails into Gnosticism. The origin of Cabal can be traced back all the way to ancient Canaanites, where they worship Baal, the god of sacrifice. And this chart by Dylan Lewis Monroe, an intuitive artist and truth activist of DeepStateMappingProject.com, shows how the cult of Baal transferred from one civilization to another, all the way to today's United States of America. By the way, cause R is very relevant to what is going on in United States of America, Europe with its immigration mess, the two active wars being fought right now. Baal is nothing but a symbol for Lucifer or Satan. Now it is difficult to speculate if there is a physical being called Satan, who is in opposition to the creator of all. Perhaps the devil is a thought form that responds to the dark nature of man, and thought forms have a being of their own. Satan or Lucifer has also been portrayed as other dimensional being, not of this world in flesh. Nonetheless, there is no such thing as opposition to the creator of all. But as the creator of all allows everything under the law of freedom of choice, satanic ideology is allowed. And that is what is prevalent in the power corridors today, traced all the way back to Babylon and perhaps even older. Moloch, Baal, Yaldabaoth of the Gnosticism, Satan, Lucifer, God of the Old Testament, could be the same thought form. Or they are the same other dimensional beings with different names or a collection of entities with the same agenda. As the devil's nature is to deceive, so many names provide the perfect labyrinth for the seeker to get lost in. But Satanism is certainly an ideology that the fallen ones have chosen, as it is carnal and manipulative. It is about perversion and opposite of transcendence and love. By the way, some of you say that why I still quote the Bible, even though I have expressed doubts about its authenticity. Because the teachings of the Bible especially attributed to Christ can be traced back to much older texts. Some of it comes directly from Gnosticism and Hermeticism. Therefore, the Bible is coated with spiritual wisdom, but requires a trained mind to discern what is real, versus what was inserted in by the Roman Catholic Church to maintain its political power. If this makes you fearful, then you are missing the whole point. The point of this video is to lift the veil from your eyes and see how powerful and magnificent you are. And this world is just prepping you for your true inheritance. And while in this world, you can have an amazing life filled with all that you want by applying the law of assumption. If you are new to the channel and unfamiliar with the law of assumption, please watch this video next as it explains it in the simplest way, link is in the description. Funny enough, applying the law of assumption puts you on the fast track to transcend this place, as the law forces you to master the gift of speech and mind. And if you apply the law, you discover that you are more than just a tiny human, there is something magical about your mind. And this is when you discover your true self, the immortal. But far too many people are still under the trap, and the state of the collective has convinced me to try to shake them awake. It is the individual's choice in the end to pay attention or not. But nonetheless, there is a mass awakening going on. Many people are shocked at how crooked the political system is. And it is my attempt to capture the attention of these semi-awoken still in a groggy state people, and give them the business. Still, there is nothing to fear. The immortal is nourished and protected by Source. In your personal life, you can be, do, and have anything. The law works impeccably. It is only the state of the collective that is being directed by the fallen ones. And the collective is giving their consent by being asleep. I am not trying to save this world or anybody, as no one can save the immortal but themselves. This is just an assist to lift the veil off of those who are already peeking through it and seeing a ridiculous stage play. You are far more than what you have been led to believe. And I am here to show it to you. But you must have the willingness to see it.
Come on with it, dumb.
Thanks, Naga. Thanks for sharing somebody else's work. I appreciate that.
For sure.
Could give a lot of people a lot of moments if they're actually trying to grasp certain things, or at least play with ideals anyway.
Yeah, it definitely give out, a lot of different perspective, right? Of the same, story. Basically, it's not I don't think it's telling a different story. I think it's telling the same story differently, in a different way. But like I always say, the original story, is very different from the story that we know of today. So I think, me personally, I think the earth is the center of the universe, right? And the so-called heaven or the so-called father, right, is farther away from the center. It's going further and further away from the center, you know, and is only to realize that, the perfect place to be is, at the center. This is what balance is, right? Balance is at the center, right? So the earth is a perfect balance, or is in perfect balance, like my kind of like how my avatar depict the this, basically it depict, them old scales. I could share my screen right quick, and and put it out. But you could build, what I'm looking for, the all them old school scale. This is what I think the earth is, but the earth is being tilt, the scale is being tilt, you know it's not balanced, it's being tilt for us to, in order to create the chaos, that we have, in this world today. But that's not the original story is balance. See, this is the scale right there, them old scale. This is what the earth is. The earth is a scale, the earth is balanced, is centered. So we've been uh led, to think that, okay, the place that we need to be is somewhere somehow outside of the earth, and this is why we accept, or this is why we make the choice, to exodus. This is why we exit the earth, right? And only to come back to the earth. This is why a lot of us felt like, we've been here before. A lot of us have deja vu, about, different, realities, right? Different things that we already did, right? And is happening again, you know? So just like, the video explain it, like, when we go back to the, to the father, right? It's like we left, the father, right? And we have to go back to the father, right? It's the same thing. I think we left the earth just to come back to the earth, because like I said, this is the center at it's just like the waves, right? The waves of the ocean, right? Left the center only to go back again to the center. It's a ripple effect. Like we go out, just to come back in. Because the only place, the perfect place to be, right? The safest place to be is within. But go ahead, Dan.
Well, I put a little picture on my avatar where it's just a picture, but it talks about the ideal of spherical. The Earth is in the middle, and there's other surrounding bodies of water and masses around it. Um, then we also have earthbound beings opposed to spiritual beings. To have the experience of being on the earthly plane, I'm pretty sure it's enjoyable. I don't think we would want to compare it to something else, because then we would probably have to make a clear-cut choice and say I'd rather have a spiritual experience because the earthly experience is too cumbersome. This is why we have receivers still in the vessel. Hence why the kingdom is from within, because we have receivers. Again, it's each individual way how they want to share that information. I guess in the earthly experience, we have opportunities to have different types of gifts. In spiritual realms, we probably have all kinds of gifts. That's why I think they've talked about spiritual wars. We could be more destructive in the spiritual realm than we can in the earthly realm. Think about how long it takes to build a building and how long it takes for a hurricane. To say it took you 4 years to build that building, it'll take probably half a minute to take it down. That's why I think when they're talking about that video, some of them purposely want to come back here. This is why when you think of certain people that portray themselves as gurus, and then almost like in the later parts of their lifespan, they choose to do certain things so that their reward could be they're going to come back here. It's like some people might perceive it, as a prison of some sort.
Well,
It can be.
well, like I said, I think the only place to come back to is within. We can look at it, in many different ways, right? How do you find yourself? How do you find your true self? You can go through many different studies, many different religion, right? But to truly find yourself is within, right? Is when you start going within, right? And you're going to realize, okay, everything you was looking for was already inside, right? Was already within you. So it's the same thing. We are made in the image of the universe, right? So therefore, right, the true self is inside, right? That what we're looking at is just a shell, just like the universe, right, is just a shell for the earth. It's a shell, is a magnetic shell, right? It's a magnetic field, right? That's holding the earth. It's kind of like this picture right there. It's like this picture right there.
I don't see it yet, Naga.
So you don't?
I just see my picture. You put my icon on, so maybe you have to remove mine so you can show the one that you just put up.
Yeah. Here it is.
There you go. Yep.
It's like this picture right there. The earth, the universe is just like what's holding, what is the shell, that's hosting the earth, because everything is inside. It's kind of like life, everything exists right inside of the egg. It's not outside of the egg, right? The whole thing is inside of the egg. So it's the same thing. The whole thing, what we think is somewhere, somehow outside of the universe that we need to exit the earth. I mean, that we think that is outside of the earth, that we need to exit the earth to find ourselves somewhere, a place in the universe, when it's only going to lead us right back to the center, which is the earth. because the only place to be is, is at the center, and the earth is at the center, or is the center of the universe itself.
And for some people, Naga, that's a great understanding for them or a reminder. But for a lot of people, it's too much of a leap. So, for example, when people start thinking that they're slaves or master, they're not going to understand that. They're going to think they're the body, or they worry about who they marry, what age they are. I said, again, that's the game that's being played upon them. They don't realize if you truly know who you are, the center of who you are, you're not those things. You're not the age, you're not the color of your skin, you're not your gender. Those are just games, hence the illusion. But people will reinforce it, hence the earlier thing that you were videotype. They argue with each other. They're reinforcing the illusion. It's the way they speak. Look at the person that you married. How old were they? What about the color of their skin? I can't believe our forefathers were under slavery, or my forefathers were master. Once you realize who you are, those things don't apply to you. You're just playing the game now with awareness, and then they can grow.
Be aware to be aware is to also aware, being aware of the body. You have to understand at some point we you have to stop looking at things from perspective and looking at things as a whole conception. The everything that exists inside of the eggs, right? Or the shell is a part of everything that exists inside of the egg, right? The shell is not separate from the yolk. The shell is a part of the yolk. So just like we're looking at the magnetic field around the body is a part of the body. We just can't, we can't see it. But they call it your aura. They say this is our aura. You know what I'm saying? So it's not separate from the body. It is a part. It is the whole makeup of the body. You know,
I'm with you. I'm with you. And again, this is where the constant or the persistent can play on people, where their senses can only pick up what they might need to steward in the physical, like their body, for example, or land, where they don't see that. A lot of us, some people can pick it up in other areas where it's beyond just the physical body. Then there's the emotional and mental body, and then there's the aura, as you're talking about. These are all different kinds of, we'll call them outer bodies. This is why it expands outwards. Some people only see the picture of a chakra going upwards opposed to sideways, and around us like a circle. I think you give the ideal of the sphere kind of ideal.
yeah, this is where the word spirit come from. It's come from the spiral, the spherical, the spirit. The spy oracle, right? This is where the word spirit come from. So a lot of time we like to say we are not the body, so therefore we feel a need to exit the body and find the true self. When in reality, that's not the case at all. To find true self is to put all the selves together. Is to put all the version of yourself together in order to find yourself. Is not to separate yourself, from a certain version of yourself. It's not to strip yourself, of different versions. This is not how you find yourself. This is how you lose yourself, right? What would I use? It's like an onion, right? The more you peel the onion, right, is the more the onion becoming nothing, right? But all these layers is what make the onion an onion, right? Is what make it going on forever. So in order to achieve that infinite state of mind that we think that we are, is to put all our bodies together that's stuck in different place of time, that's frozen in different space and time. We need to put all of them together because time is being time is being divided. It's divided between the past, the present, and the future, between today and tomorrow. This is where time is. Time is in between these divided, space and time. So once we be able to put the whole thing together, to put all the puzzle together, then you see the whole picture. It's not, it's not shovel the whole puzzle and pick out the best piece, and think that okay, this is it right there. Not is by putting the whole puzzle together. This is how you really see what the puzzle is about.
Yeah, I just recently pondered that. So about what is the past, and then start thinking about memories. And I'm again no different in the future. Imagination. What is it? Does memory have? Is it aging? No, it's just a recording. And then when we think of all the technology we have, like record players, TVs, those are recordings. How that comes to be is because we're in a vessel that is a recorder. It records everything, and within it, the needle could be the metaphor, like of blood, for example. Everything is somewhat memory, and then once we try to pull it, it's like a processor. We try to pull that information. Some they might realize it all comes from the same source. For others, they might see the ideal of a puzzle or parts.
Yeah, I think we, like you said, we look at it, from a perspective of a record, but it's more of a freestyle. You know, it's more of a from a freestyle. You could make a record, right? You could make a hit song from a freestyle because a freestyle, it doesn't stop. Once you start freestyling, right? When you start the freestyle, you keep on going, right? And the producer, the engineer, right, can take different part of your freestyle and put it together, right? And make it a song, make it a record. But the freestyle itself, it not put it together, rearrange it, right? But the freestyle itself is already an ongoing song. Is already a song that's keep going, that just never stop, right? But like I said, the producer can edify it, can edit it, right, and rearrange it, right, in the form of a record, because it's already, by you freestyling, right, already put it out, is already recording, right? So it's the same thing. The universe is already, in action. The universe is already, in an infinite state, right? So we don't need to go around and rearrange the universe, in order to match or in order to acquire that infinite state, right? We just need to go with the flow, with the original state, of the universe. But like I said, we trying to, rearrange it. This is why, it's big, our lifetime becomes like a record, that come to an end. A song come to an end, but freestyle do not come to an end.
The word I would use, and that would be manipulation. So it's kind of like the onion that you were talking about earlier. You're recording something that's already recorded. In this case,
Exactly.
our language is already a recording, and we manipulate that. Like I'll use different words in different orders. That's a form of manipulation if I can use a particular word. So somebody that goes into a studio, they're just going to do manipulations of other manipulations, and then it produces something such as an album. But all the little parts, the manipulation of sound with different instruments, for example, even from the voice, it's its own sound and it has its own tonality. So again, it's all manipulation, and if there's enough frequencies that we can pick up, then you can actually manipulate the bodies of water called oceans, or you can actually make it hold itself. This is where people play with like drones, for example, which I enjoy playing with. You have the four corners kind of ideal of the winds. You put those propellers a certain way, it can elevate that object in the middle. So some people can experience watching a leaf being blown around with air, but it's not being blown around like in a straight order, but almost kind of like a spherical, like a sphere. So something's playing with it. Now we understand a little. Somebody can understand how you can magnify that and make that a hurricane now, or a tornado, or when you have parts of bodies of water, and then you start seeing that spiral going downwards. That's the playing of energies. Again, this is why they talk about four corners and triangles and circles, because they can all shapeshift.
Exactly.
How that serves somebody, that information for me, I like to be a student of observation. So for other people, they have to understand their own game. Okay, how do I bring that down so I can, let's say, earn money or write a book or be a music singer, you know? And there is actually a pulling down of that. Energy is being pulled down or sorted.
Exactly. Man's eye says, exactly. The eggshells represented by the bright white cloud that turn gray on cracks, yellow gold lightning. That's a lot.
Mhm.
Go ahead, bro. You know,
I've been hearing a lot of people in the all variations of communities. They've been talking about a lot of things, and I enjoy hearing it. It's just when I start hearing other kinds of people talking, it's like they're airing their laundry. But my question would be for myself, if I was going to do something like that, how does that serve me to complain about another human being? Again, that's energy again, and it could be useful if a person is honest with the self. You know, how does it serve me? Forget about how it serves other. How does it serve me to complain about another human being, let alone praise them? You know, that's why I call it distraction, or some people call it the shit show.
yeah, bro. So yeah, I think like you said, this is the story that being told. Is to focus on somebody else, mind, spirit, soul. You know, and the whole time, your mind, your spirit, and your soul, is being disconnected from the source. You know, because the mind that you focused on is connected to the source. It's just it's the manipulation of that mind that give you the illusion that is not being connected from the source. So so you yourself can fall, can be manipulated, right? And think that you're not connected from the source, right? And keep and looping yourself, in that same manipulation. So you don't have that infinite, so you don't inherit the infinite aspect, right? Of well, not you don't, you still inherit it, you're just not realizing it, right? So therefore you have you're not aware, right, of your infinite uh aspect, right? You're not aware of it, right? Because, like I said, I think whether people exit the earth, right, they're going to come back to the earth again regardless. So that's still, meaning that you just uh aware, right, of your entering and exit, right? But you're not aware, of the part that never left, right? The part of it that never enter or exit, that's always at the center. That's at the center of all time. You're not aware of that part. You're not conscious of it, right? You're subconscious. You subconsciously aware of it, but not consciously. So you're only conscious of your entering and exit, right? But I think when you focus from within, right, then your enter and exit become, you subconsciously aware of that, and you aware of your, you consciously aware of you being at the center of all time. At all time you are at the center, just like the earth is at the center of the universe at all time.
There's certain terms, Naga, that get shared, and for the person that understands or has discernment, they will hear them and apply them within. So, for example, mind over matter. That is the infinite intelligent that's over the physical. Hence, when people talk about Gnostic with the tree of life, you have wisdom and understanding. Understand. What is it under? Mind over matter. So once a person understands the self, then they can have the wisdom part, the discernment, to realize, so what does the mind do over matter? It serves. When it's talking about mind over matter, it's not just talking mind over the humans, mind over the animals, mind over plants. Hence God created something in its image, called it man. Mind, meant. Hence, when you have many words like government, government, settlement, entertainment. Again, this is the English language because a lot of empires, if not all empires, use a certain type of tonality in their language because people want to be ruled in civilization. Tribal people use different kinds of languages. So again, there's reasons why those words. Again, so I'm using the word reason. Again, a son. Even the word theory can actually bring you there too. So once people start becoming, go ahead.
I think all these words, right, is being used, right, to overshadow alignment.
Mm-hmm.
I think all these words are being used to overshadow the word alignment.
Well, the word overshadow, what does the shadow come from? It comes from the light. So it's over the shadow, it's over the light. That's why we're called enlightenment. That's why Carl Jung, when he talks about the shadow self, that comes from the light, not from the darkness. The unknown, that's kind of the word I would change it to, the unknown, opposed to the known. Most people that are unaware they're unknown. They just don't get it. It's the one that become aware. Then they're starting to pursue, they're bringing it into the light.
Yeah, you can be aware of something mentally and you're not aware of it physically.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Because there is no alignment between the mental and the physical. And this is why therefore a lot of things that we have or we know only exist as a thought. They don't exist, uh as in the physical. They only exist in the mental, you know. That right there prove that there is uh there is a limitation, right, to the physical, right? There is a barrier to the physical. There is a gate. There is a door, right? But that doesn't mean that it's not possible. You know, I think every impossibility is possible, right? Every impossibility is possible.
Yeah, for every positive, there should be a negative with it. Then it wouldn't be positive. Then would be. So this is when you start separating something. You have to have its opposing side, or its guiding, or its fueling side. But again, it's all from the same source. If people really want to narrow it down, it's like emotions. All emotions come from the same source. We just give it language. I know I'm hearing Can say it, where thoughts, whether spoken, written's different. It looks like, you have that illusion because it's written down. But when you have a thought, you don't actually see it. I don't see the word hello unless I write it down. I don't see the word tree unless I write it down. I don't even see it on the object that I give a description to it. So again, that all comes from the same source, if you're the center. Now, we could be receivers, that's the center point, to somewhere else. That is another.
No, the central point is the signal itself. Is what producing, right? The signal.
Yes.
The signal is not coming from somewhere else, and come to the center. This is where the center, the signal is coming from. It's coming from the center.
Mm-hmm.
It's like how they see the North Pole type thing. It's like how they talk about the North Pole for the flat earthers, right? But really, you're the North Pole, right? You're the North Pole. You're the center because the Earth is your North Pole, right? Is that this is where the Trinity come from? The Trinity come from you, the Earth, and the universe. It doesn't come from what they make you think is a God is, or what make you think the Creator is, or what make you think something outside of your body is. No, all three is one and the same. Is what created the whole thing.
I guess the analogy I could use would be somebody could look at a TV and somebody that's never seen a TV would assume there's something behind it. We could say, yeah, everything is actually played out on the TV, but it's coming from somewhere else. So, excuse me, whether it's telephone or cell phone or even our language. Our languages are not here. We get to use them, but I'm going with the idea that language itself is somewhere else.
Yeah, everything on the TV is coming from the TV station, right? And the TV station is stationary.
Okay, but it's coming from somewhere else at that point, and it's coming to your house or
Well,
to your car.
well, that's the thing. Your TV in your house is not the TV station, is it?
I would say that's let's use the analogy, that's your vessel. So there's another place where informations are being communicated back and forth, and you have a receiver, like you said, a signal. We have a signal, and if you use the radio frequency, you can tune it, so you can have
Right.
different frequencies.
This is why there is a radio station. I could go to the radio station, right? And and then you can hear me in your radio.
Yes.
Right? Because the station, right? The radio station is stationary. Just like the TV station is stationary. And this is what the earth is. The earth is stationary.
But we could be receiving information from other planes.
I hear what you're saying.
And the thing like the sun and in this case the moon could be the thing that it's reflected off of, because even the radio station has to have electricity from somewhere else. The information that it actually is passing on to other people comes from somewhere else. I'm playing with the idea that it's from somewhere else, because unless that wasn't the case, then we should be able to speak every language from within. We all have to learn that or pick up the receiver. This goes back to the changing of the dial. I want to understand rap. I want to understand country. I want to understand, or in this case, hear it. Forget about trying to understand it, hear it. So I have to change different frequencies. So it's the same idea. That's why when people of old, the few, would understand or at least share with us that there's different planes. So Germanica could be somewhere. Odin could be somewhere. They talk about different bodies of water going in different directions. So it's not just the oceans.
Well, here's the thing, though. Everything equal or ripple out differently, But I understand, right? Or I understand that the Earth, right? Like I said already, the Earth is infinite, just like the universe. Not just the Earth is not finite, and the universe is infinite. That's not how I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it that the Earth is infinite, just like the universe, because the Earth is a reflection. I mean, the universe is a reflection of the Earth, right? Because the Earth itself is the center, right? Reflecting the universe, right? As the outer, right? But it's still, you know what I'm saying? It's still is the same thing. So like I said, the earth is already infinite, right? With different ecosystem, right? Equal differently on different points of the earth. But the earth, like I said, in totality is already infinite. So I think, what we look at, what we think different plane is just different ecosystem. So I don't look at the earth as it's just like something that's finite, right? And then we have something else that's finite too that's going, that we can compare to the earth. I'm looking at, like I said, earth as the whole thing, right? With different things, right? With different ecosystems. Just like we're looking at it in the aspect of the element, right? There is water, there is earth, right? Is fire, right? Is earth, right? All these things, right? Is different thing that's exist in the earth. So this is what I'm looking at, like with the ecosystem. Like right, we have ecosystem, right? Different ecosystem with probably their own sun and moon, right? With probably their own sun and moon. but it's all a part of the earth. It's all different point, of the earth. I don't look at it, as outside of the earth, because the earth is the plane net, right? Is the plane net, or the universe is the plane net. If the universe is the plane net, what is the plane then, right? If the universe is the plane, right, that's holding the net, then what is the, what? I mean, if the universe is the net that's holding the plane, then what is the plane? The plane got to be the earth.
I guess, Naga, because we're earth-dwelling creatures, more times than not, we're going to lean towards that the earth is what it is, where I don't mind entertaining the idea that the earth just means dry land for me. So I'm going to entertain the idea that the absence of water produces the land, or some other species or something was able to take a rock, like another, like a moon kind of ideal, or some sort of other planet or plane, planet in this case, some sphere, luminaries, and able to bring all the different elements there. So we have way more bodies of waters around the earth than we do with the earth. Now, underneath the earth, kind of like a iceberg, we could say we only see 10% above, which people would call the earth. But a lot of more things are happening on the ocean. If we were ocean dwelling creatures, we would call this the ocean. We wouldn't call it the earth. Again, there's a lot more to be discussed when it comes to anything beyond just the earth's surface, let alone underneath it, let alone above it. We can see with our eyes the sun and the moon. So what is that? The earth does not have that here. Does it affect the earth? Yes, it does. Does it affect the ocean? Probably. Does it affect other things? Could be. Again, this is where we have to use the assumption. We have to assume. It's when we think that we have to have an outcome that now we've narrowed it. This is where people that choose to vote, for example, or pick a dogma, where now it limits them. Again, if a person wants a clear-cut answer to life, that's going to be that'd have to be a journey, because we are in life. But that's my
Yeah,
interpretation.
yeah. I'm sorry, bro. But let me give a shout out to the, to Lady Shit in the building. Much love and respect to her. But I don't listen, bro. I don't think assumption make up, right, for what we don't know, right? I don't think belief make up for what we don't know. I think, assumption and belief is the door to the things that we don't know, right? Is the mark, right? X mark the spot, right? So with the thing that we don't know, we mark that, with an assumption, with a belief. But we have the ability to uncover this assumption and these beliefs. So it doesn't make up, I don't think it make up, for the lack, of the things that we don't know. So again, assumption cannot be a destination for me. Belief can't be a destination for me, right? So at some point, I have to open these doors, right? And and see what's behind these closed doors, right? And that's why this is what I've been doing, myself. This is, on my own time, on going back, going within, right? And I'm able to open these doors. This is why I'm able to speak, about certain things, you know, uh, with knowing, right? And with confidence, and a lot of people probably might say like, nah, this guy think he know everything. He think he's the only one that's right. Nah, I'm not the only one that's right, but I'm damn sure the one that opened my doors, right? My assumption of the doors that, I had as like an assumption, my, the doors of belief. I opened these doors, because I'm not the only, people are not the only one with these beliefs. I had that same belief too, so I was able to open my door. It's not the fact that I think I know everything, or I think, but I just think I opened that door. I think I opened these doors that I had, that that I couldn't, that I marked, right? All these doors, that was closed to me, for me to able to know what was, beyond these doors. I mark all these doors with belief or assumption, or whatever the case may be, right? And on my own time, I was able to go within and open this door because I am the key, you know. The key is, is me. So, in the lock. I'm the key in the lock, right? The master key, and the lock and the master lock. So I'm like I said, I'm the whole thing. I'm the whole, I'm a whole being. I'm not a part, you know, of me. There is not one part of me that's missing, right? I'm putting all of it together. So that's why is yeah, I'm able to put the whole universe right together, the whole earth together, right? Because I'm not like broken pieces, like broken puzzle. So I could see the whole thing, the whole conception, instead of many perception, right?
Again, Naga, it seems that it works for you. For some people, to know certain things, you should be able to question those things. And then when you question from within, you should be able to come to some sort of discernment. How does that serve me? Can I use it? Or is it beyond my scope of understanding? That's where discernment now comes in. But you should be able to know things. But once you know those things, you should be able to question those things. Now, there is the essence to things. That's a different ball game. So now it's the awakened state is going to know things. Now you can know a lot of things, but it doesn't mean you're going to truly question those things. And if you do, can you apply wisdom to it? Discernment. So what would it make for me to know that some human being can run under 10 seconds, but I know I can't do that? It's for observation purposes. It's not for experience. That's where you have to humble the self at that point. Again, we could have many millions of books.
Hold on, what did you say? You said something about you can know things, but that doesn't mean what?
That doesn't mean you understand those things, but you should be able to question those things. If you get to that point, that's
But it's
where.
the questioning that leads to know. A lot of people think they know things, but they believe these things. They don't know these things before, because if you know these things, right, you understand it, you overstand it, you know, and it's up to you on what stand you're gonna take on that. Are you going to take that understand of it, or are you going to take that understanding? Are you going to stand under what you know? Are you going to stand, within what or are you going to stand on it? Right? But
That's you talking, Naga, that you've done the work. Where most people would use a belief system as a stumbling block towards knowledge. Knowledge
yeah,
is
I
just
can't speak for most
right.
people. I can't really
Well,
speak for most people. I could only speak for me because
mhm,
I'm speaking of the wisdom that I have acquired throughout my journey you know
mhm, mhm.
and
But
it's up to basically I'm basically telling my story, right? You know, and
mhm.
people have the ability to tell their own story. I don't think that I qualify to tell somebody's story if they didn't tell it to me, right?
That's their usually their behavior and personalities. If a person understands AI, that you can tap into it. I'm using AI, so are you. I can tap in that same information. You can read the energies of other people, and you can find out whether or not they're using their behaviors, their personalities. So they'll say things like, "I know things." Okay, so you know things, but do you question those things? Question things such as one's reason, understanding, feeling, emotions. Again, if people are truly seeking to tap into source accumulates all things, and knowledge and belief
Exactly.
system. Yeah. Mhm.
Exactly. All things, right? So a lot of people can do that. They can take that same uh approach, right? They are a jack of of all things, right? But but not of themselves, right? Because what is me knowing your story? How is that going to help me, right? But me knowing my story is for sure going to help me, right? For sure going to help me. Me knowing my infinite story, you listen, you cannot have two infinite capacity. You can only have one infinite capacity, right? And that infinite capacity can either cater towards yourself or we can either cater towards everything else. So therefore you don't have yourself, right? You just have everything else. You have a fraction of yourself, a fraction of this, a fraction of that, what's going to lead to the infinite aspect of all things. But when it comes to yourself, you don't have your infinite aspect of yourself. Because like I said, you can't have two infinite capacity. It's impossible for you to have two infinite capacity. That's probably a lot, to even unpack, to even unfold. When it comes to the to infinite capacity, I could try to compare it with dark and light, right? You can't be fully dark and fully light and enlightened, right? And fully light, right? You could either be half of both, right? You could either be balanced between both, right? So that's probably the best way to express, what I'm saying about the two infinite capacity. You could either, you have the ability now, to be fully, to be fully dark, like, right, and the ability to be fully light. We see in these things in our in our the whole universe. We've seen things that's just fully, dark, and we've seen things that's just purely light, right? These are infinite aspect. We see in things, right, that's purely water, right, that's purely solid, the earth, purely, that's just fire. All these things are, infinite aspect. This is what created the totality of infinity. This is where everything, has an infinite potential, or have infinite possibilities. Just like you have infinite possibility or infinite capacity, but are you going to know to take it upon yourself, right? To explore, your whole infinite aspect, your whole infinite capacity, right? Or are you going to know, okay, the little bit I know about myself is enough. So now I need to know, a little bit about this. I need to know a little bit about that, which is going to lead to the capacity, right? A jack of all trade.
Well, I use the word possibilities and assumption is relative. It's the same word for me because I know it's in the mind. So once again, some of the stuff that you've been sharing, for some people, for a lot of people, it's too big of a leap for them. They can hear it, and hence why people can know of it doesn't mean they're going to understand it. Because sometimes for some of us in certain areas, it's not because we don't understand, it's because we have other things that we're pursuing, and most people don't even understand it yet. So to explain to somebody that says, well, I'm too busy working, I said, do you even understand what you're chasing? What do you mean? Are you chasing money? Yeah, but do you understand it? No, but they work for it. Some people worship money, some people respect it. It's the same with the self. You can worship the self or you can respect the self. If you start respecting the self, then we can start respecting each other. That's why some people, they resent each other. That's a perpetual defense and attack against the self. But the self is just a program for me. For other people, they can call it whatever they want, but it's just a program. That's not who I am. Same with my behaviors and my personality. Those are just masks and behaviors. Behaviors could easily be manipulated and conditioned.
Yeah, I know, I feel you. Me personally, I like to break things down, right? Because things are being put together, in a way to manipulate, right? What is a program? Is two words being put together, is pro and gram, right? So who's the pro? Or, what is the pro and what is the gram, right? Just like I was talking about, the planet, right? The plane net, right? What is the net and what is the plane, right? Like the egg shell and the yolk, right? What is the shell? What is the yolk, right? Is one is they you can see by using the word, right? Is one thing, right? A egg is just an egg. The shell and the yolk is just an egg, right? But yet we can be able to zoom in and see that, okay, an egg have a shell and a yolk, right? So again, this is where it go back to me talking about, how we can, perceive things, right? How do we conceive certain things, certain thoughts, right? You can either look at it, from within or from without. and either way you still experience the whole thing, but one, know that you subconsciously aware of it, and the other one you consciously aware of it at all time. You can either sub aware of something at all times subconsciously or consciously. It cannot be both. And unfortunately, we choose, right. Well, I used to, like I said, I could speak for myself. I used to, choose, right? I chose to understand things, from the outside in before, and now that I'm choosing, right, again to look at things from the inside out. I'm choosing to have a infinite experience from inside out, right, not from outside in. Like I don't need to go outside of myself. I don't need to go outside of the earth, right, to experience, right, the infinite aspect only to come right back, right? Nah, but I could be, just be, you know, who I am, right, from within. From within myself, I could infinite, I could experience the whole infinite aspect, the whole infinite capacity, from within the earth, I could experience the whole infinite capacity, the whole infinite aspect, of the universe.
I bet
But
you know that, Naga, to realize you've done a lot of work. You've taken a lot of information and you've chosen that you want to combine those pieces and understand them. Where most people, they rather just hear somebody else tell them a story and then hence believe, or some sort of information comes through technology, whether it's book form or computer. Now that becomes knowledge. The power is actually the people that actually presents it to them. So again, as I hear you say that, that earth you're talking about, you never experience it. You're always experiencing it from within that vessel. The earth, whatever you look outside with those senses, that's all they are. You're not out there. You're always within that vessel. That's what you're experiencing. As the observer, you could realize that always. So again, I get it, gathering information from different sources, putting it together to find out whether or not it could mislead you, put you on a different path, whatever. And it comes down to how does it serve for each individual person, let alone how does it serve my community, let alone others. I just put the word serve. How does it serve? When I hear things come to me, I'm like, oh, that's interesting. How does that serve to know that I don't actually see the words, I describe things. Oh, so then it gives me an understanding for me that I've been in the illusion the whole time. And I'm even that, I'll question it. What is time?
and sorry, lady, shit, I did not see here. I just looked and I'm like, oh wow, I didn't hear the sound or nothing. Sorry about that.
It's all good. Peace and salutes. Gratitudes for letting me up.
But yeah, feel free to tap in, like me and Dom is doing, and you could tap in, whatever, whenever I'm talking, I don't know about Dom. Well, I'm pretty sure he took it well because he be talking and I just say, oh, hold on, I just tapped in right quick and he able, to let me do it and I'm able to let him do it too. So feel free, to jump in, whenever you want. So I'm pretty sure none of us have the problem with that. But yeah, to go back to what you were saying, Dom, right now I choose to do so, right? Because I understand self, right? I finally put, different version of myself. I finally gather all the version of myself together. So I'm not, I don't have a different part of me, a different version of me that's being stuck in a different space of time. I'm able to gather all of us in the present, all the version of myself, whether it's my emotional self, whether it's my spiritual self, my mental self, right? My whatever version of self you can think of, I'm able to gather all of them, right? In the present. None of them stuck in the past and some stuck in the future. We all together at the same time, right? So this is why I'm able to, I'm able to make that choice to say, okay, I'm gonna look at things from that perspective. But before, like I said, you just like you said, a lot of people. I used to be one of those. A lot of people, right? That used to have different version of myself that stuck in different space and time. So so I had, I was looking at it, just like you described other people was looking at it, because I was scattered all over, right? But now, like I said, I'm able to, to gather all the version of myself together, right? So I'm looking at it from within, right? And I could see how it plays out without, on the outside. Salute to Aaron in the building. Okay, I'm gonna take that as a moment of silence. You know, my last engagement wasn't quite over, but I felt the calling. Give me 7 minutes or so, and I'll be down to participate. All right, appreciate you, bro, for sure. Appreciate you for showing up.
I guess Naga, I'll give my example when I say it's too big of a leap for some people, not a lot of people. Somebody watches Olympic events, sees somebody being a sprinter or a hurdler or a high jumper, and they see it, and the person says, "I remember when I was in high school, I was able to do that." Were you able to do it at that level? Probably not. And for most people, it would be just too big of a leap. It's nice that we can observe it. Doesn't mean we can actually perform at that level to really truly experience it. You know, I can run, but it doesn't mean I can run like the athletes of the world, let alone hear them explain to other people. I had to reteach my breathing. I had to show a certain type of discipline. So in certain areas, like even in esoteric teachings, some people, not a lot of people, it's too big of a leap. They're not even going to be good at their own craft, let alone understand all its parts. So this technology just gives us an opportunity just to give the bites here and there, hence knowledge, to know things. But for some people, they'll be able to find out, can I apply understanding or wisdom? Other people are just going to put belief system. Yeah, I know somebody that, some sort of guy, and they'll give you a name. Oh, I know a philosopher. I'm thinking, yeah, but you don't know philosophy, but you know a philosopher. So it's the same idea there.
Yeah, for sure. I know, like, I already like I said, I get what you were saying. This is why I describe it as different version of selves. Whether in certain so-called lifetime or certain point of time, space and time, I probably was an emotional being. I probably was a mental being. So-called dead, right? I probably was a whatever type of being, state of mind you can, or state of being you can imagine. I probably was one of those, right? At a certain point or certain space of in time, and whatever I was manifesting as, at that point I was getting information from that perspective, from that source, right? So now I'm, like I said, now I'm able to put all of these versions together, right? And I'm getting information, from the whole self, right? Not from a piece of the self, right? But from the whole self, which is the center of self, right? So I'm with you on that. Like I said, I just cannot speak for a lot of people, right? Because I'm not in the state of mind of a lot of people. I used to be in the state of mind of a lot of people when I was scattered all around, right? When all different version of myself, like I said, was stuck in different space of time. That put me in a in the understanding, or the understanding, the perspective, right, of a lot of people, right? But now I have that one, that oneness, that wholeness, that whole being. So I can only speak for my whole being, for myself, right? So it's not like, well, I see, I agree with you. I just, don't choose. It's a choice, to like even like how the video was looking at, right? Listening to, right, earlier, right? It said it even agrees in that everything is a choice. And I even, start picking back of it and say, okay, everything is a choice, I definitely agree with that. But at the end of the day, it's telling a different perspective of the same story, which is his story. But I'm just telling, the same thing, but I'm telling my story. You see, that's the difference. The original story of the universe, is the story. It's not his story, or her story, or my story, right? It's just the story, right? And everybody, free to tell it, to tell theirs. Just like the universe right now is telling a story right now. The universe, the whole universe, the whole earth, the whole everything is telling a story.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, go
Um,
ahead.
are you both aware of what one calls magnetic fields?
You see what would cause that?
No. Are you aware of it? A magnetic field.
Yes, this is what I'm showing right now on the screen. Is a magnetic field around the body, what we call the aura.
Perfect. For me, I like to use magnetic fields as an example to express time, if that makes sense. So, my question would be if everything, including us, and all other persons, places, or things contain their own vibrational magnetic field, and this could maybe be broken down into compartments of time. Can one person, one existence, be accumulated on multiple levels of time, so to speak, all at once, if that makes sense?
Yes, that's kind of. Well, I'm gonna let Dom go ahead and answer it. Go ahead, Dom, because I've been talking for a little while.
Throw me to the sharks. Okay. Um, I guess Shay would be, what are we going to ponder what the concept of time is? Because we can intermix maybe time and light and sound together. So are you talking time in the sense that it could be what some people might perceive as light? Or are you talking about what people might call the sun and the moon and the clock? Because that's not really time for me, but those are gauges and those are signs.
Yes, what I'm referring to as time would be different versions of light. Yes.
Um, Again, I can only make an assumption, and by asking you a question, can you break it down a little bit more? Like I get the part that what comes to me is like playing with frequency with Reiki and singing bowls and all that, and then that gets you at different levels. It can even correct certain kinds of energies. But again, what is time?
I guess the reason for my question is again because of personal experience or personal thoughts. Um, I take energy, time, vibration to different levels, and in my own experience, light, energy, and awareness are very similar, and they could interlock, and could give off a certain impression or version or aspect or reality. And can one still, say, be centered in the original point of awareness or original point of living, original plane of living, and at the same time gravitate to what one would call higher or lower levels of time or energy or frequency? Again, if that makes sense. I know I'm over talking myself.
No, you're not. I hear your throat chakra opening up there. Some people play with the idea that time is the fourth dimension, and it encompasses the first three dimensions, such as the physical, the emotional, and mental planes. So some people might call time aura. So now, can the aura be elevated? Yeah. At that point, if we're going to play that ideal, then yes. And in the auras, you can see people that have stronger colors. Again, dimensions, realms. We're playing with words at that point.
Yeah, and also with perception.
Yeah.
Because uh, when we when we kind of go into the the time, right, and how we relate it to sound and light, right, coming from the aspect or any aspect, from the sound, is different echo, right, which is different, we what we consider different, time or different space and time, right, and from the light is will be the angles of the light, but we know all these things coming from the light itself, which is the center. So I think it's a thin line, uh between the angles, right, or is a straight line between the angles of the light and the light itself, or between the different echo of the sound and the sound itself.
Naga, we have things. Give me a second. Sides first. We have concept of life and afterlife, and then we have the concept of space, and then time. There's literally a space between the afterlife and time. That's why people use the word space and time. You know.
I think space and time go together. That's just me. That's just my understanding how I look at things. I think time and space, they go together. This is why we even have time zone, right?
Mm-hmm. Now we do have time zones. Yes. Again, that's kind of like going from one city to another. They're connected. It's just when you're on the other side of it, then you'll see that you're no longer there, but you're here now. There is that division, hence the term space. But yeah, they are They are together, kind of ideal.
Yeah, that's what she said, especially about bringing the magnetic field before she even asked the question. A magnetic field, you can see how all points is connected to the center, right? Because this is where the magnet is coming from. I mean, the center is the magnet that's creating the field, right, around itself, right? So this is why again I said that I think there is a straight line. Earlier I was about to say a thin line, but I said a straight line between the light itself and the angles of the light, right, and between the sound itself and the echo, right, of the sound, on how the sound echoed out based on the ecosystem, right?
And at that point, Naga, you could be playing with the ideal of as above, so below with the magnetic poles, and hence why there's a bright light, and then beyond the bright light is a different type of energy. So that magnetic thing that you're talking about, yeah, it's as above, so below. Whatever underneath us and whatever is above us, those are magnetic poles, and we're in the middle of it, called the Earth. But time and space is actually beyond that.
Mm,
Yeah,
could
good.
could that maybe be the point of or the creation of what is called black holes? It's merely an extension of awareness due to tapping into, and like you said earlier, Naga, it's a echo, right? We all echo out or within, and that continues its formation into infinity, right? Until that is no longer in existence. So, are um, we extensions from the black hole into the light, or could it be more of light into darkness and on the other side of an angle or perception, then you will again and visualize the light formations. Again, if I'm making sense, because I don't feel like I am. Go ahead.
Sounds like you're trying to pull it down into senses. I think you're beyond the senses in that case. Yes, you're talking what they talk about the prism, when you take you shine a light and then color kind of goes through it. And yeah, you did share the word angle. So yes, it could be coming from the unknown called darkness or black that terminology people use.
Yeah, darkness is condensed light. Is light in its heaviest form, right? And light is light in its lightest form. right? So
Order is more light, chaos is more dense. But yes,
right. So the black hole, is what creating, the light world. Oh, not created, but is what reflecting it, is what reflecting in the light world. So light is coming from darkness, like let there be light, right? Let her bring life.
No, that definitely makes sense. To what you both were saying, at least for me and my personal observation of certain things, and that's why I asked that question. Can a magnetic field be intercepted along the same timelines? Because again, certain words get pulled, overstretched, or watered down, and just here for merely forms of expression, in different ways, or from different feelings, I'll say. And so it's all a perception that I have that is linking what we're calling these black holes or black spots or black points, simply lost information. Again, if that makes sense. And within time, as we call it, you can see how missing links of information is evident in this reality, and likewise in what one would call the ethereal reality. Again, if I'm making sense. But gratitude to you both.
Yeah, I definitely understand where you're coming from with it, you know. But again, from my perspective, coming from within, right? It's just scattered, is a spread, right? Version is spread in different angles. It's like basically how light spread out, right? How the sun, right? When it at the center, right? And how you could look at the rays, right? And see how the rays, is all bent, or in their own triangular way, in different angles, right? You can see all these, especially if the sun is out, right? And it's kind of cloudy, I mean not cloudy, foggy, right? Then you can literally see how them rays, right, is angling, right, from their own uh uh angles, right, and all lead to the light as a triangle, right? You can literally see all these rays. So they have different angles, but at the center, right, or at the light itself, is just one angle. It's just one thing, you know. But the more it's spread out, right, then that is the more you see more angles. You know, again, the more it's spread out, is the more you see more angles, because it's the angle that's spreading out. That's spreading the light out.
well, I'm pretty sure some of us have played with the idea. When you've had something recorded, like an old 8-track or cassette player, and you bring it to a strong enough magnet, it will delete that information. We're in information. So when people go beyond those, what they call magnetic pulse, that information stays here. Hence why when people do things called soul contracts, that information, that whatever you use here stays here. This is why when people want to go beyond the light, to go beyond the light, you have to do maybe some sort of work. And if you do, then you have a choice if you want to come back willingly to assess other fellow beings. So again, this is when we use the word in time, it's in time. It's not time, it's in it. It's like life. You're in life. You're in all those, what they call it, Russian dolls. People will say, but I'm life. I said, you're in it. And hence when you're talking from that black hole, you're talking from within, and then it comes out into the light, meaning that we'll say words, but we don't see thoughts. We'll see the material aspect of it, but what's actually maneuvering all of that? What's functioning it? What's all that in the unknown? Hence the black and white kind of ideal.
Yeah, it's like how they say in the beginning, which is not the beginning, right? It's in the beginning, right? But it's not the beginning, right?
In the beginning, but what was prior to the beginning? Was there a reset even in that? And then when they talk about moving the waters and all that, so it sounds like a whole bunch of manipulation going on. Something is able to manipulate liquids, for example, in this case, water. That's high tech technology, whatever. I'm pretty sure there's people here, organizations that can do that kind of stuff. We manipulate food. Why wouldn't it be that, let's say, the first place where the manipulation started was in Africa? The human race started getting manipulated.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure, 100%. In my story, the way I look at things, it all started from Africa. You heard me? Real shit. This part of the world was the last part of the world that was, the chaos got into. That chaos got into because, this is I'm looking at the earth like a pyramid, like a step pyramid, right? Like a spiral, right? Spiracles, right? So it all started at the bottom, right? At the base of the pyramid, right? And then it works its way, to the top of the pyramid.
Then you start manipulating it. You start making different humans look different. Giving them the illusion that they can reproduce. Meaning that if whatever other things say, well, yeah, you guys can do the biological thumping of each other, but we'll decipher when another spiritual being will, jump in, or let alone want to be impregnated.
Yeah, that take away your ability to produce. But go ahead, Lady Shay.
I wanted to ask a question real quick because you both got me going crazy in my thoughts right now, and I saw I have so much I want to say, but to breathe and calm down. Just let me calm down. Okay. I'm really asking questions out loud, and I'm gonna go into my whole point. So bear with me. What was the original color? Okay. And if we're going based off of light, perceptions, can one agree to disagree that our reality is merely a mirage of the rainbow aspect? To what you were saying, Naga, how we're merely versions spread out, and this is how another way an echo can be established. So if we're in, say, a timeline of red, for example, does that mean that yellow, green, blue, pink, purple are not interlocked? Or is it something that we see only as we're further spread into perception? So, how can one establish, like someone would say, the beginning or the end to something if the original component is not even being aware of or pointed out? Again, if that makes sense.
Well, if someone is in the red, right? Let's say like how you use it, right? They will see how, different colors, come together to be red. And they will see, how, the red, will also become many different colors, right? But they can't see how, how all the colors, right, uh is red, right? They won't be able to see that. They won't be able to see the green is also red. It's from the perspective you're looking at it. You know what I'm saying? They won't be able to see the connection, right, between all of them, even though they can see how one become the other, right? And how, again, the current one is going to become another. They can see it from the perspective of transformation, right? They can't see it from a perspective of connection. So, and to answer the first thing that you said, which what is the original color, is, it will be black, right? The dark light, right? The darkness, right, is the original color. This is what a lot of people will say that, oh, the original people, is black people. You know what I'm saying? And all races come from, black people, which is not that at all. You know what I'm saying? It's not about the people. You know what I'm saying? It's about we're talking about color, right? So all color come from the black. All color can show on the black.
I like how you broke that down because, again, it's something that we use today often. We're focused on visualizations due to color or shades of colors. And like you just said, again, there's many different shades of reds, blues, yellows, greens, and there's even combinations of those. So that was kind of my whole point. How can one say continue to be manipulated by certain aspects of what we see, like color? Because we're all reshapes or reshades of the very original source. So, with time or through time or through light or through awareness, one simply shifts perspectives or angles and even forms, right? This is why maybe sometimes people can say they remember past lives and they were a woman or they were a man versus right now present they're a man or a woman, or even some um, say how they remember different forms of beings like animals or etc. So yeah, it goes into I think awareness and a over sense of being right. And then again, what is right? If it's all right, then is there anything really wrong with it? Or you?
Yeah, this is why earlier, I said, you can either be either way. You all experience it, your infinite aspect, you know, your infinite capacity, either on a subconscious level or on a conscious level. But we are conscious being. We are not subconscious being. We are conscious being. You know, so it will be in our best. It will be better for us to experience the infinite capacity consciously instead of subconsciously, right? Because, like I said, we are conscious being. You know, but either way, right? We are experiencing because that's all there is. All there is, is the infinite, of thing is the infinity of things. That's all there is. Everything come from the infinite, the infinity of things. You know.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you for allowing me up and to speak and voice my opinion as always. And shout out to you, Dom. Appreciate always your perspective and the way that you analytically break things down. or vocalize certain things. Shout out to you both because it's refreshing being able to talk and communicate, and even if one's perception isn't exactly experienced in the same light, one could appreciate their uniqueness for it and allowing them to express it. So gratitude to you both, and yeah, I'll definitely be back up next time, or in the next round, I should say. Until then, take care of you both, and enjoy your day.
Thank you. Thank you for showing up. As always, appreciate you. Your input, is definitely, help us, you know, keep, go further in, you know what I'm saying, dive in deeper, into what we're talking about. So for sure.
So Naga, when somebody goes under hypnosis, what?
I think. Oh, no.
Go ahead.
No, I thought she wanted to say something before she left, but she left. So go ahead.
When somebody goes under hypnosis, who or what is communicating at that point?
You say who or what?
Yeah.
At that point, you just giving access to your mind, basically. When you go under hypnosis, you just give somebody access to your mind, or you just, or not so much access to your mind, but you just give some. Yeah, should I say it that way? You give somebody access to your body. Basically, the mind, is outside of the body. The mind is not the one controlling the body. Is not the one in charge. It's not sitting, at the throne of your, of your center self, right? Your mind is somewhere, around the self, but it's not at the center self. So whoever puts you under the hypnosis is the one, controlling your body. It's like possession.
So when somebody drinks spiritual drink, and then you hear the words, liquid courage, who is that?
You say when somebody drinks spiritual drinks?
Yeah, when some people get drunk, for example, and then you hear some people say, oh, yeah, when they get drunk, they start telling the truth. Who is that? Are they communicating with?
It could be a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
It could be a lot of things. It could be an infinite aspect of things.
When a person goes into a coma, who's running that vessel? Where I'm going with this, actually, Naga, is the subconscious versus the conscious. Which one is actually more superior at that point? Because the subconscious actually is always running. The conscious is when you wake up. That's the conscious mind. That's the one that has to learn language. That's the one that has to say, well, I got to eat now. But that's not the one that's saying, listen, you got to breathe. That's something else running that. So there is something that's running us all the time, and people can tap into that. Some people can listen to stuff when they go to sleep. Some people can visualize. Again, this is where they talk about the earthly beings opposed to the spiritual being. Most people are still asleep with their conscious mind because they don't even know enough to say that there's something that's running it the whole time.
Yeah. Well, we have to break down what a subconscious is.
Mhm.
A subconscious is a sub to your conscious. It's like
Yes.
playing basketball. I'm playing basketball. I'm tired, right? Then I got sub. I got then somebody got sub, right? Or somebody was playing, right? And they got tired, and I got subbed in, right?
Yep.
So,
Good
so
terminology.
right. So it's not the subconscious running things at all time, but it's when the self, right? It's when the conscious self is tired, right? Is when the conscious self is exhausted, right? Then the subconscious have to come in, right? So it's not that, like, again, from my perspective, from my understanding, it's not that the subconscious is running things at all time. It's not. The conscious can be running things at all time, meaning that I could be running things right now in the physical consciously, and when I go to sleep, I mean, listen, when I go to sleep, just like when I go to the store, I could go to the store consciously. It's like when I go to the dream world, I can go to the dream world consciously, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I go to the astral world, I can go there consciously.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Very connected. It's like the directory and subdirectory. I guess where I'm going also with that actually is the subconscious and the conscious are both programs. That's not who I am. Those are programs. So now when somebody says, Dom, I have a computer, I said, okay, but what's running all the time? The hard drive, DOS, that's in the background, but it's still programmed because even with the computer, because we're doing the world to stage here, we're creating technology that we are what we're in. So even a computer needs electricity or internet, Ethernet or Wi-Fi. Those are two different sources that are fueling this. This is where, people that are in the military or some of them that work in these industries, they're able to have in their chips, they can pull down literally energy and information in the same little chip. So
so
this is where
what is a hard drive without a program?
both programs. You
Say
need
that
them
again?
both. You need them both. I'm not here to, and they can interact. That's where I think you're going with it. You can have the subconscious, in this case, the conscious mind working with the subconscious mind, but those are still programs. The question is, who's the one that's running the sub program?
So that's
The
what I'm
subconscious.
saying though. That's why I asked, what is a program without the subconscious?
It's just a program that's separated from the other program.
So all is programmed based on that point of view. Everything is a program. Just
On
like
that
I
level,
said, that
yes. Yeah.
everything is the infinite aspect of things. Everything is the infinite aspect of things. So once you start looking at things from the infinite aspect, you can see how everything is connected to it because they are infinite. They come in, right? They are angles or branches that's coming from the infinite aspect of things because whatever we could think of is something, right? Is a thing, right?
Mhm.
And right, so that's coming from the source, of the infinite, of things, from the infinity of things. So I see exactly what you're saying, but I just wanted to ask you the question, right? So you yourself, you are aware of what you are saying.
Yes, there's also the essence to things. But yes, you're talking about things. This is the concept of know thyself. The know, who's the knower and who's the self. Those are both programs. Then people can get into the ones that want to or need to, or just re-engage from a previous lifespan. You can be the observer of those things. That's where you become now the observer. This is why we're always observing. We're not, that's why it's always in silence. But when we open up or we speak, we have to use the program. I wouldn't be able to communicate with people unless we're doing body language, sign language, braille, all of that. Those are just different variations of languages.
So that's looking at it from a movie program, right?
Mm-hmm.
uh, when it comes to a movie program, right? We have the people setting up the stage, right? Then we have people, right, carry out the action, right? Can the people that's carrying out the action set up the stage before they carry the action? Can they do it? Is it possible? Like again, see what I'm saying, right? Hear what I'm saying, right? With attention, right? When it comes to a movie, you have people setting up the stage, right, for the movie. Then we have what we call actors that's carrying out the actions of the movie. So I'm saying, can these people that's carry out the action, can they set up the stage before they went on to carry the action?
Yeah, those are different actors at that point, and then everybody has a different script. Yes, you have the actors, and then you have the other ones that are acting to be the electricians, people that are setting up the stage. We're all playing a role in our acts, and then of course once you have the actor or actors, that's why we have many words with the word act. Then you have to hand them a script, and then they might even say, okay, how do you want to express it? What emotion are you going to use? I'm excited that I'm working for a movie industry or a sporting academy. Hi, Aaron.
Hello. Good to be on.
Hey, shout out to you, bro. Much love and respect. Thank you for showing up.
You too, man. It's a pleasure. I've been thinking about joining the last few lives in some capacity way, but they just happen to be at the same time as prior engagements both times. So I'm glad I got to make this one.
Yeah, me too, bro. Happy to see you here, bro. That's why I was thinking about you, the way the live was going with me and Dom, what I'm saying? And I was like, oh wow, it would be the perfect one, to be, here with us, and build. So this is why I texted you, and like you said, you find a way to, to be a part of it. So I definitely appreciate you, for being here.
That's a pleasure.
But yeah, you feel free to tap in because I know you've been listening, with us, in the chat before you hop in, while you
Yeah,
was having
I
your
had
meal.
a minute there where my microphone wasn't working, or I would have been in sooner, but I haven't heard like the last 5 or 6 minutes, or however long it's been since you gave me the link. I I hit pause there and kind of took longer than I thought. So
Yeah, we was just talking about, how, everything, basically is everything, you know, uh, that start, from, it start from from the center of all things, right? Everything, come from the center of all things, but I was, express it in a form of infinity, the infinity of things, right? Everything come from the infinity of things, right?
right,
So
all right, yeah. My view on that. I mean, there's that original spark of creation, but it always has been, always will be. It's just kind of best way to picture it, I believe, is cycles. I feel like all things still pulse at like simultaneously, like reality. Everything seems to be in a pulse. It I feel as far as physics standpoint goes. Um, I I don't really know where to go with it from there. I need some inspiration. I feel like I could hop in if someone just were to begin speaking on something. I don't know. I'm better at hopping in on conversation than I am at beginning one, or you know what I'm saying. Like,
nah, it's all good. I know. I'm pretty sure Dom going to tap in whenever he feel. But I definitely agree with you with the cycles. I think the infinity. The infinity of things is a cycle. Is a continuous cycle. It's just not
it
a
is.
cycle that repeat itself, right? But it's more so a continuous cycle. This is why I call it the infinity of things, right? So I definitely agree with you with the cycle. You know what I'm saying with the cycle aspect. In fact, I always say this at all the time. I always say the original uh nature, right, of the universe, right, is a cycles, right? But you have certain people that was able to study the cycle, right, of things, right, the cycle of things, inside of the cycle of infinity, inside of the cycle of infinity of things, right? And they were able to break it down and divide it, into what we have today, which is the split world, which is the how we look at everything, as opposed or as parallel, instead of looking at things from the oneness, from the center
Yeah,
perspective.
I feel like we're kind of spiritual beings, all from the same source, having a human experience rather than the other way around, like people tend to look at it. And um, from that standpoint, we have to break it down so that we can kind of wrap our mind around it. And due to the limited ability of our senses, or our limited senses that we're given in this existence, but um, certainly understanding it, I feel like I have yet to figure out a way to explain the relationship between the pulse of reality that we're experiencing, and how it can also be the cycles. However, um, let me think here. I kind of got stopped up in my own talking there. It's harder for me to concentrate when I don't have visual stimulation. Like I'm used to having some sort of distraction. like screensaver video, something like that, if I don't have actual video of people like and stuff. I got to get flowing.
Yeah, well, I feel you. You know, it get like that sometime. You know, it is what we call a brain fart. You know,
Yeah.
but again, you know, I'm looking at things, you know, from the infinite aspect, you know, of things. You know what I'm saying? From the center. So,
Like like it's my belief that we co-create reality, and if that's so, then I feel like the only forces that are constant would probably be how everything always seeks balance, um and like and it always has to flow like water, like the impermanence of things. It's constantly flowing, and if we all have that same spark of life, the energy, the or spirit, whatever, then everything essentially would be of the infinite. I mean, I've seen people effectively communicate with planets, like the planets, like, and I'm positive that it wasn't that person speaking, because the person that I was watching channel them, they're educated, but they're also British, and like this guy went straight into like a regular American accent, like completely not British, and he was using large technical terms to describe things like from the viewpoint of well, specifically I'm thinking of he was channeling this planet, and I'm not 100% sold that you know the planets are as we're told, but I usually refer to this as the realm, but yeah, everything definitely pulses. Like,
yeah, I definitely agree, you know, with that also. You know, and one thing I would say, I don't think, me personally, I don't think we're having a human experience or a spiritual experience, or I think or any perspective type of experience. I think we having a infinite experience, you know, and we just limit, you know, our infinite experience, you know, to
to that pulse
the
that we're in
limitation.
currently, or like
Say that again.
I was trying to add on to kind of what you're saying. Like we limit the way we perceive existence to that current pulse of reality that it makes up the now. Just so that
That's the
we.
best way to do it. That's the best way to put it. You know, that's the best way to put it.
What's crazy, I was just having this conversation in the interview that I was in the live chat of prior to coming here, and the big theme seemed to be impermanence, which was, you know, when the monks yearly, the Buddhist monks will make take the entire year making a picture out of colored sand, and at the end of that year or whatever, they will just wipe it away, as if and it's to show the impermanence of all things. It's to show that they're not attached to the a beautiful work of art that they made, because life keeps moving, it keeps flowing. It's like water, and it always seeks balance. And the understanding of that is the is basically understanding yourself and the truth of all things. Everything is as it should be, like you taught me the other night.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't taught you that, bro. You taught yourself that. I was able to say it, and you know, you realize it. But I definitely, we agree on that. You know what I'm saying? On the
I
infinite aspect, how things don't stop; they keep going. You know, we only perceive, like you said, things. The limitation of things, to the pulses. You know what I'm saying? Because the pulse, it's it is like a vibration. It's fluctuate, right? So we only look from that perspective, from the fluctuate aspect, how how it go, it rise and fall, and we perceive that, as his limitation, but we're not realizing how, it keep going. You know what I'm saying? It keep doing that. It keep rising and fall, keep rising. It's an infinite cycle of it. when it's not just okay, it rise and fall and that's it. You know what I'm saying? Is you
Yes.
know, it's an infinite. It kept going. You know, and whenever it stopped, it's kind of like looking at a lifeline. Through a computer, through a machine in the hospital. Once it stopped, it go to a flat line. You know, and unfortunately, this is how we perceive the reality. As
We
we perceive
have
our
we been conditioned to perceive it that way, or is that the limitation? Is the question.
yeah, our perception definitely have us, perceive it that way and give us the illusion that we are limited, to the vessel through our vessel, but we're not limited through any aspect, whether it's spiritually, whether it's physically, emotionally, we're not limited, from any aspect.
Yeah, I feel like we are the only ones that limit ourselves. I feel like there's been so many things that people would say break the laws of reality, and no one believes them, especially this day and age. And I believe that's only because we're trans going leaving the paradigm where we are being limited by, say, the usual laws of science. Because I mean, who exactly creates these laws? I think that it's only because we've agreed that all the laws except for things seeking balance and that things always keep flowing. Other than that, I believe everything else is transmutable based on the the number of or the amount of energy that limit themselves to that paradigm, if that makes sense.
If I could
Like
share,
I can't
Naga.
just say humans because I'm not sure whether humans are the only things co-creating. I don't believe they are, but I
Maybe I
feel
could
like
throw.
our attention's being controlled for a reason, and like we're terraforming reality for something that doesn't necessarily naturally exist in this realm of sorts.
If I could throw something in there, Aaron, maybe it'll help if you want to expand on it. We have spiritual beings and material beings. So now, when you say the word reality for your own breakup, if you want to break it down for us, what do you mean when you say the word reality?
Just basically that which is tangible to our senses, the paradigm, basically that we are basically for the most part all indoctrinated into. I believe that it's transmutable. I believe that only the law of balance is really the only thing that we have to truly go by. Like, I honestly believe that 50% of the humans on this planet, just for as an example, I don't know if humans are the only driving force, but um, I believe honestly that we could change what we see in the sky if I were to broadcast a message that everyone would be able to understand worldwide, like regardless of their language or whatever. If I were to figure out a way to do that and broadcast it on every cell phone in the world, or at least half of them, I believe. Well, I guess it depend on how many cell phones there were and everything else, but regardless of that, you get what I'm trying to say. If there were a message that would be equally understandable to half the humans on the planet and it would be introduced to them at the exact same time, and if everyone were to think the same thing at the same time, I believe that that would actually change as long as everyone truly believed that thing at that time. I
Okay, so
believe we
you're
co-create reality.
okay. So what I'm hearing, this might help you a little bit, Aaron, because whether you realize it or not, you're kind of going a little bit sideways. We're human beings. The human part is the animal part. They're not the one that actually create things. So now when you talk about reality, you're talking about the waking state, the senses. So when you look at something like a tree, where do you see the word tree? So now that's a different reality. You're looking at the constant. When you look at thoughts, do you see them? Do you receive them? Do you speak them? Again, that's the indoctrination that you're talking about. You're within the program, within the program. So now when somebody says belief systems, they're talking about something that they've never even know. But even if you do know, can you apply discernment to it? So now, if there is another species, which it is, this is why I asked earlier, there is spiritual beings and there's material beings. This is where the concept of good and evil comes from. So now in that, what are you able to see with those senses? That's why when some people, when they speak, they say it's beyond the senses. It's nonsense. It's beyond the senses, because the waking state, you can use your imagination. This is why when you're in the dream state, sleeping state, you're usually silent and you're still. Now, somebody can learn what a dream means, or they get somebody else to interpret it. Again, that's where you start questioning your own reasoning, your own thinking, your feeling, and what comes out of your mouth. So when you say reality, that's what I had asked you. What is your reality? You did say it, whether you heard it or not. You said it out loud. It's your senses. So, but can your sense pick up the word sequoia tree in the forest? You're saying those words, but you're experiencing them actually. Where are they?
I've never been one to like. I my mind works with images, feelings, and things like that. I've never really been one to. I've spent most of my life being alone by choice and teaching myself things. So I don't have the words I'm looking for always to describe and convey my thoughts to others as well as I'd like to, because of the way I perceive reality. It seems everyone says it sounds backwards whenever I try and communicate it.
No, you're communicating it. I'm reading your energy, by the way, Aaron. So it's not like as though you're thinking that for some reason because you're by yourself. Something's always within you, and
Oh
we can
no, no.
communicate.
I feel like I feel like all things are connected. I feel like everyone already everyone as if they were to consider themselves an individual, like the average person, are all everyone's connected. And
Okay, you said,
and
Aaron, I'm
in
out.
that
Aaron,
way.
you're going a little sideways. You said the word things. Are a car attached to a rope? No, the essence are connected together, not things. You're talking with the senses again. Go
It's
inwards. When you go inwards, you realize it's the essence to things. It's the unknown to the known. So when you say things, you should be able to question those things. Reason and feelings are
I feel
also
like that's
things.
just semantics. Like I was gonna say like I feel like whenever I experience things, I feel the energy. I see lights and things that the typical person does not really. It's always been difficult for me to describe what I'm experiencing to the average person because I don't, like I said, I don't always know the words, and I'm very inward feeling person. I feel I know myself better than a lot of people know themselves, and I'm not saying I'm anything special. I'm just saying that I got to indoctrinate myself rather than have indoctrination fed to me. And I my I don't know if my perception is similar to other people's. I honestly don't even think that far usually. I just live and let live, and I don't sweat the small things. I'm not used to having to even describe things on this deeper level. That's why I enjoy being in here. Uh, hmm. I do like the terminology you use though. I'm in a place where normally I live in West Virginia, and normally there's no conversations taking place like this where I live. And I often have to dumb down what I'm saying just to not sound like I need to be locked up to these people. But I must say I'm out of practice speaking in intelligent conversations. Even on the net, I'm usually thought of as a nutcase to some degree, but I feel like I feel like I don't know. I honestly didn't think I was human until I was about 30, something like that. Because I don't gain weight. I don't get sick. I shouldn't even have been born actually. Like, but I am, and here I am. So my mom wasn't supposed to be able to get pregnant. my life's been quite movie like, so it's kind of interesting. I don't know. I do have feedback on what you were speaking of with the hypnosis thing. I think that was you. That's the last thing I heard before I hopped out onto the live, was something about hypnosis, and I had feedback on it. I just don't recall what was being asked.
Right, quick. I just wanna tap in with what ladyship, with the comment that I highlighted. I always say that the world that we live in, is quantified. You know, so everything in the world is quantified. Word, numbers. Basically everything.
Is
So a lot of time, the thing that we trying to express is not quantified because is coming from, like I said, from the infinity of things, right? So it cannot be whole, or it cannot be contained, right? Words cannot express it, but we use words anyway, to try to describe it. This is why we come up with compound words. You know what I'm saying? To to give what we're saying sense. You know what I'm saying? Or we kind of say a lot of words. You know what I'm saying? We say a lot of things just to say one thing. You know what I'm saying? Just to
and
put an image,
I
just to
do.
project a thought, we say a lot of things. But I definitely agree with you, Lady Shay. But go ahead, y'all could go ahead.
Sometimes I have a better flow with my ability to describe thoughts that I'm having, things like that. I used to have an eidetic memory before a car accident when I was in my early 20s, and it made me, after the head trauma, like I started thinking in terms of random photographs and colors and feelings, and maybe one picture could describe an entire experience, and then it's been an adaptation since then. And sometimes I get periods where my thoughts can flow as words, and other times I am having issues finding words for the feelings that I'm trying to convey. And and usually daytime, and daytime except around a full moon. I around the full moon I am full of words that I feel like I normally can't grasp, or can't think of. I come up with speeches, and everything's effortless, but um sometimes it's that way when it's just like 3 in the morning and I'm exhausted. But I've actually, since I got up, been sitting in a chair, so I'm not flowing. I
You're channeling at that point, Aaron. You're channeling at that point. You're aligning it, whatever sign that you chose to jump in. Again, there's a difference between the observer and the experiencer. What you're talking about, reality, is the experiencer. The observer is always there. That's why I say when I'm reading the energy, I'm reading from the observer, not the experiencer. That's why I said you went sideways. You're trying to communicate in the waking state about senses, which is fine. There's nothing wrong or right about it. It's just that you've probably never questioned yourself enough that you
Oh,
realize you're serving the self.
but how is the self separate from the all exactly? That's what I don't understand.
That's a good question.
The self is the
I like
program.
that question.
The
Go
self
ahead.
is the program. Right
I,
now,
I
we're using the program right now. You had to learn a language. If you truly are that, then you should be able to speak thousands of different languages that we have. And colors and numbers are some of them. But numbers and colors have energy to them. The observer is aware of that, not the experiencer. The self is the child. That's why when we start talking about ourselves, we're revealing ourselves. Hence, self-aware opposed to aware of the self. Two different
I
things.
I feel like a lot of this is based in psychology, like
Could be,
standard
but
psychology.
you
Like the terminology just keeps making me think back to it, and like the use of the word self and things like that. I feel as if all things are interconnected to the point where either you're aware of that connection and can actively turn it on and off, or in my case, I just happen upon things, and those things just sort of become a synchronicity of sorts, and following the synchronicities are what keep me connected to the flow. I believe that everyone is already born into this world knowing all things, and it's a matter of finding the question to that they seek, and people have things backwards. It's all things are right there, and I've every time I've ever talked to someone about an issue I've had or gone to a counselor or something for something in my life, it's always like the ones that are good at their job are good at asking the right question or getting you to figure out the right question and then realize that you knew the answer the entire time.
Facts. This is why I told you, that you already knew, what we talk about, it's like I was the, it's like, I was the spark, for you to realize that, but you already knew it. So I definitely, agree, with like all things is already here. We can't, and to go back to what Dunn was saying, we definitely can't speak all languages. We have to learn them, right? We have to learn them and then we'll be able to speak it. It's just like everything that you know mentally, you didn't just like it's not like boom something happened and you just know everything. No, you learn these things, right?
There has been the occasion that people have been on airplanes, strangely enough, and something's happened to them. Like suddenly they just out of the blue can speak other languages. It's only seems to be in airplanes. I've noticed, like people that have had recent brain traumas, or they happen to be in an electromagnetic storm of sorts. They suddenly just start feeling like they're connected to something, and then they don't realize it, but they're speaking in another language. I find that strange. There's been thousands of recorded experiences of that happening to people in known history anyway.
Well, there's different
Recorded.
people with different gifts. Some people can see colors when they play instruments. Some people can see holograms. Some people can actually absorb the liquids like blood when they do an organ transplant and all that. And yeah, not everybody has that ability. So again, one has to find out what their gifts are. And yes, some people can speak in tongues, but not all
Yeah,
people.
well, that's
But
possession. I'll tell you this right now. This is possession. Because that's heavy in my culture. People get possessed by different spirit and they speak in different tongues, right? Different languages, right? So this is called possession. So
yeah, it is.
if your body, is not, if your mind is not in the right place, right, of the body, right, then something can come in that place, right? In
Or
the
if
Yeah,
you're
city.
asking for it.
it's called walk-ins. Again, it's one of those things where tribals used to understand you do certain elusive drugs, whether it's ayahuasca, hemp, you could do there's like
Church.
hundreds of different kinds of things. You do it when there's different alignments up in the skies and all that, then you can actually see through the hawk's eye, or you can actually see through a wolf, whatever. Those are just energy. And yes, they are what they call demonic or whatever. It's just walk-ins. That's all it is. There's many walk-ins. We do it too. When you get born, or that vessel gets born, you jump into that vessel. That's why you have a thing called a horoscope. Well, you honestly thought you were inside of that vessel? No, you can't. You can't. Another woman cannot obtain another spirit inside of that vessel. So you jump in after. That's why we have many alignments. Again, that stuff is out there. Now, whether it's intellectual, intuitive, insightful, many words with the word in it, obviously. Once you're in that state of silence and stillness, that information will come. That's why they have concept of prayer, peace, silence, meditation. Listen, you're listening from within. You're not listening to others. You're always hearing others, but you're listening always from within. What are you listening to? That's the question. What are you listening to? Something that's always there.
How can you be sure
Yeah,
that
just like you always did. Just like you're always here. You choose not to be here at all time, right? But you can. You can be here or be here at all time. You can always be there.
Mhm.
But you choose not. It's a choice that we make. Just like the thing that make the choice to be there at all time. This is a choice. So it's coming from the infinite, of infinity of all things. It's coming from the center of all things. Being at the center is to be here at all time. The center is there at all time. The center is not the up. It's not the down. It's not the left or the right. It's just the center.
no, I don't. It was mentioned that that a woman cannot bring someone else's spirit into her body, but who's to say that that energy that we consider our spirit or whatever, what's to say that it's not part of both? What's to say that the biological isn't part of the spirit as well? I mean, people have been known to phase into like a shimmery existence and out of this world and take their body with them. So what's to say that it's not all one thing and just part of both our parents,
Again, we have
and by extension part of all things?
again we have spiritual beings, we have material beings. You have offsprings. You know, again,
That's looking from a Christian aspect or something like that, though.
You could put whatever
Or
dogma
Judeo-Christian.
you can put whatever dogma you want to put onto that. Again, those are
So
just dogmas. Those are dogma. Religion, you could do the teachings of Barikita. Who gave us the languages?
Well,
Who gave?
so I got a
how do
question.
you know there's a spirit though without that Judeo-Christian indoctrination?
Maybe you weren't here earlier. Maybe Aaron. I'm sorry, not Aaron. My apologies, Aaron. Maybe Naga, you could break down the word spirit again.
Well, is no, listen, this is just me. When I hear the word spirit, this is what I'm hearing. You know, is a spy oracle, right? Is having the ability to spy inside your aura, right? To spy on yourself, right? Just like we're doing right now. We're spying on the earth right now because we are inside the earth. We are peeping. We are people that's peeping through the earth from the inside the earth. It's the same thing. So, as you know, when I hear the word spirit or spiritual, right, I'm hearing, spy oracle, because spiritual is a compound word. This is what I was saying. This reality, is a compound reality. Is a reality that where we combine things together, we join things together in order to manifest what we want to.
So
Or
would
what we,
another way to describe that be that our spirit would be the energy that is creation, is all life, is everything, but just a fragment, like a fractal of the if you wanted to believe in an original spark or the cyclical spark that keeps all things going, like the interconnectedness. I don't know how to describe. Like I could say the one. Some people might say God, whatever. If you want to humanize it,
it's the wholeness of thing that's keep
yes,
everything going. The
yeah,
wholeness of thing,
that,
and within the wholeness of thing, we can see the fraction of things. We can see, the refraction. We can see the a fraction of the refraction of things. Within the wholeness of things, everything is exist, not the oneness like the how they said, but the wholeness. Yeah,
yes,
the
that
wholeness
is.
is oneness, but it doesn't just really do it justice, because like I said, we need in a quantified world. So the
Yeah,
wholeness is more quantified what we're trying to say.
I've just never seen like when I see people, I don't see individualities. I see us just all being like part of one system, one bioorganism that flows into the other, like that exists uh, all as one. I don't know. I have trouble quantifying things in simplistic forms because I've always been aware that like our what's it called, the vagus nerve system, for instance, it is like the antenna that we have that our body, our physical body uses to communicate our energy, and uses to communicate with other living beings, and it's connected to the the hypothalamus, which is the only part that transcends both halves of our brain. And a lot of people think it's the pineal gland, and I believe that's bullshit. It's actually a little off to the side. And the something that I believe is a cruel thing that was indoctrinated into our society these days is cutting out the largest amount of nerves on our antenna, which, well, on the males anyway, with the whole covenant nonsense. I believe that was a way to handicap us in this existence, and that it takes away a lot of the abilities that we would normally have, depending on how many nerves in the largest area of nerves on that antenna is removed, actually.
I think, Aaron, it sounds like you have a certain gift. I get the part where you're talking about the upper hemisphere brain opposed to the midbrain, where that communicates with the mind. We have other bodies around us, and when you look up in the sky, you see a spherical thing. You see something that's images, creation. The physical is the material, but around us, this is why we're affected by those luminaries out there, because we have luminaries around us. This is why people talk about orals and all that. Again, most people that are very hemispherical, they're very scholarly and very scribe. But usually, a lot of women are usually preset with the midbrain because they reproduce. That's why people have intuition, insight. That's when you have to, as a man, you have to engage on your feminine energy to be teachable. The masculine energy is just a programmable energy. I hear that you're trying to communicate your particular gifts, and hopefully, as you open up your throat chakra a little bit. Mm-hmm.
I just try to communicate in the way that I am able to. I don't know. I was raised by females, so maybe what you're saying is the feminine energy. Maybe that's just something I've been in tune with, being raised in a house full of females. I don't know.
It could be.
But I've always been able to see both sides of, or possibly more than just two sides of most things. I like, for one instance would be like I've become aware that usually things that are considered evil in the physical world or bad or whatever, I can usually see and understand the things that got them to be to that point and can sympathize with both sides, you know? And oftentimes I find it's the ones that seem to act the most righteous that create the evil in the first place, and which makes me just trust in all things are a cycle and all things are as they should be.
Well, we have things called daemons, and they control the behavior and personality. What is evil? Change the word. You live in an evil world. You live in a material world. Those are people's likes and dislikes that get caught up. And those are behaviors.
Is it material though?
Sure it is. When you look outside, you see an object, but when you describe it, that's spiritual. It's in the unknown.
I feel like the description of it's the worldly part, the trained part. I mean, how can we be sure that since it, in all appearances, from a scientific standpoint, everything that makes our identity what it is just a mirror of everything that we've ever experienced. Which, so how can we even say that any one person has a soul necessarily? Like I'm struggling to understand.
You brought in the word soul. Soul is
But
just
when I say soul, when I say spirit, I mean the energy that that gives us life, that flows in all living things. And when I say soul, I'm meaning more the something that has a individuality and a consciousness, and like what we perceive as ourselves in standard form. Like that's the distinction I should probably make between the two.
Okay.
In my views, anyway.
When you're talking to a person that my view on soul, it's just data for me. So now we can have that conversation. You know, that's why we have soul contracts. Whatever information you accumulate in this lifespan, it stays here. It doesn't go anywhere else. That's why we have many different languages. The mind obtains all of that.
Are you familiar with Harry Potter, like the series?
I've heard of it, but maybe you could share why you're going with that. Go ahead.
All right. The Voldemort, the main bad guy and villain in that, he separates his spirit into several objects so that he cannot be completely killed. And I believe that whenever we cease to exist in this form, living anyway, that the things that we love the most, hate the most, or whatever's around us that needs it. I believe our energy flows into that and continues the cycle. I don't believe that we go somewhere special or anything like that. And I believe when people see like a ghost or a spirit or something like that, whatever they may call it, that it's just sort of the remnants of the energy signature that just hasn't gone anywhere yet, because because of the little bits of consciousness that we limit ourselves to keeps us trapped in those things. Just like I believe that if one's going to perish in this existence, that another method of control and keeping us here in a cycle of sorts, and not going back to the flow of all, is something like how we've been, you know, traditionally embalmed bodies or buried them instead of burning them and releasing ourselves, or maybe getting tricked into staying here by going into the light, you know, because the way your brain releases the DMT, and I've died several times, like, and it's always been a formless state that I end up in with lots of colors. It's almost like space, but the stars are all different colors, and it's like a flow. It's and to describe the feeling, it's like the entire body feels like if you perceive a body, the existence feels like the best buzz I've
Before you go
ever
on, Aaron,
had
before you
on
go
drugs.
on,
Yes.
I don't think you realize you go sideways a lot. How does all that last part have to do with Harry Potter? I get the idea that
Oh,
what
no,
I
I
got.
was saying the Horcrux, how he split. I was just using that as an example of how he splits his soul into things intentionally, so
You
that
want to
he.
interact now? You want to learn how to interact?
What do you mean?
Well, because you say you really don't really talk to a lot of people, so I'll give you a chance to interact. What I got from that is when they talk about angels and they can go into different parts, AI is very similar to the mind. It can be in different places at different times.
It's
So
still energy. I don't believe that we've truly created real AI yet, but I believe that, say, if we could create a cybernetic version of a human, and give it a
Well,
form of consciousness, that it
let's
wouldn't
say
be
you
any
go
different
beyond
from us.
beliefs. Aaron, let's say you go beyond beliefs. What about knowing and discernment? Hence, when people talk about not going to the light, go beyond the light. And then you can choose to come back to us as other fellow beings. The reason why most people go to the light's the magnetic thing or whatever, then you become deleted. All your information gets, it's like a tape recorder. Again, I hear you
Yeah, I
talking.
agree.
I'm hearing you talk about beliefs. Belief systems is something. What is it? Knowledge? Is it discernment? Is it understanding? Because I'm willing to
I
entertain belief systems, all the
I
different
feel
dogmas we
like
have here.
discernment's learned, and it's all still dogmas. I feel.
It
I
is, but it's
I
just different awareness. I get it. Not everybody's going to be able to run. Some people are going to walk. Some people are going to jump. I get where you're coming from.
But
You have
it's
very strong beliefs, Aaron. That's what I'm kind of trying to tell you. You have very strong beliefs. If you can actually
there.
humble the self and not just make it about you, you can actually take in more information.
Well, I don't see that I am any different than anyone else. It's just a matter of
How would you know that?
the what where we
How would you know that, Aaron? Sorry, Aaron, but how would you know that? How would you know
from.
that you're different, that you're not different, let alone similar than other people? Would you not have to just hear them and just hear
I've
them out? It.
observed
Hmm.
them. I've spent most of my life observing rather than experiencing.
Okay, good enough. Thank you. Okay.
I mean, I've actually done both. I guess it's just the way I communicate. That's all. I feel like we're saying similar things or believing similar things. It's just the way I'm communicating it is not the way that you would, because I feel like it's wording. Like whenever you're saying things, I feel like you're saying the same thing, just with different words.
Maybe you have to hear me, but you're hearing a voice and you're making some assumption, which is fine. I think we all do that.
No, I mean, like with the whole deleting thing, I agree. Like, I mean, if I use that, I feel like the terminology is, I guess it can make a difference, but your understanding of um terminology is better than mine, and I'm just describing it in the best way that I have words for at this moment in time. But I whenever you say what you say, I feel like that would be the words that I would use if I were looking at it from a purely I don't know, a scholarly standpoint. I don't have any formal education in anything but theology, actually. So
Okay, but you said the word that you don't know. How would you go around obtaining to know before you can actually use discernment? How would you know that?
I don't describe discernment or define it, please.
Knowledge, to know of something. Doesn't mean we understand it, let alone have discernment. But once you know something, then you can say, how does it serve? That would be discernment. How does it serve me, let alone others? So you have a lot of strong beliefs, whether you know it or not. But once you do know, can you apply discernment? Because knowledge is just awareness of something. Doesn't mean you really have
Yes.
discernment of that information. So
Discernment, I believe, is what separates me from all these people that are having these channels on YouTube talking
how
about the
would you
same
know
shit every
that?
day.
Okay, I get the noise part. That's
Because
noise. A lot.
because I mean I've been there. I've
Okay, but you're
been
talking to
on
me right
more
now. Hold
vision
on.
quests.
You're
All right.
talking to me right now. I'm actually coming to your level of awareness. How would you know otherwise? Because I don't go around telling other people. To me, it could be noise, but it could be useful noise. People want to argue with each other. They're arguing
Oh,
with their
I love
personas. Mhm.
there's a difference between debating and arguing though.
I
Like
don't. I
debate used to
don't.
be the national pastime.
I don't debate. So that wouldn't be for me. If you're going to have something, how does one debate another person's view?
They all they do is both express their views and try to understand from the other person's perspective.
Doesn't the word understand give it away? You're not here to understand other people. That's something. This is kind of the eye
But
of
why
the
not? It's
beholder
part of
in
the human
Plato. Why
experience.
not? Again, we're human beings.
If you can't put yourself in someone's shoes, from
You're saying cliches, by the way. You're
it,
not in
it's, it
you're
doesn't
not in
make it
my
any less
you,
true.
you're not in my vessel. So how would you experience the sun that I actually observed? How would you experience with my senses how I experience this sun, for example?
By using these compartmentalizations that we've been indoctrinated into to describe them.
Okay, so a dumbed down version, basically. Okay, I'm with you, Aaron. I'm just breaking it down to a very simplistic way, whatever, because there's things way beyond all that stuff. We're talking right now about the senses,
I
which is
know.
fine.
For instance, whenever I was dead for that period of time, I have training in like lucid dreaming and being able to go out of body through meditation and things like that. And I was taught to travel the gates, and if I ever get stuck, to remember every line on my hand. Like I studied my hands so much that I know every line in my hand, and that is how I bring myself back to this body instantly. And that's the only way. I had no form. All right, I didn't know where I was. I was just there. I was experiencing whatever wherever whatever I was, and I after a while of enjoying it, I thought something's nagging me and something's not as it should be, and then I got distracted again by all the lights, colors, sound, everything I was experiencing at the time, and I realized I could instantly create anything that I thought of. It's not like I was really speaking anything or feeling anything, but whatever I think I would see and experience, and it wasn't anything like earthly or anything. It was just like colors and shapes, whatever. It's really hard to explain, but
Yeah,
I eventually I realized the same way I do when I'm lucid dreaming or start lucid dreaming from regular dreaming, and I remembered I'm a person, I have a body, and I started thinking of my hands, and I I for a second woke up in the back of an ambulance, and I thought, that's not real. That can't be real. And then I went back to this realm feeling the exact same way and flying. It felt like I was flying around like the same way it feels whenever I'm flying in a lucid dream or whatever. Anyway, um, that incredible that feeling of energy just going through your body. To the point where your skin is vibrating. That kind of feeling. Um, like your entire body vibrates. It's what you do when you do cyclical breathing in like the shamanic tradition for like an hour, and then for the next hour after that, it's almost like you're having an incredible DMT trip, but you're just experiencing oxygen, high uptake of oxygen, and what it does to your body. But that's how I feel whenever I'm flying in a lucid dream, and that feeling I associate it with death because it's like the best buzz you could ever feel, and when you die, your brain releases DMT, and that's the same feeling. I mean, some people might describe it as a like a more positive, intense version of like going down a roller coaster or vertigo, but not unpleasant. You know, things like that. It's similar, but to coax myself back in my body, actually had to give myself voice. I had to basically say, "All right, dumbass, you're dying. Get the fuck back in your body. This isn't your reality right now. You've got stuff to do. Go." And I had to keep talking myself into it like that, and continuously looking at hands that I was having to force to be there because that feeling that was going through what I perceived as my existence. At that time was so overwhelming, and it was hard to stay away from the light. But the light was only initial though. After a while, that's when I got to that point where I felt as if I could create whatever I intended at that time, and that's what was distracting. I could
I
have stayed
think
there forever, but
I think that the thing is you probably wasn't uh that's not something that you probably was familiar with, right? So and you felt like you had to lead yourself, you had to control yourself, you had to
yeah,
do all these things.
yes, I had been in similar situations when training like to have out of body experiences and lucid dreaming and stuff. So I was that's the only reason I was able, and plus I'd always told myself do not go into the light, and I had to fight my way through that to get to this area where I could assumingly create whatever I willed into existence. And
At
I just
that
assumed
point,
that all these other lights were maybe points of entry and exit into other realms. I don't know. I have no idea. I didn't explore them because I was worried about getting back to this existence because I do want to. I feel as if I have a purpose here, so I'm not ready to go, and I knew what was happening at that point. So
that's the scary part about it. You could you
it
there is
wasn't
a
scary to me though.
possibility that you didn't make it back, right? You was trapped where you
Maybe
at because you becoming aware of what's exactly what's going on and not being familiar with it, the way you're supposed to be familiar with it, right? So it just puts you in that paranoia state of mind, right?
it could be. And another time when I nearly died, my heart rate was over 300, which the doctor said wasn't possible, and my heart should have exploded. They said, but it was happening, and I went into the exact same state of being. It was no different than it was. So I'm just assuming that my body, my physical body, was freaking out because the energy that guides it had left, and it couldn't operate normally without it. Like Dianetics also taught me that we can change our what I call subconscious routines. I've got my brain to sort of operate more like a computer because that's what I've always known. That it's what I've grown up with, and I know how a computer works very intimately. So I refer to like subconscious physical activity like heart beating, things like that. I consider that all like subroutines or you know unconscious um commands or whatever, and I can augment those at will, and that's something that I do that makes me think that despite I believe we're just energy, and that we have more control over this reality than we believe that we do. And I feel like the only reason for the way things seem to be going in this in this paradigm, this realm, whatever you want to call it, in which our physical state exists in. At this moment, I feel the only reason our attention is being fought so hard to go in certain directions or just be complacent with whatever they're throwing our way is actually important. That's why I feel like we're important, because the only thing, I've studied history for most of my life, and I grew up in a literal library. Like, my dad left me all the, basically most of the things that I'm aware of. There, every subject, like almost every room in my house has floor to ceiling, like um, bookshelves, and there's all sorts of topics. Mainly, yeah, there's a lot of sci-fi and science and history, but there's literally everything you could think of, and I hate it. There's no room to live here, like, in some ways, and I wish I could get rid of some of these books for free, which I can, but I just can't find anyone locally that'll come and take them off my hands. But that's beside the point. Uh,
But
like I
look,
said, I'm
let
actually
me say this right
distracted.
quick. And I
Hear me
think Don,
out.
I think Don probably want to say something too.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Don.
Naga, do you mind if I actually share one of my buddy's name here for Aaron?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, okay. So, Aaron, what I'm hearing you talk about is transcendental. Transcendental. That's what that usually it is. Sounds like you have a certain gift. The trauma probably aided that. What you're probably experiencing is when you go into the other realm, you see the constants that were here. So, a person that would probably be able to put it in words, because he's been doing it for a long time, is this Axis rat blood. If you ever jump on his channel one time and you start,
I think I'm subscribed to him, but I haven't watched any of his stuff yet. I forget who referred me to that channel. It might have been Bex.
okay.
I'm not
So, but
sure.
if you ever go there, you start talking that way, and you start acting Axis, he'll put words to everything that you're talking about. He's talking about light and dark. So what you're talking about, and obviously you gathered a lot of information. So you're whether you wherever or not, you're a spiritual being. You're not a material being. So
Well,
you've tapped into. Go ahead.
I've had a bad problem always, even my entire. All right, I'd have to kind of really tell you how my experiences started out that are different from most people's.
Wrong person to talk to. I'm telling you that right
Well,
now. I'm the wrong person. You want to share, go ahead, but not to me. So I'll hear you. But
all right, I
again,
appreciate it.
it's about energy with the right energy. You know what I mean? So like I
I
said, I
understand.
shared something. He'll put it in words that it will resonate with you.
Well, sometimes I'll have the words.
Okay.
That's the problem. I just can't tap into them at this moment in time consciously. But I started off. I always had a feeling of deja vu every day of my childhood, and then when my father passed away, like from cancer, when I was 8, I actually found myself. I was asleep, but I was watching him above him, and that was my first experience that really made me think. And later on in my life, I realized maybe I was dreaming the future prior to that moment, but I had a lot of strange experiences. Before that, like with the deja vu activity, like it was daily. Almost every day I would have an experience, and then
I was just
watching, just
I was
corporately
just
watching
talking
my
about
father
that
die,
earlier.
like every detail of the room. What?
I was just talking about that deja vu. Why we have deja vu earlier is because we constantly exit and enter in the earth, right? We
I can see
we
that.
we not staying. We don't think that when we in the earth, because of the way we perceive things, we don't think that the earth is where we're supposed to be. We felt trapped in the in the earth, and at some point we felt like we need to exit the earth and find that freedom that we're looking at. You know what I'm saying? Because
I
we're inside of a prison. So
I
once
don't
we
feel
do
that
that,
way. I don't feel trapped.
well, I know you don't feel that way, but I'm talking about where's that deja vu come from? It come from you having that feeling before, and you explore that feeling, right? You felt that
Right.
okay, I was trapped, probably through a different lifetime, or through a different state of mind, whatever where we can put it, because not everybody believe in different lifetime, right?
Sorry, I
Or
stepped on my cord and accidentally, like, when I accidentally didn't hear some things. I stepped on the cord and yanked it out of my headphones on accident.
Yeah, so what I was saying again, it come from, from us, exit and entering the earth, through different space and time, right? And now that we are the same, now that we are the same point, you know what I'm saying? That where we at, and we experience what happened before, and it's up to us to be like, oh, okay, this I know what's going to happen, In fact, I'm just going, to make it happen. I'm the one making it happen. You know what I'm saying? And then this is where you keep going through that same experience over and over, right?
I
Well,
can see that.
that you have that feeling, and then you go and explore and see what that feeling is about, But at the end of the day, it's supposed to be about balance. What's the logic behind the feeling? What's the logic behind the emotions? You know what I'm saying? What's the reason why I'm feeling the way I'm feeling? You know, I cannot just dive into something I don't know the reason behind it, right? I need to know the reason behind it first, and then I can say, okay, it's all right for me to go and take a peek, on what's going on. But like I said, these coming from us enter of and exit the earth. Me also, I have multiple deja vu. I had deja vu that take me on a journey, right, to go and collect different version of myself. This is the reason why I felt like I'm whole, right? I felt like I'm a whole being. I don't feel like I'm a part of myself. I can see how everything is connect and lead back to me, right? Because I'm at the center, so I'm one with the center, basically. Kind of like if I would use a kind of a religious expression, it's kind of like how Jesus said that I am one with the Father. If you see me, then you see the Father also. So I felt like I'm one with the center, because I am at the center. You know what I'm saying? So I can see how it just like I could see how everything lead back to the center, how it's up and down, left and right coming from the center. I could see how everything is coming from me or everything is lead back to me.
You see, I resonate with that. I do. The way I would describe it is like Highlander. There can be only one, in a sense, but not with the different individuals. But like when you were talking about collecting the versions of yourself and whatnot, I through always having always being curious about religions because I've always known that there was more ability that we have and that we are. There was more to this existence. I've thought that ever since I had that experience where I was watching my dad die in real time, even though I was asleep upstairs in my bedroom. And I described the entire everything that happened downstairs to my mom when she came to wake me up. I just told her I know, and she knew that I knew because my mom's incredible with understanding things from the way she was raised. She's never been able to hear. She's always had like an infection that's been inside of her head that makes it so she's not been able to really hardly hear anything. So she's had a different understanding of things always, and she's been more of a person that feels her way around this existence rather than using logic or thinking. And she has trouble understanding things except when it's just an experience. And when I told her I knew, I feel that I communicated my entire experience with just I'm assuming the vagus nerve system antenna apparatus. Like I feel that's how we used to communicate at one point in time is just entire experiences by projecting them. Like sort of how people say that Sasquatch people have the ability to communicate entire experiences like of fear and that seems irrational at the time to other people with effortlessly because they never were they were never cut off from knowing of their abilities. They weren't born into a world that they were never taught about them. So the average human without the trauma to make them think differently or hallucinogens or just experiences, maybe natural born genetic advancements, who knows, maybe, but
I
it
definitely
really
agree with
determines
you on
every
that.
individual.
I definitely agree with that, with the trauma aspect, because this is what I mean by collecting this different version of me, right?
Mhm.
And collecting all these different versions of me, there was a part of me that was dying over and over. Every time a part of me get to that certain point of time, it dies.
I see
So,
what you're saying now. Like I can put it in Dianetic terms where every time you have a traumatic experience, it puts sort of a block on your emotions, and a little bit of
Right.
you stays behind in that moment. You never quite fully advance as a whole being beyond that point. That's why eventually adults lose that childlike sense of wonder where, like, I used to be able, until I had my first serious relationship and breakup, like, I used to be able to say, wouldn't it be funny if, from time to time, and then whatever I said after that usually would happen within minutes. And
Yeah, it's like playing Mortal Kombat, right? And every time you come face to face with Scorpio, right? He killed you. Or or whatever character he killed you, right? And finally you're like, oh, I know why he killed me. You able to master, what's going on, and you able to pass him this time. This is why but should I put it towards the last character, right? Of Mortal Kombat, right? So it's like every time you get to the last one, you know what I'm saying, you die because the last one is stronger than you or than all of the other version. This is why it's all the way at the top, right? So finally, right, you're able to beat him, and you are
you there?
way, for the
Oh,
center. Is like
sorry,
another
you cut out.
perspective of the center. Just like the bottom is another perspective of the center. The left or the right, they're all different perspective of the center. But I just want to respond to what Lady Shay said, about the movie. I
The
don't know if
one.
you're talking
It's
about
a
the
good
movie,
movie.
the one.
That's a good movie. It's similar to the way you were describing things. He was going through like dim, like versions of reality where he had to basically didn't he have to kill himself and kind of like Highlander like and defeat himself in battle, and then that part would rejoin him, something to that effect. It's been a long time
That's why
since
I
I've
was
seen it.
asking. That's why I was asking. I'm not sure because I only see a movie, the one, but is Jet Li the one? I seen that the Jet Li the one movie where he have to go to different universes,
Yeah,
right?
that
Fight
that's
himself. But while he doing these versions of fighting himself, right, he also becomes stronger. So in
yeah.
other way, it seems like he was destroying, himself, right? His version of himself, but more so is like he was, you know, collecting his version of himself because he was getting stronger. Because we can tell, at the end of the movie when he met the last version of himself, and the two guardians, right? They were saying that, man, the way the way he fight, they felt, they were saying that, man, I could feel like he getting stronger, and more he was started to know, to become stronger and stronger until like he was the last one. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So it's more, it seems like I said, it's a paradox. This is what I explained, the infinity aspect of all things as a paradox. Either way, we experience that infinite aspect of us, but is that we some of us experience it consciously and some of us experience it subconsciously. But me personally, I feel like because we are conscious being, I don't think we are subconscious being. I think naturally we are conscious being. So I feel like we should express, well, I mean, we should experience, that infinity of all things consciously, not subconsciously. And I
Well,
think,
I
go ahead.
agree. Well, I was gonna say some of the experiences I've had have been subconscious. Like, well, I guess something in reality was what made me able to relate it and figure out that have the experience subconsciously. Because after watching like The Matrix, for example, I was able to have words that people could understand or I could understand for the things I was experiencing, like such. Sure, I forget what it was. Um, that I was gonna say. I lost it there. Sorry, I was listening. I was gonna come back to the Matrix, and it wasn't about we already know all the answers part, but it was more like something you were saying about your experience.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll come back to you. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I say I would, it's crazy she bought the movie because the movie keep coming into my mind, but a lot of time I don't like to bring up things from outside. I will do it, if I know, okay, certain people will understand it from that perspective. You know what I'm saying? Like for example, like when I just use a religious expression, you know, to go back to my own expression. So I do it like that, you know. But most of the time, I like to use my own expression. I was thinking about the movie the whole time. This is why when she put, you know, when she talking about, you know, when she put that comment in the chat, I highlighted, you know, and asked, you know, if she was talking about that Jet Li movie, the one, because you know I could see, you know, how is it possible, and I could see the paradox of it, you know, because I'm looking at the paradox of my reality, you know.
Right. I I feel that, I gained an understanding. You had the thing about trauma. I gained an understanding of it through Dianetics. Yeah, L. Ron Hubbard was driven crazy by the CIA, but it was so they could steal his book and use it to create all the forms of advertising and media that they use today to control us with, or try to control us with, whatever. But it's there's a lot of truth behind it, and I truly believe it's the only science of the mind, because through it I've been able to understand, and it's helped me to understand other people and understand how to help them get to that experience, and just by using the words, the terminology that and concepts that I learned in it. And it explains, it breaks down the mind into or the self into different categories based on survival and the importance, like survival of self, and then it goes to survival of the family, the survival of the community, and survival of the species. And all decisions usually come down to one of those categories. And
And I think
every
it come from the true story, which is, you know, the nature of survival itself, meaning that nurture, right? Nature, right? The what we think about outside, what we think as nature, right? Mother Nature, right? She survived, right? She's alive, right? So she never died. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I agree. I don't think we could do anything to destroy this planet, even if we tried, because Mother Nature, quote unquote, could just wipe us off the planet anytime, and it
She
always
don't even have to
heals.
do it. We
There's
do
always
it
balance.
ourselves. She don't even have to do it. This is
I
the
know.
thing. She's not even violent. You know what I'm saying? It's there. She could, but she don't have to, because our mindset going to lead to self destruction.
It makes me wonder sometimes if we are part of a larger physical being. Like maybe I don't know if you watch Rick and Morty, but there's an episode where there's an entire like little species of creatures that are running on treadmills to power his battery for his ship. And maybe we are just the gut bacteria of a planet that maybe is another working part of something even larger. I mean, how would we
Yeah,
really
you are
know?
something. You definitely, just like the cells in your body, right, is all working together, right,
Exactly.
to keep you alive.
It's hard to tell. We could be inside of a giant octopus, the size of the galaxy, for all we know. I mean, and space isn't an empty vacuum; it's a vacuum full of plasma and electricity and magnetism and Lord knows what else.
Yeah,
I mean,
I can't really comprehend space, right?
I
what
can't either.
people what
Really.
people, you know, depict as, you know, outer space or space. I can't really. I think space exists within the earth. You know, within the earth there is space, you know.
You
Everything
see,
is in their
I'm
own
having
space.
issues too, because the satellites. I've noticed every time there's a crashed satellite, there's a balloon attached to it. It's not a parachute. It's a straight up balloon. So I'm wondering how many actual things there are in this so-called space. Like, I mean, I'm not saying I believe in the whole flat Earth paradigm by any means, but I just know that there's more to this realm than what maybe anyone understands, or but the people that have claimed to be in space, like, I mean, technically the outer levels of atmosphere of Earth still extend beyond the moon. So
That's the thing. I think what they, you know, like this them satellites, what they're talking about outer space is literally, you know, is
the ether,
is
the
is
negative space.
literally the atmosphere, right? They're describing the atmosphere. They're having things right in the atmosphere, right? and they saying that these things is outer space,
Like the
which is
outer
a
reaches
lie.
of
These
this
things is
realm,
definitely
the physical
is
realm.
these things is in space, just like from like everything is in their own space, like in their own ecosystem. You know what I'm
Ha-
saying?
Have you
That's
ever
their own
looked at
space.
Have you ever looked at a star and saw colorful LEDs that were flickering rather than just consistent colored light that sometimes may appear that's blinking? Have you ever just looked at it and saw like blue and red flashing light, LED looking lights off in the distance, like, and it's everyone else believes it's star. It looks like it would any other night, but I just certain stars I see different colors and they're flickering, and I think back to the NDE or near death experiences or whatever, or death experiences, and remember all the different colored lights I saw, and I wonder, is the realm where we have is space so limited as to who can go there or even really know, is it all under lock and key so much and secretive because because of what you were just saying, maybe it's the outer edges of this realm, how we get out of this this paradigm that we're in, that we can co-create. Is it another place? I mean, is it the the nothingness where we travel through to get to portals that take us to other
No,
places similar to
I
this? I
don't
don't
think
know.
I'm not describing that at all. This is why I speak from the infinite aspect of things. So I think everything is something. Everything is a thing. I
Well,
don't
to
like.
deny something isn't real is makes it more real than if it was never conceived of. Also,
Right, that's why I said that. What I think, when I say I don't comprehend space and the way that they express it, I think space is the space between me and you, is the space between ecosystem and ecosystem, right? Is the space between between the earth and the atmosphere. This is space to me. I don't think there is no such thing as what how they express it as outer space. I think it's inner space.
so what if you were to get in a physical machine and travel just straight out, what do you believe that you would encounter?
Say that again.
If you were to get in like a ship or something and travel up on a rocket and keep going and keep would you go forever? Would you what do you believe would happen?
You say if I get on a ship and travel on the ocean forever
No, like a ship towards the sky, and where do
on
you
a
think you would
ship.
eventually end up? Yeah, like a rocket or something.
But that's the thing. I don't think rockets keep traveling up forever. I think rocket, they go up, right? And at some point, right, they bend, right? They go at some point, they bend. It's like I think rocket is shot up like an arch,
Well,
right?
supposedly the science behind that is they have to go at a certain curve to be able to bypass the forces that um, would normally keep us here on this planet. Like they say, you have to go at a certain angle and a certain speed, velocity, all that stuff. So I that's the explanation traditionally for it. But you're saying they just go around the outer edge of this existence and
Of this ecosystem of this, they they build to travel from one ecosystem to another ecosystem.
so once you get outside of this one, you end up in another place or realm, place, ecosystem. I'm not sure what you mean by ecosystem, I guess.
But ecosystem, look at it in the form of a pyramid, of a step pyramid. Every step on the pyramid is their own ecosystem, is their own realms.
So you mean realm like Yggdrasil model of that the Vikings use, like the different layers of or gates that you travel through to the next existence or another existence, another
No,
plane of
again,
existence.
it's not. Again, I'm not looking at a different existence. I'm looking at as the same existence, but its own space, its own ecosystem.
Okay.
Right? Just like it's kind of like how they depicted country, right? How they depicted different country, but it's still on Earth, right? And this is what I'm saying with the with the different ecosystem.
So, like when the astronauts say it's more likened when they leave the atmospheric area, that it's kind of like hitting the ocean, and why people use Navy terminology for space travel and stuff. Like it's just a different place.
Yeah, like I said, different ecosystem, different, they will hit, a certain part, that don't have a civilization, right? They'll hit that part, and they'll so call and say is something, or is Mars, or is whatever name that they gave it, but these rockets is not traveling up and find something up as if they want us to believe.
There's
Let me
been
go.
all right.
Let me pull up what a pyramid, what a step pyramid, and show you how,
Oh,
you know.
I can picture what you're saying. Like I understand now. I and like the plasma entities that recently I had a feeling existed, but recently there was a document that was declassified that admitted the existence and that our government is aware of a form of creature that is existent purely of plasma, just like the people in ancient times actually spoke of. Like supposedly the Great Pyramid was powered by what they called a jinn, and a being of pure plasma being trapped inside, and that's what powered it as a weapon, a way of traveling to another realm, and all sorts of other purposes, powering the entire Earth grid when there was actual tech still in it before uh, King Solomon or whatever supposedly dismantled it. Had parts of it sent to the four corners of the earth so that it couldn't be used as a weapon again right after he overloaded the earth grid that wirelessly powered everything on the ley lines.
Okay, look, this is a can you all see the screen I'm sharing?
Yes.
This is how I see the earth, right? I'm
So
looking at the earth like that. This is why I have two. This is why in my avatar you see I have two circle in a form of a disc
I
that's
noticed
connected,
that.
right?
That's a perfect example. I was wondering about the avatar. I thought it had something to do with that paradigm, but I wasn't sure. But yeah, it's kind of like the Yggdrasil story, the world tree. Like there's like Middle Earth, and then well, just semantically, there's the levels. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, and this is for a reason. This is why you see mine is not in the same way. It's not going from up to down, or from down to up. It's vertical.
Yeah, and when I say realm or this
I
reality,
mean,
I'm meaning each of these levels that you're talking about.
I mean to say mine is horizontal, right? Mine is not vertical like the pyramid. You can see how the pyramid is built in a vertical way, right? But mine is built horizontally, right? Like the horizon, right?
Mhm.
Like the horizon line, you see, is a line that's going from left to right. So this is how the earth is shaped, right? It's basically the same description as the pyramid, but it's not vertical, it's horizontal, right? So
Right.
when they shoot the rocket, right, from one end to another end, right? Let me see if I could find a picture of my oh no, I don't even need it don't even need to be my avatar, right? Because we all these things depict basically the same thing.
Yeah, you're basically describing with different terminology the story of Yggdrasil, the world tree, and each level is a realm. There's I forget the names of them, but you could just check out the Thor movies. Like they kind of explain it there in a way.
Well, look, so basically what I'm saying,
Right
one
there.
one of this circle right here is the known world. One of these circle right here is the known world, is what we know as the world today. But this other one right here, right, is the
Mhm.
unknown, is the world that we don't know about. Is not I'm not talking about the spiritual. I'm talking about physically. Physically,
Yeah.
the earth is like is balanced, right? Right.
Yeah.
The world is not just like how they're showing us, just one ball or whatever it is they're showing us today. It's like the same thing as the Ouroboros, right?
That's why
You
I
see,
describe myself as a realmist, because I believe the exact same thing.
so right quick. So when we shoot a rocket from up here, from right here, the rocket go up like this and like a arch and fall through right here in the unknown, which is unknown to us, but is known to them. Let me show you what I mean by that.
I think you type faster than I do.
Nah, hell no, I don't.
But the only thing I believe differently is that like some realms that are different from this, I believe some of them we have more abilities. I don't believe we're naturally from this realm. Not all of us. Some of us, I believe, are from a different level, and where we are able to manifest things instantly just by intent, and that we are formless, like as far as we would consider ourselves having a body now. But
This is
I
what I
believe
mean by that.
I believe it's beyond what we're considering space. But I also believe that the technology that went out with the pyramid when it quit working made it so we can't go to these places. Like when people say there's beings that they saw that vibrate at such a high rate that they appear to them as fire, like a jinn or something. I believe that's just a different realm that they're from, and I believe the pyramid was a way to travel instantaneously to these places, and that there used to be something in the quote unquote king's chamber that used to allow that, and why people can go to sleep in that box, in that not sarcophagus in there, and actually have out of body experience sort of deals where they can travel these realms, or they see while laying in there and vibrating, like humming at a certain frequency, they will eventually start seeing beings that they wouldn't normally see, because there's still remnants of the technology, and it's all vibration and things that enable us to utilize that technology that is kind of a shortcut. And I believe that it it was used the wrong way or misunderstood, since we just keep building on top of what's already there and not knowing what the hell happens due to the cycles on in this level or whatever. And that's why people keep seeking out these ancient places and building on top of them, because they think they know, but half the time the people that find them either have the wrong intentions or have no idea what they've stumbled upon. And
Well, they know these people that's looking for them know they're there.
oh
They
yeah,
just want to hide the truth, right? They
or
just want to cover the truth because we went through an age of discovery, meaning that a lot of things was covered up.
oh
So it
yeah,
had to be discovered. And this is in our reality, everything that could expose, right? That have the same story as the original story is being covered up. Every
yeah,
time
like
they
the
find everything they
Atrahasis
know.
and Epic of Gilgamesh and the Bible and all the other things, the story of Atlantis, all of it. It's
Well,
just
I'm not really talking in that sense, but I'm talking about
adaptation.
the original story. I think the Bible, all these things lead to the origin story of the story that we know of today. When
Yeah,
it comes to the Bible,
they're
when it comes to all these scriptures,
adaptations, you mean? Like a rewritten, like whenever you tell someone something and it changes over time, if you every time someone retells it, you're talking about the original story that started all of that, right?
I'm saying they're covering the original story
Oh.
that they use, right, to tell
Mhm.
their story,
I
right?
think it's to the point where no one in existence knows the real story in its entirety any longer. I that's why I think.
I think a lot of people do. I think a lot of people do. I think I'm one of those people, you
Well,
know.
I feel as if, yeah, we can come upon the story, but I don't feel like like it's something that's passed down or already known. I think that people have to come upon the knowledge or know the right questions to be led there, you know. I
But that's the thing. I think that the original story is being told right now in real time. We not tune in to the
like
original story. We
like
tune
the
we
cycle
tune in
happening
to
again.
we tune not the cycle happening again, but it's a continuous cycle. So we tune in right to his story, right? We tune into not history to history, which is his story. We tune into that, right? So because of that, we can see the original story is still being told because it's a continuous story. Story. It never stops. There is no end to it. There is no beginning to the original story, right? It's a continuous story. But like I said, because we are tuned into history, which is his story, right? So we cannot really see like the original story. But I think when we start tuning into our own story, right, we can't help but seeing that the story is being told. We can see that this our story is aligned, is in alignment with the original story because it's our story, right? Is our story. So it's not coming from history or his story, it's coming from within you, right? And because it's coming from within you, you can see how the story that's coming, that's being told, the original story from the earth, how the earth is telling its own story. And you can see that the story that the earth is telling and the story that you're telling is in alignment with the earth. But that's for you to realize that you have to be able to detach from his story. You have to be able to to have your own story.
I,
But let
I,
me
I
just
try
say
not to
this right
detach
quick.
from history completely just because I need a way to show the next person to be able to explain to them. I don't know. I feel like when the student is ready, the teacher will find them. And I kind of feel like at this moment you found me because every time we speak, I feel like something you say takes me on my next step and that everything is as it should be. Once again, like it just had been a while since I had ran into uh that since a teacher has found me and I believe that's how everyone learns, like whether it be a movie being your teacher or for that next step, whatever sparks that realization and helps you figure out what it is that you were looking for, if in fact you chose to as an individual to continue leveling up and getting to know that story. But yes, i i, I vibe with that.
But I hear what you're saying, but I think is not. I don't think the word teacher is in its prop. It's in the its original context. It should be hard teach, right? It should be hard teach, not teach her. I don't think we can teach her. I think she could definitely teach us, right? And when I in that context, I'm talking about Mother Earth. I'm talking about Mother Nature, right? So
Right.
so I think she can teach us. I don't think we can teach her anything. You know what I'm saying? She is the teacher. You know what I'm
I,
saying?
I
Or she is the teaching herself. She is the teaching herself, not the teacher, right?
would
She is
another way to look at it be like the Akashic records and the ether that is all things, or basically all things I would normally consider ether, and that like everything that exists is
yeah.
known
When we
by
say
this force.
when we say ether, we're saying it's her, right? We're saying it's
Okay,
her.
I
It's
gotcha.
it's Mama Earth. It's Mama Nature, right? It's our nature, right?
Sorry,
It's all
I
hers.
just get confused whenever things get humanized, like, but that's the best way for people to understand, and I see why you use that for an understanding, and it's brilliant. Like,
Yeah, let me say this right quick. Much love and respect to knowledge, uprising in the chat. Shout out to you, bro. Should hit the link sometime, but I know, the lives, be, happening and, not in alignment with your time, but sometimes it is a mismatch, you know what I'm saying, with the timing. But I hope one day, you're able to, catch one of them lives, and hop in, you know. But let me just finish say this what we was talking about, with the space with this picture, because I put it up for a reason, right?
Yes.
This is one of the old maps, right? That we used to have when it comes to the earth, right? Or some, some way somehow it turned into a ball, right? It turned into like one of these. Some way somehow they make all of that fit into one, right? They make all of that and all of that fit into one, right? But like I said, I think that the earth, its original form is like this. It's like two of these, and each one of these have their own uh landmass, right? So
Yeah.
when we send the rockets, from one, right, from this right here, it go to the atmosphere, right, and land on this one right here, right, and this is where, what I'm saying, we don't know about this land mass, you know what I'm saying, because is different beings, that's on the land mass, but more so they shoot the rockets like somewhere right here. You see, like how is the land is right here. Is a lot of land is kind of considered like civilization. They will shoot the rocket like somewhere right here where is not much civilization, and where they could have, they could set up their own little stage.
It is interesting how it's like an unspoken thing that no one is whenever people suppose, but according to the narrative, people aren't allowed to send things just out just anywhere, but they always send them towards what we would consider the South Pole, and because of whatever that point is, the uh I forget, Lagrange point or something like that. And supposedly there's some treaty with some other beings that we stay away from all the Lagrange points except for like a certain few because they have domain there, and they don't want us there. That's the story I heard anyway. The
Well,
story
I don't think it's that they don't want us here. I think we're not supposed to be there. Just like
that's what I
it
meant.
might
They don't
seem
want us
like
invading their area out
just
there.
like it might seem like we don't want them here neither. But at the end of the day, is that the fact that they're not supposed to be here. If they would come here, they would have to condition the environment, in order for them to survive,
I
right?
I I believe that the sun is whatever the sun actually is. I feel like whatever its magnetic frequency makes our physical body vibrate at. Like I feel like if these beings that vibrate higher that appear to be fire come here, like we wouldn't be able to exist around them physically. So they can't come here physically without setting everything around them on fire because they're vibrating at such a higher frequency. And
Well,
I
they
feel like
can.
that's why we only see visions of them, and they don't seem to truly have a physical form in this world.
Well, they
In this
can
realm.
if they condition the environment, right?
Yeah.
To if they condition the environment before they come, then they will
Which
be
is
able
why
to
they
survive.
are trying to control what we pay our attentions to, so that we change the environment to be more conducive to their existence, right?
Right, for them to survive. So,
Exactly. Like the
they
Elohim, it was said that we had to do certain things for them to be around because they had trouble existing in this realm. They were paranoid, and they were actually pretty easy to kill. That's why they were so paranoid, or to destroy in this existence. And that's also supposedly why they're trying to terraform this place. If you believe that the Elohim are the bad guys, that's
well,
my
terraform is not what we
that's
really
just the
think it
best
is,
word I
because
have for it.
terraform is not what we think it really is. Terra means earth, you know,
Yeah,
or terra, right? La terre, right? Or terra, right? Is earth. You know what I'm saying? So the
yeah.
form, right, is the shape of it, right? Is the condition of it, right?
I believe the
So
time before the moon is the way this place was supposed to be, and that the moon was brought here so that it would limit us as to what we are able to do compared to the like the Dogon tribe, speaking about the time before the moon, and uh many other groups of people, the Hopi and the Zuni, and them talking about like the times before the moon, and when they were before they were split into people of two hearts that came back up on the surface of world that we live in now, and then there was the ones that stayed behind with the ant people. And um, how you, if you ask a Zuni elder about the Kachinas, they will straight up say the red and the blue Kachina was Inky and Enlil, and that they were physical beings. And yes, they use those exact names to this day, and which coincide with the Anunnaki, the El, whatever you want to call them. But I believe that there's something that they want here, and it's not gold. I think it's the ability that we have to create on this realm. I don't think they have that ability wherever they're from.
Well, I definitely agree with you when it comes to they want something here. And from my perspective or my understanding, my conception, right? If we have the ability, right,
Mm-hmm.
to which is a paradox because it the whole thing, the whole my whole thing is based on that, right? Is based on the finite and the infinite, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So uh if there is a a certain being, right, that's consciously, right, experiencing the finite, right,
Mm-hmm.
and the balance of that, right, the polarity of that will be some type, certain beings, right, that experiences the finite, right, or if there are certain beings that experiencing the finite, the polar opposite to that, right, the balance to that, right, will be certain beings that experiences the infinite, right.
And, yeah, I believe that us as humans, why I've had trouble designating like whether it's humans or all conscious things. I think I'm changing my opinion on that because I believe that humans may be the only thing that are infinite in this this level or realm or ecosystem, as you were saying, and that we're the only ones that can change things in this ecosystem, and they're wanting control of us to make it conducive so they can take our energy that is infinite and make it their own. Maybe.
Well, I think we are that. We are that the infinite.
Yes.
While we being trapped, right, in the finite aspect, right? This is why I said that again. There was a part of me that was dying over and over. But I don't think that's natural. That's normal. This is why I had to go back and collect that part of me and save that part of me, right? From dying over and over, right? So now I'm a whole being, right? So I'm saying this to say that why they have us over here. Remember how I depicted the earth to
Yes.
be, right? How I
Mhm.
depicted the earth based on my understanding, right? Is it's two different ecosystems, right? That have many ecosystems within them, right? But on a broader level, looking at the two ecosystem like the old scale I showed earlier, right? How so one, right, is have, right, infinity, right, is being contained in its own ecosystem. Everything in that ecosystem is infinite, right, consciously, right. And we
Yes.
have the finite aspect that's being contained in its own ecosystem. Everything in that ecosystem is finite, right. So then we have people, right, or things coming from the finite, right, ecosystem or the finite world, right, to come into the infinite world and try to obtain, right, that infinity, right,
Because
and try to get, okay, what makes
okay.
this world infinity? Is it the people that make the world infinite? Is it the tree that make the people infinite? Is it the water? They're trying to find what is it exactly that makes, right, this realm infinite. Once they realize that it is the wholeness of that ecosystem that makes it infinite, now they want
So
to
they're
be a
so
part
they're
of that whole.
concentrating on us because we seem to be the only thing that they can measure the consciousness and the ability to create from. But you're saying they're not aware that it is all the things, and so they're only concentrating on us because they haven't figured it out,
For sure.
or they don't understand and appreciate it. Or I and something I've come to learn lately, I think the higher we sort of vibrate consciously, the more confused people seem to get, like less clarity they have. And I believe that the paradigm being put out there of vibrating in a higher consciousness is the way to go, is the wrong way to go. I believe that these creatures or beings, whatever, I believe they're the ones vibrating in a higher consciousness, and they know that vibrating slower is I think that their high vibrating consciousness makes they're not able to be room for the creation, and I just think that we're being fed the whole vibration thing backwards anyway. Like
Yeah, because I don't think it's about high and low.
Exactly.
I think it's about centered. So this is why, again, this is why
Balance.
this is why they kind of lost on what makes this so-called world or this ecosystem infinite. They
Like all
think
the
they start with the animals, they start with the plants, they start with the elements. They're searching, and they cannot find it. They cannot see how they cannot see for themselves how just the earth, I mean, just the animals can make this realm infinite. They can't see how any of one thing can make it infinite. This is why, some way, somehow they think it's us. They think we are the one that's making it infinite, but in reality, it's not even us, it's the wholeness of the
yes.
whole ecosystem. This is what makes it infinite.
Just because some form of humanoid has always existed does not mean that we are the source, and they think it is.
Right. They think
It,
it's us, but again,
it
it's the
makes sense.
wholeness. It's the wholeness of the whole ecosystem. You know. So before they even find out, before they even find out to have some type of proof to able to quantify that it is the whole realm, it won't they what I'm saying, before they even able to be quantified, they'll realize that it's unquantifiable, if I may use that word, if I may make me a word, unquantifiable, right? They'll
Infinite.
realize that
Yeah.
is not, you cannot quantify it, because they have that quantifying mindset, because where they from, where they come from, everything is being quantified. So they
And
come with a quantifying mindset, thinking that they're able to quantify infinity, which
And
is
since the last
impossible.
reset, we've been using all their stuff, like our system of government, our belief in how things work. It's all came from them this time around. The last 2 to 6,000 years, maybe a little longer.
Yeah, I think
And they've
it's come from them from the beginning
that's
of time.
yeah, and that's what. Well, really,
Yeah, because I think time, was birth, right? The birth of time is the beginning of time. So time, since time was born, right?
uh-huh.
Then they the one that give birth to time, right? They the one that cause, time to be born, right? So ever since that, is their story being told. They don't know that they're telling their own story, right?
That's true. And
Even
like
though they call it
Dominic's saying,
history.
I do believe some of us are a part of them, but I believe that um everyone's so intermixed now that it's impossible to be any sort of uh to be quantifiable as any sort of human. That it's just some people have the 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 spark that is infinite. Well, everyone does to a degree now, in my opinion, unless they don't have like, I think the people that don't have the inner monologue ability are maybe the ones that have the least amount of that
Well, they
infinite
do.
in them.
Well, they do, like what Dominic just put in the chat.
Yes,
Unless part
that's
of
what.
us is them, that's correct. Part of us is them. Part of them is us. This is why they find out. This is why this is what how they was able to found us, because they were able to follow a part of them, right? That had a door, right? A part of them that they couldn't understand. They couldn't even comprehend. They was able to unlock that. They was able to open that door, and they found us, and they thinking, okay, if that's a part of us that we didn't even know that was exist. We knew it was exist, but we couldn't get to it. We couldn't unlock it. And once we do, we find them. So then they must be, they must be
I
they must be the thing, the very thing that started the whole thing. But in reality, that's not what it is at all.
And I believe that part like genetically, I believe that whatever I believe a lot of it is both decreasing and increasing because like that Genghis Khan gene, I believe that so much of the world has. I believe that is actually the genetic makeup that they started with a part of them. Like in my studies anyway, um, whether it be from Zoroastrian texts or just from the ancient texts that you can find around the world, um, all of them sort of when you put them all together and see them all as the same story and compare and contrast, and find the older elements and just using basic discernment, with
Yes,
my
it's a
experience in all of
paradox.
them, it is a paradox, but I believe that they tried something to integrate themselves into us, and they're still trying to do it to this day, but to in some degree or another that basically they were making like a test tube baby. Like I believe like the biblical bloodlines all the way down to Zeusud or Noah, whatever you want to call him. uh I think his son or grandson, I believe, was the last one that was created like a test tube baby, as we'd call them today. And the the what are they, the Ashkenazis, I believe, are the ones that have if you look at their genetic makeup, it looks like they have the same genetic signature as all the other humans, but the ones that are most pure in blood, that have been um inbreeding the most, they have a little piece left. It looks like a piece of their DNA that makes humans different than the other beings in this realm. Usually it's cleanly cut in like the people that were already um here at that time. But the ones that they messed up with a batch of them, and this batch, shortly after it was about the time that the Elohim were just legend, or thought of as legend, and no longer people were no longer really sure that they even existed. So maybe a couple thousand years after they were interacting directly with humanity and calling themselves gods and this and that, um, as a species, I believe that shoot,
Listen
where
though,
was I going? That
it's not the fact that they're doing something that we ain't doing.
I just
The
believe
word
that they
the
left
word
a
fine.
certain type of a combination of themselves and us, like the long skulled beings that you occasionally will see skulls, or what gets bombed every time there's a war. The museum that has things like that gets bombed first before anything else happens.
So
And
listen to the right quick, bro. It's not
right,
like they're doing something that we're not doing, right? We it like the word find or found is another word for meet. When you find me, you meet me, right? When
right.
I find you, we meet me, right? I meet you, right? We met each other, right? So
Hmm.
meet happen where is it happen? It happened out of balance. Like we meet somewhere, right? And whatever we meet, wherever we meet at, become the mark, become
The anchor of that point in the cycle.
exactly. So we met. So basically, they knock on the door. They found the door and knock on the door, and we open. Right? They
So
had the
that
key,
changed
and
the cycle then.
they had the key, and we had the lock. Right? Or they
Uh-huh.
had the lock, we had the key. Right? So
Right.
either way is like the key meeting with the lock in order to be open. Right? It's not that the key just found the lock and then the lock opened automatically. No, they
So the
meet.
cycle's constantly evolving despite still going. Is that what
Yes,
you're saying?
because they doing something that we are doing, right? We doing
Mhm.
something that they are doing, right? So that is like a man and a woman come together, right? It's not
Right.
like the man is having sex with the woman or the woman is having sex with the man. No, they both having sex, and from that a baby was born.
I
So,
agree.
question, guys, with
Go
the
ahead. Dom. I know
human
I see you being
species,
quiet for a minute.
since the human race is being introduced with all this different technology, how is that affecting the human vessel? Because most of this technology is not human technology. Cars.
I believe it's a distraction personally.
It could
In
be.
an attempt to keep, well, part of it. I believe the magnetic fields aren't natural to or conducive to what we were before they were introduced into our existence, or this ecosystem, and that I feel like they're slowly in a sense terraforming, but making it more conducive for their existence, so that they can possibly find a way. I think they're just breeding with us like they have been for thousands of years, and a small few have been got really good at it over time, and so they're keeping us distracted. And I believe nothing that the average person thinks is real, like historically or according to the narrative, is actually real. I think it's all just been a distraction so that we keep doing what we've been doing and keep making things more conducive for their reality. I do believe that we are consistently at some sort of war, but it's just a war for balance at this point, because we let them in and there's no undoing that. So and this is an infinite place. So once they are a part of us as much as they are, then we can't get rid of them. So we have to figure out where we go from here, and
So who
it's
loses?
going to happen.
Who
It,
loses?
why does someone have to lose?
Well,
Well,
listen, if
They're
that
part
was
of
the
us, so
case,
they're
listen, if that was the case, we would have never met in the first place.
exactly.
If we can't, if there is no undoing in what's going on, then there will be no doing.
Yeah,
Oh,
and if there's no doing, then everyone's a loser.
there will be
Because
no doing of it. Just the simple fact the fact of doing of it prove that it can be undone.
in
Okay,
my
so when the
opinion, what
human,
we would have to do is just help others to be aware of their need to learn these things themselves, and get the people of this ecosystem, or the beings of
Well,
this ecosystem, to see
I think
what.
the best way is to look at it like that. Just like I use a woman and a man,
Mhm.
right? From that, a baby was born. So once we realize that time is being born, right, from us meeting or connected with them, right? Then the woman, once the woman realized that, hey, listen, it's not just the men having sex with me. I'm over here having sex with the men too, right? So what happened? I'm gonna close that. I'm gonna close my legs, right? Because without opening my legs, he cannot have sex by on his own, can he? Right?
That is true.
So we and the man also without putting that key right in the lock, right? The lock is not gonna open without putting your private area between that man legs, a woman legs. She cannot have sex. She can have some type of imagination, but there ain't no baby gonna come from that at all. Nothing ain't gonna be born from that. We could put anything we want, in that lock, unless it's the right key, right? The lock is not going to open. This is why I
And
said that we have to realize that it's not just them doing something, right? That we don't want to happen, right? It's us doing it together. We are in this together. So it have to be a conscious effort to realize that okay, I'm in it with them, man. Matter
so
of fact,
Naga,
let me.
you play video games, have you not?
Yeah,
Imagine if you could jump into the video game.
right.
Okay, the human species is that video game. The Watchers jumped in. Previous ages, there was different technology, the golden age. That's why when you used to see the Egyptians and there would be certain people aligning around them with gold, they understood conduit. So now, as we're talking human beings, the being part is us. We've jumped in.
there's something I
This
could add to that, but I've signed a non-disclosure and I can't say anything about it in this.
I'm not concerned about non-disclosure, but anyway, I'm going to just share it. Thank you, Aaron.
I
So
understand. I wish I could say something though, because I can add to that, and it agrees with what you're saying. But go on.
I am one of those beings. So we've chosen to jump into these forms. The ideal of reproducing, we created it. Languages, we created it, all of that. When you look at the human species, like humans, the beast, and you look at animals, They didn't create, those animals do not create bridges. They do not create houses. They do not create all the high rises and all that. But if you look at nature and you see all it's circular and you look at what we create, they're two different things. One's chi, the other one isn't. So now playing all these games, we're playing with all our indoctrination. It's a game that we choose to come in here with amnesia. But some people, such as Aaron, he can jump in and out when he wants to, which is fine. You know, now
It's not always conscious, but I understand what you're saying.
yeah, that's all. I'm not. Again, we're trying to defend our conditioning of being a slave or a master. Both of those are programs. Once you realize you're neither of those things, you're just playing a game. Hence the illusion with the many karmas and actions. But I get it. They're gonna go ahead.
Think about it from a perspective of a Ender's Game. I'm assuming you've read that or watched it, where the kids are all like battling out like a video game, but it's actually doing something in the real world. Like they find out that they've been fighting a war for the adults of their species out in space and stuff, and they just thought they were playing a video game the entire time, but yet they were affecting the real world. Maybe it's something to that effect. Maybe we are
That's exactly what's going on. That's exactly what's going on. We think that okay, it's okay to just say okay, that's not us. You know, we neither one of these things. But in reality, we are both. We all playing a video game. You know, in the real world, right? We are in the video game, right? That we asked me if I play a video game, where would I play that video game? Where is that video game is at? The video game is in the real world. So now I could go ahead and inside the video game, right? I could project my mind, right? Inside the video game, but this video game is still in the real world. So both of them is happening at the same time. Just like you see that two circle is in my screen is a parallel universe. It's a paradox. So both of them is going on at the same time. Now we can pick and choose what we think is real or what we think is not real, right? But at the end of the day, both of them is real, and we can pick and choose.
There'll be difference,
And,
Nagas.
and also we can pick and choose which aspect, which part of it we think is the game, which part of it we think is serious, right? But at the end of the day, right? Like I said, both of them is real.
Again, you said earlier, perceptions. It depends what you want to think as the real world. What's constant could be perceived of it. You would almost have to experience different variations of it to realize, oh, there's different variations of it. And again, it's one of those things where
like different variations of humans, but humanoids seem to have existed throughout time in some form or another.
It could be, but at the same time, we're always looking at it from a very narrow perspective. What about the animals? What about the king? What about the animal? The plant kingdom. You know, again, this is where people bring in the concept of gods and demigods. You know, that's why the
life always seems to find a way too. Like you can put something in a completely sealed off environment and sterilized, and life will still appear there as if from nowhere.
It could be, but then again, life exists everywhere. When you go in the elevator, there's life. When you actually underwater, there's life. You know, you breathe it in and out.
I'm saying even in a sealed container, there was a thing where two scientists that didn't know each other were on different sides of the world, never met one another, had any clue about each other or what they were doing. They had both had a sealed environment. It happened within weeks of one another, and they ended up meeting later. But the environment was completely sterilized, sealed. It was supposed to be the only thing that they had was water in a container, and it was completely what's the word I'm looking for? Distilled, sterilized as much as we know we can, and the same exact life form just started manifesting there to the best of their knowledge, out of nothing. And it was the exact same sort of life form, and they met later on and discussed their work by complete accident, mind you. And it was later in their years, and no one really believed them, but they got together and shared those experiences, and it's mind-blowing how things like that keep happening. Just like
it's brain blowing. I don't know, mind. Again, you're saying the word life form. Life is prana.
Well, I'm saying the physical form
Let me
of
say, okay,
whatever.
I'll give you an example. This is the monkey thing. When there's a monkey cracking coconut somewhere else,
The 100
preferably an
monkey
alpha.
thing.
No, a monkey cracks a coconut. Another monkey in another part of the world will start cracking a coconut very similar because we don't understand the energy that we're in. Some people call it magnetism,
Some
but we're
people
in
say
energy.
quantum.
Yeah, like you could go to school and you can learn thousands of words, but meanwhile you don't
Right.
realize why do I know millions of words? And this is why when you're around other people you get viruses. When you're around other people you have accents. We're in it. It's the data that we're in. We're in it. It's when we become clever and we make it our own. It's my life. No, you're in life. You're experiencing it. You could observe it, but you're not life. We're the essence to those things. In this
Yeah.
case, prana. And this is
Or
where
chi or ki, all those things. I
yeah,
understand, and
yeah.
I agree. I agree. But it's what form we are unable to. Well, currently unable because we don't know how to transfigure to whatever we may. Who knows? Maybe we originally have these bodies, just more senses. I couldn't tell you personally, but I agree with what you're saying, and I don't see why it matters what form we're in if we're the
Sure
same
it does. Sure
beings.
it
Like
does.
until we can
Aaron,
learn how to
it
consciously
matters. Aaron,
until
hold
we
on.
can learn how to consciously be that form and go beyond the abilities
Okay.
that
Difference
humans
between me and
have.
you, Aaron. Aaron, you talk for yourself. I talk for the millions. This is being recorded. Don't make it always about you. Humble yourself to realize it does matter. If people understood, you give them the opportunity to realize, do you want to actually have no more disease? Do you want to make sure you can live longer in a form? Sure, it does. The matter is limited. You're living in a mortal form. It's limited. If anything else, it consumes a lot of energy. Unless,
But
and
but
even,
but but Dom, if it's a game, shouldn't you try to get out of the game and be, you know,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
as more as fast as possible, as soon as possible? Because when when I'm playing a game, I understand that I'm playing a game. I understand that okay, I have to go to work. It's bills I gotta pay. It's shit that I got. I could only play the game for a little bit, right? I
so
shouldn't try on
who are
playing
you
the
doing
game.
all that for, Naga? Who are you doing all that for?
Say that again.
Who are you doing all that for?
Or what?
Going to work, feeding it,
He was
sheltering it.
using examples.
Yeah,
The
I'm
stuff
using
that
the example.
No,
Listen, you're talking about.
I'm
Hold on,
going
right
for the
quick, Dom.
juggler here. Guys, I'm going for the juggler here. Are you the body? Are you the thoughts? Because if you are, then my next question is who's talking? You're spending your whole lifespan feeding a vessel that's not you, sheltering something that's not you.
But
That's
Exactly. This
I'm
is what
trying to
I'm
understand
saying.
what you're doing any different, though.
This is what I hold on right quick. This is what I'm telling Dom that okay, if that's not really me, I should try to get out of that as fast as possible. I shouldn't try to stay longer in that.
Yeah, that's
Should I?
been my mission in life is to figure out how to get out of that.
okay. Do you guys understand the stronger energy? If most people are ignorant, that's the energy you're going to be stuck with. It's not the few. You guys aren't that intellectually
I'm a
energetic.
Reiki master and teacher, so I don't know what you're
So
talking
am
about.
I. So am I. Please stop it. I understand energy is no fucking end. We're going to talk about next single bowls and how
Well,
you reverse
you're the
it.
one that brought up the chi
I
and the
am
prana. It's the
sharing.
same
I am
thing.
sharing. Okay, I'm going to leave, guys. Enjoy it. It seems like you're not teachable right now, and I'm talking about the energy of masc feminine. You're too busy explaining to me the fucking shit you did.
I'm just trying to wonder what you're doing that's different. That's what
It's
I'm
not
not
about
understanding.
me. It's always about you. I get it.
No, I'm saying like how is what
Do
we
you
are
understand? Do you
doing any
understand the age
different?
we're in? Hold on. Do you understand the age you're in right now?
Um, according to everything that everyone talks about, Aquarius.
Okay. And do you know how the air affects earthly beings?
Good. Go ahead.
No. You said it's about you. Do you understand how it
I
is? You
didn't say
want,
it's about me.
you
You
want,
said
okay.
it's about me.
See, this is what I'm thinking. This is where people have to learn. Stop being so fucking programmable and understand, are you teachable? And when I say teachable, we're living in an age right now is the air beings. People are going to try to ground themselves. There's different types of beings here right now. The technology we now have right now is going to fuck the vessel. That's why we have all this stuff going on. This is why they're doing chemtrails. This is why everything's being realigned and all that. The stuff that's going to happen April 8th has been going on for years, and it's going to continue on years after.
Yeah, what you talking
Learning about energy just means you understand about healing.
Not
What
necessarily.
you're talking about, dumb, is transhumanism. We can see how people gonna saying that they don't really care about the body, but yet they still have a robot body. They still have a cyber body, right? So at the end,
Yes.
either way, where it doesn't matter where you at, you always gonna have a body. You're always going to have a body. Even the earth, right, have a body, which is the magnetic field around the earth, right? Even the egg, right, have a body, which is the shell, right? The shell is the body of the yolk, right? So everything has a body. Even the yolk inside the egg have some type of glands, right, around it, right? Some type of what we call that there is a form of, is like damn, it's like I forgot what we call it, but it got something around it. The yolk itself got something around it. This is why you have to bust the egg. You have to bust, the other that. Even a baby, right, inside that come outside of the mother have a fetus around it. So everything has a body. Now we can pick and choose what body we think we are. Just like when we was talking about the hardware, right, and the programs, we can pick and choose, right, which one we are between the program or the hardware, right? But at the end of the day, none don't work with the other. None of them don't work with the other. So
Yeah.
that the choice, that pick and choose, that choice that we have only exists in our mind. This is why we only experience the infinity of things in our mind. We never experience it physically because we never live that long. We always die. Understand that?
Actually, there are those that, like I said, vibrate out of existence, take their body with them. Those monks are the only people that I know that don't or seem to figure out a way to uh transcend that paradigm, though. I
Nah,
and
they still die. They still die. Only a guru. Only a
But they
guru.
take their
Right?
body with them. Yes, and
No,
there's
that's
only
not
been
true. Listen, that's not true because you can't even take your body to your dream. You can't
then
even take your body to your
what
dream.
happens to their body when they shimmer out of existence, like right before your eyes?
That
There's
that don't
been
happen, bro. That
there's
don't happen.
thousands of reports throughout history of people in that same region figuring out how to do it. It's not common, but it happens. Their body, there's a burst of rainbow light, and their body just shimmers out of existence before everyone's eyes. It's happened
With the body,
a handful of times.
listen, the body don't come out of existence. It's just like an
Well,
airplane in the
out of
sky.
the material world,
Hold on right quick.
our perception. Then
Listen, yes, it's just like an airplane in the sky. We think that an airplane disappear in the sky. It doesn't. It doesn't disappear because if it had disappeared, it would have never land. That plane would have never land. So
but
these
they
people know how. Hold on, these people know how to go in and out. Of a different atmosphere. They're able to understand that
what
the
about
aura around them,
what
right? So
about
they're
the Emerald
able.
Tablets of Thoth and his stories about how he keeps choosing to come back as a different type of being
Let me
and
let me just finish say this right quick. Then you see what I'm saying about these
all right.
people don't take their body into no other reality. What happened? These people understand your aura is invisible. You can't really see the aura unless you can only see the aura right after you become enlightened. Once you become enlightened, then you can see somebody aura, right? So
Correct.
these people know, they are aware of the auric field, so they are able to hide themselves within the auric field, like their physical body. They are able to hide their physical body to the auric field,
Is it
so the whole
basically
body.
like putting their
Hold on right
existence
quick.
on pause until they choose to come back, since they're the only ones that ever claim to come back with the same body they left with or be able to?
Say that again.
like the stories like with Thoth the Atlantean or whatever you want to refer to him as. He said that he was able to come back in the same form that he left in if he chose to, or he could choose to come back in a different body and things or
What
different
about Jesus?
visible form. Um, if you don't think he was a story of that was pulled from an older source, um, then the Yeshua figure, I believe that he was personally just another like like Gautama, Siddhartha Gautama, Buddha. Like think people came from the east and knew roughly where he was going to be. I think he was just another in the line of you know, the Buddha.
Or
The
it could be, or it could be,
and they
or it
all
could
the
be.
spoken words of Jesus were pulled from the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. So maybe that was just Thoth in another form. And when people saw him supposedly after those 3 days, which I don't think he died personally, because there's entire books written about his life after that with Mary Magdalene called the Gospel of the Holy 12, which is extremely hard to find. But
Or he could have been somebody, right, that acquired the same enlightenment, right, that uncovered the same knowledge as they spoke about Thoth, or as they spoke about the original story, right, and he achieved that, and then he know that they was able, whenever they able to find him physically, right, they was going to try to kill them, right, for real. So he
agreed.
understood that. So just like he was protecting his physical body to the aura in order to do what he do, so he decided to go into a reality that they don't know. They don't have no knowledge of him. It could have been that, right?
Right,
So
and there's also a possibility that he learned something in the Vedic area that he was in, and like kind of got something that made it so they couldn't detect that he was still alive, since it usually takes longer than 3 days to die in that form. And his father or stepfather, whatever you want to call him, since it's said that even his mother and her mother was also of virgin birth, and there could have been interaction there with some other being. Anyway, Joseph was powerful and influencing enough that he could have had him taken down, paid to have him taken down, and he could have gone and recovered. Because it's said in Coptic Cairo that they have like their verbal history that's been passed down is that he went there to recover from the wounds, and that he never actually died and had children, and their bloodline went and moved over to Asia somewhere. And
yeah,
then there's stories that continue of him
once
there.
you acquire a certain level of knowledge, you can't really die, right? But at the same time, you don't have to be in the presence of death, right?
Right.
You just, it's not because you think you're going to die, but it's because you don't feel the need to protect your physical body at all time, right?
I
You
believe it's
want,
a
just
junk
like,
DNA that we just have some things flipped off, and that we don't have to physically die either. That, well, not for a lot longer than what they say. Like I believe
right. So I think the story of Jesus was that the fact that he acquired the knowledge that he needed, like eternal life. And it go back to the reason why I think we have certain beings over here is the fact that they're trying to acquire eternal life, right? That's
yeah,
what they're trying to do, because eternity or infinity only exists right here.
yeah,
So
and supposedly they live longer, and adding their stuff in with ours, they wanted the longevity flipped off, so we'd never find our potential of uh, like be able to consciously know how to do the eternal life thing, because they stated consistently in the Zoroastrian text that they were threatened by us, and it would be the worst thing ever if we ever figured out our true potential, and they were more scared of us than we ever were them, even though we can revered them as gods back in the
yeah,
day.
because they think we are gods. In a sense that we create this whole reality. They think that this reality was created. They think that the very thing that we experiencing was created. In reality, it doesn't. It was never created. It was conceived. It's being conceived. It's still, it's a continuous cycle, right? That's being conceived by a
Like a
concept.
giant ball of clay that is consistently being formed and reformed. right?
Well, I'm not really looking at it the reform aspect. We doing the reforming aspect,
Yes.
but it continue, right? It's continuing. Uh, it's a continuous form, right? That doesn't that it never get to the end of its form. It never really fully gets
Hence the
to
Ouroboros and the significance in the secret societies and whatnot.
right, like the picture I'm showing in the
Or
screen.
like yes, infinity, the fish.
Right.
Right. I
But
understand.
what I was saying though about the story though of the monks of these people, these enlightened beings, they can't take the body, into what we
It,
call a different
it
reality.
just appears that way. They transmute it to energy.
No, what I'm saying
Or
again, what I'm saying is that they're able to protect the body. Like I said, because the body outside of the physical body is invisible. You cannot see it, right? But if you
like their
know what
etheric
it is,
form,
if you know
basically.
what it is, if you know what it is and how it operates, right? Then you could get inside of it. You could get inside of it, and once you get inside you can be in front of somebody. They don't know that. They can't see you. Just like your
Gotcha.
aura,
So
just
it
like
becomes one instead of
yes, just
okay.
like your aura, right? Just like your aura is in front of, so is right there. When you're looking at me, you will also see my aura. If you are enlightened, but because certain people is not enlightened, they can't see the aura. So again, once you become aware of your aura and you understand what it is and how it operates, then you can get inside of it, right? Meaning that with your physical self, like your physical self can get inside of that, and you can travel anywhere you want in the universe, right
Would you
on the
be
earth.
willing to read a book that kind of reads like a doctor's manual if I send it to you? Because I want to know what you think about it. It says a lot of the things you're saying, but I want to know if it teaches you something about the way you see things, and if it adds to it at all. Because in different words, I feel like with the finding yourself portion and the different versions of yourself, I'm wondering if you applied what was in this book, if in your own way, if you would actually find a step that maybe that you would be able to advance your own self further. I'm just curious because I don't want to try and put the book into my words, but it's about 1,000 pages long, and I really want to hear what you have to say about it. I'll send you my
Well, I
copy.
don't mind. Well, if it's thousands of pages long, I ain't gonna
It's
lie.
just over 1,000 pages, but you don't have to read. There's only that's only if you want to learn how to do Dianetic therapy on other people, which that's not the important part. It's only the first half of the book that is of any uh, matter with what I'm getting at. Like it's it breaks down how everyone's mind works, hands down, and you can use Dianetic therapy on any two people and get the same results every time. It's just about clearing those roadblocks. And you said you found all the versions of yourself, which means you should be what they consider in the book a clear, which means you've overcome all those roadblocks and kind of should be able to remember it. They say when the process is done, you should be able to remember back to the moment, usually of conception, everything that you've experienced. And I didn't know if you're at that point, like if you can consciously go back to the womb and remember things. Like they say that that's possible, and that it just there's a lot of parallels in what you're saying in Dianetics, and I didn't know if you had that ability or
Yeah, I don't think that I was in the womb when the vessels was being uh uh formed,
well,
right?
not
I think
everyone
I
gets to that point,
hold on
but
real quick. So you see what I'm saying? I think when the vessels, right, when the body was completely formed, right, and was ready to be born. This is when, right, I got transported to the body, right? So I think I was transported. I think my death, right? My previous death was a transportation, right? To my body that was in my mother's womb, right?
but do
So
you remember to the point where you were transported there? Like supposedly that's unlockable. Like if you can't remember, most people can't obviously, but like Do you remember the past lives or anything like that?
Well, that's the thing. You can only remember the vehicle. You can't really remember, like me getting into an airplane, right, and go to Haiti. I can't really remember nothing but me being in an airplane.
I know, but the experiences that you had while you were on the airplane, I'm not understanding.
You say you're not understanding?
I don't think I am. Like, you remember the experiences in the airplane, yes? Like your
Yeah, that's what
personal
I'm talking about. Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember the experience, of of me being inside of the vehicle and everything. Of course, everything that's going on in the vehicle, I know what's going on. Just like when I'm in airplane, right? I know what's going on. I knew that I was asleep. I knew that I was up for a little bit in an airplane, right? Watching, certain things like watching the airplane leaving the earth, right? And then I watched a couple city, and when it get over the ocean, right? And I watched for a little bit, and then I was like, I'm going to sleep. So I know, so I see how, me getting in the vehicle and how I'm in the vehicle and see the reason why I'm getting in the vehicle, why I'm going there, right?
So,
To
so
where
you're aware of the getting in the vehicle that you're in now, like the body. That's what I was asking. Like aware of that moment on at least. Some people remember the vehicle in prior lives because of certain things that they've gone through that they've unlocked, and I just didn't know like if you were on if you had had similar experiences, like having memories back that far.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you that, before I got into this vessel, right, which we can consider to be a vehicle, right?
Yes.
I was in a previous vehicle, which is what we call a ghost, right? A ghost, right? I was in that vehicle, right? And like what I was in the vehicle, right? I understand why I even got in my ghost vehicle. Just like when I'm
Yeah.
getting in the plane, just like when I'm getting in an airplane, I know exactly why I'm getting in an airplane and where I'm going. Where is the airplane taking me to? You get what I'm saying. So
Yeah,
I
so basically, by that book's definition, you were already a clear, like, and as you say, and that I was just trying to see if you'd want to read the book so that I could understand semantically where you stand in your experience and if it's similar at all even,
Can you cut and paste it?
because
Can you cut and paste it in private and be done with it?
it's a physical book.
Okay.
I
Okay.
I don't. It's the basically the Bible that all of Scientology uses, except it's been perverted
I
slightly in the
understand that.
politics around it. But it's just without the alien Xenu garbage thrown in, and it's the actual science of the mind that was like the one of the best-selling books in the world until L. Ron Hubbard got discredited by the CIA by being hung with his own amount of freedom and craziness that they enabled him to do.
Yeah, they talk about molecules in Scientology. Nag, if I can share, give me a second, Aaron. Whether people are aware of this or not, healers usually are coming back to heal from previous lifespan because they were warriors. Most people, if they understood, and it would be hard for them to grasp that, karma's a bitch. If a person's in a dark skin form and they resent another human being, you come back in that form, and vice versa. People mistreat animals, you come back in that form. Now, would you want to know all that information? Probably not, because then you wouldn't be able to learn. Again, that's why most healers, whether they're experienced or observers, come back to learn all those modalities. So now, again, Scientology, Aaron, I hate to say it, it's a waste of fucking
Scientology is
energy.
garbage, but
It is. Thank
Dianetics is
you.
gold.
It
And
could
I've
be.
I've
It
used it.
could
I've
be.
seen it work, and I wouldn't be where I'm at now if it weren't for that.
Again,
And I
that's
know
all
many
about
other people that feel the same way, and it's
what's your
pretty
blood
much.
type? What's your blood type, Aaron? If we're
I'm O
gonna play this game.
positive,
Okay,
but
O
I
positive.
am of giant lineage,
Okay.
like
Good. Okay.
literally everyone on
Okay.
my
Birth
matrilineal
order?
side.
Hold on, hold on. Birth order?
What do you mean?
What's your birth order?
I don't understand what you're asking
Birth
for. Like
order. First, are you
birth
firstborn,
order?
only born?
Oh
Are you
yeah,
second
I'm
born?
firstborn.
Okay. And your parents, what were they? Were they both firstborn?
My mother was second to last born of like 9 brothers and sisters,
Okay.
but I mean, there's been there's a
He's
history of
asking.
twins on the matrilineal side, and I can trace things back to at least Aaron Burr, who I'm still trying to prove this definitively with physical evidence,
I'm with
but
you,
I
Aaron.
believe
And
that
I'm just
he
asking,
had a kid out of
Aaron,
wedlock,
Aaron, you're
and
going on again, Aaron. Look, I don't think you realize how you go
connects
on.
back. It just
Aaron, Aaron, I get the ideal of twins. I understand all that. I'm asking you questions. Firstborn, secondborn. I can ask you what signs you were born under, what's your energy and all that kind of stuff. I get all that kind of stuff. If you want to make it all about you, you're not a difficult read, but you go on. You don't realize it about yourself.
No, but I'm just trying to explain the whole picture so that you
What, to
can,
who? Aaron, to who?
whoever's
Who are you
listening.
trying to explain to? The teacher-student relationship is within. If you're sharing it out loud, regardless of other people receive it, you're the one that has to receive it. Who are you trying to convince here? We already have too many fucking
Why?
dogmas in the world. Who are you trying to
If I was
convince here?
trying to convince someone else,
Aaron,
if
Aaron,
I wasn't
Aaron,
trying to convince
Aaron,
someone
time
else,
out.
why are we
Aaron,
broadcasting live?
who are you trying to convince? It's a simple fucking question.
Nobody. I'm just
Okay,
telling a story.
nobody. Did you hear what you just said?
I'm just telling a story, but
Yeah,
if
you are telling
essentially
a
we weren't
story.
trying to enlighten others or help other people,
I-
you're on a public format. So why speak on a public format if you're not trying to convince someone as well? Is what I'm trying to say.
Do you understand the concept of silence is golden? Do you understand the concept of listening from within?
Yeah.
Okay, then be that. Because you're too busy doing it. Be it. Just be it.
I be it every day.
Okay, thank you. But it's very challenging hearing somebody that goes on and on and on and on and on and on. And I'm like, okay, fine. I can share something, Naga can share something, but you go on and you make it like a long-winded fucking story.
Well,
Is
it
it?
circles back around, and I
It
just
does.
never
To
get to.
who? To who?
Whoever's listening.
Okay.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have people listening in a public format in the first place if we weren't trying to discuss things and talk about the experiences and compare and contrast and help each other be better and get to the all of us. Maybe something said in here hits someone in a way that helps them on their next step. I thought that was the whole point of this online conversing shit. Like, I don't understand what we're doing here if we're not trying to share what we believe, know, feel, whatever, so that others
Okay.
may be
So
helped
I'm
in
going to
their own
ask you something,
journeys.
Aaron, because you posted in a private chat. Who the fuck are you trying to understand, yourself or me?
Whenever I am asking things, I'm trying to understand what you're saying so that I can see if I can relate to it and even like and see whether I can just say I understand or whether I would say this is the way I see it and why, and then you say this way you see it and why, but you won't get to you're. I feel like you're portraying a point like there's no way anyone else can figure out whatever you figured out, so there's no point in you explaining it. That's what I'm feeling like you're saying with everything, and I don't know.
Okay, that's the moment of silence.
I just don't understand like why you keep seeming hostile and trying to tell me that my experience doesn't matter and I'm making it all about me when everyone's having individual experiences and you obviously haven't found a way out of it or you wouldn't be going by a name right now. So we're all in the same experience doing the same things. So why are you constantly saying that the way I'm trying to convey a message is wrong and all about me in when everything you say is exactly the same and you have given no evidence to the contrary other than just saying that you're not doing it the same way and you have not said anything about how or what and it is just combative. Like what is the point of asking all these questions and then saying that we're doing it wrong if you're not going to say the way you're doing it if it's so right? That's what I'm not getting.
Well, me, me personally, I'm able to, I acquire my own space, basically, right? Because earlier we was talking about space and time,
Mhm.
right? So I acquire my own space. So I'm able to, to understand that, okay, since I have my own space, then that must be somebody else's space right there. That over there might, that's out of my lane, that's outside, out of my lane, out of my league, that must be somebody else's space. So I'm able to understand that, okay, whatever they're saying, it's in their own space. So I could understand that, I could respect that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to demand the same for my space. I don't necessarily feel like, we all have to be in the same space at the same time, even though we are in the same space at the same time. I don't know, it's like a paradox, because I always speak from that paradoxical perspective. You know what I'm saying? So because of that, that allowed me to, to allow people to be in their own space, in order to preserve my own space.
I believe I understand that, and I don't know. Like I just feel that I'm, despite I use the word or the term "I" a lot, that's just the way I communicate. That's my personal preference. And is that where you are meaning by, like, in a way, by your own space, or I I'm not following 100%. I don't think.
Well, basically, how you communicate is how you communicate. I
Right.
don't think how you communicate necessarily have to do with the way I communicate. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to make it that, even though we all communicate, right?
I
Even
I,
though
I
even though it's a communication, it's a conversation. I'm not
exactly.
necessarily looking at it like, as the way you speak, the way you talk is the way I do, and the way I do, is the same as yours. They all can be parallel. Just like I'm showing this picture, right? In the screen, it's a parallel universe. The earth is a parallel universe. It's a parallel earth. It's a paradox. It's paradoxical, right? So I could be in my own car driving in my own lane and turn to my left and realize somebody else is driving in their own car in their own lane. We don't have to be in the same car in the same lane.
Exactly. I I, I just feel like when I'm being addressed by you, Dom, that you are trying to say that I don't get it, like existence or something, and that I feel like I'm being talked down to, and that's what I'm trying to understand why. When most of the points you say I agree with, if despite I use different choices in terminology, and then you say I can't possibly see things from your perspective, which is true. I'm not you, but I can resonate with the things that you're saying, and it makes me uh until you address me and start saying that what I'm communicating is me, as if I'm doing something wrong by doing so. I'm just not understanding.
No,
Unless,
I'm not. I was not. When I first said what I said, it was not directed towards you.
I was talking about Dom, not you.
Oh,
Like I'm just trying to understand. Like
but the thing is, you have to understand this is Dom. You know, that's
I'm
one thing
trying to
you have
get
to
to know
understand
Dom,
about
but
it. This is why I speak the way I speak, so you can understand it on both sides, right? You can understand this is how it is. I keep telling you, even before, when we had this conversation before, a lot of people, felt like, you know, there is a need, feel like you might feel like they're coming at you or you coming at them, but in reality, that's how they're coming. Hear what I'm
And
saying? In
and
reality, that's how they're coming. It's not the fact that they're coming at you or you're coming at them. That's
and
how
that's
they're
why I
coming.
felt the need to explain that I'm just trying to understand what his point of view is that he's trying to communicate, and he I feel as if he's saying I can understand, and which would mean why am I listening to it then? Or like why is he saying it if there's no way I can understand? And when I feel like I resonate with what he says, whenever he does explain things, and that it's what matters is what we take away from it is what matters, and not. I don't feel like there's a need to be I don't know, hostile sounding like.
Well, again, that I'm saying that's how he's coming, or that's how you perceive it. He might not even be saying this at all, right?
I just don't
For
understand what he's
example,
saying most of the time. Then when it's addressed to me, then and that's what I'm trying to do though. And
well, maybe it's you, maybe it's not even him, right?
well, I'm just I don't know why that it had to be brought up. What that I was explaining that I was just trying to understand. Then if there was if there unless there was a problem with it, and I'm trying to understand that now. And
Well, that's
silence.
what I'm saying. I'm saying maybe it's you. Maybe it's not him, but maybe it's you that's not understanding it, what's going on, and you're trying
Well,
to
he's
understand it.
not explaining it either.
Okay, so I'm back, guys. I apologize. I really do apologize, Aaron. I had to take this call. So there's a concept called eye of the beholder in the Plato's cave. Those are one's own view. What I experience and observe, I will try to share out loud with a very cumbersome language called English. Now, when a person's trying to understand another person, the best they could do is understand themselves. Now, are you trying to understand the language that I'm speaking in? Are you trying to understand the sounds and frequency that's coming out of my voice? The
I'm
concept that's, go ahead.
I was just trying to get the entire picture, and I was unaware that you were away. I thought that you were still there whenever
Mhm.
you were away, but yeah, I was just trying to uh, convey that as far as I can tell from my understanding of the knowledge that you're using, or the terminology that you're using, I feel as if I can resonate, and I feel like we're saying the same thing just with different terminology, and then you usually come back and say that there's no way I can understand. I understand we're different individuals, and there's no way I can ever see things from your perspective because you're a different person. You've had different experiences, everything else. But I don't understand why you have to keep coming back and saying like that just because we use different words, that doesn't mean your words can't resonate with me. And I'm just trying to um, let you or other people know the how the semantics that I'm using relates to the semantics that you're using, and as far as I can understand, and uh, I feel like there wasn't a need to even bring it up. I don't understand why you brought up my just trying to convey to you that I don't see why you can't let me finish like my stories because they always circle back around to the point. But I just give backstory for the others listening uh, so that they may possibly be able to benefit from the conversation. Otherwise, why are we having it publicly?
It's enjoyable when I hear somebody have a podcast. I'm the kind of character, if you have an autobiography, tell me so I have a choice if I want to hear it. You do go on, Aaron, you just don't realize it. Now, there is words like resonate and understanding. What are you standing under? So in this particular case, I'm taking information down from the mind. It's not mine to own. If a person goes inwards, they'll be able to comprehend it. If that's what's important to them, comprehend,
Well,
understand, same word.
well, I can have a conversation with someone and totally disagree with them, and then in private, 50 people come and tell me they resonate with me, and want to hear more. So
Okay.
I mean that's why I do that. Like
Okay, so when you say disagree, let alone agree, what are you disagreeing and agreeing with? Because that's the
um
I.
I feel personally that the anytime I say something, you either don't let me finish or that I feel like you're telling me I can't understand what you're saying. So
I'm just telling
that
you, you're the one that used the word. You're trying to understand. Who are you trying to understand? Me? Who's me? Who are you trying to
I'm
understand?
trying to understand the point of view of whatever you're saying at that point in
I'm
time.
sharing many points of views. The best respect anybody can
I,
ever do for me is hear me out. That's it. Agreeing or disagreeing, that's their ego talking, which is fine. You want to talk about
and
you? Again, Aaron, you go on. You don't know enough to go silence and listen from inwards.
how do you know that
It's
I
not
don't
about me.
listen from
It's
memoirs?
not
You don't
about
know
me.
me any more than I know you. So
Bingo. I don't put
how are
an
you claiming to
effort.
know me?
Aaron, I don't put an effort to try to understand you. That's your responsibility.
But
I'm the
why are
kind of
you
guy,
telling me what I am and am not though, and
Aaron,
what I know and don't
you're
know?
really in this defense and attack mode. You
No,
don't realize how much you
that
defend.
I listen, but you make
Who are
assumptions,
you
and
listening to? Who are you listening to?
I'm listening to a voice with a person who has a name, and
And what about the word hear? What is that? How does that differentiate between listening and hearing?
one is has understanding behind it, and the other is just sound.
Could be. It could be. We remember we're using an English language. English language is the frequency with the English language is a meaningful language. It's not like Greek or
It's
Sanskrit.
a language that there's a different way of saying everything. The English language is the most complicated in the world for a reason.
Yes, I'm with you on that. I'm with you when it comes to the language. I'm not here to understand you. I'm here to understand the language. And in this particular case, I understand sounds and frequencies. So if I was going to try to understand you or some concept that you're trying to share with me, that's usually better for me. I would have to use other types of language or going inwards where there's a non-language. I get it. You want to learn
So you're
modalities. You
saying
want
I'm word salad. Is that? Are you saying that like what I'm conveying myself to you as word salad?
could be diarrhea of the mouth, as far as I'm concerned. Pick whatever word that pleases you.
There's plenty of people that have no trouble understanding.
Again, you're not talking to them right now. That's the point you're missing. If you're going to
I
be in the moment, if you're going to be in the moment, be in the moment. I want to hear about what you did fucking yesterday. What are you going to do tomorrow?
Well, it has
If we're going to have
significance
a
in what I was trying to convey.
conversation,
Just
if
because
we're
it
going
takes longer for me to convey something doesn't mean that my way of doing it is wrong and that I should be talked down to for it.
did I once tell you right or wrong?
You're using a hostile tone as
Sure, I
if
can.
I'm wrong.
I could use any kind of tonality. What does that disturb you? If I said
No, it
all
doesn't
pleasantly,
disturb me, but
then
you
okay.
don't even
You know
let me
something?
finish a
I'm
sentence
going to go
without
quiet.
talking over top of me. So like
Well,
I
because
just
Aaron, only thing I could do with you is go into silence and let you go on and on and on. There's no
I wouldn't go
conversation.
on and on and on.
Sure
I
you
if you let
do.
me, I get circled back around. Talking 5 minutes about one thing it doesn't just because it doesn't get to the point as fast as your impatience would want it to, doesn't mean that it's wrong or that it doesn't go nowhere or is word salad. And I just don't appreciate like not being able to be heard out. That's my point. You haven't given me one chance to anything that takes a little bit of backstory to understand what I'm getting at. I have not got to finish one of those because of things that you've randomly brought up that had nothing to do with it that disrupted what I was saying, just like you just did with the back chat comment. Like I was just letting you know that I was trying to understand you, and then the entire conversation that was taking place got derailed because of that,
Let
and I
me
feel
say
like
this.
it was for attention.
Let me say this right quick, Aaron.
Yes.
Because to understand self is to is a better way to understand everything else. So understanding that if you have something to say, right,
Mm-hmm.
and you don't say it in time, right, you might
Who's
not
saying
remember.
time though?
You might not remember what you're saying, right?
Well, but most of the time I do remember, and as long as distractions like that doesn't happen, then I can get to the end of the story. It's
But
not
let
like
me let me
I'm
show you let me
scatterbrained all
show
the
you what I
time.
mean by that. For example, like how I was saying something right, and you just tapped in right quick, right? to let me know, okay, most of the time you do. And what did I do? I let you go, right? And then what am I going to do? Is finish what I was saying. I'm not going to let you tap in be a distraction to what I'm saying because you know what I'm saying, I'm focused, I'm locked in. You know what I'm saying? With myself and with the thing that I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? So remember the choice is I'll make the choice. The choice don't choose for me. The choice cannot make itself. I have to make the choice. So I could either make the choice to be distracted while somebody is tapping in, or I can make the choice, you know what I'm saying, to remain focused and locked in what I'm saying. So after the person finish talk, right, I don't necessarily have to build on what they're saying. I could just automatically go back to what I was saying. That doesn't mean I disagree or agree with what they were saying. It just means that I make sure I was locked into what I was saying because I wanted to let it out.
And I understand that. And there, yeah, in the beginning of the conversation, yeah, I was easily distracted, but I've been pretty focused since, and I've just not been given the chance to circle back around to how it gets to the point. And I wanted to explain each time how I got to that point, and yeah, I am distractible. I got a ton of shit going on, and probably shouldn't even still be on here because I had a ton of shit to do today, and I'm still trying to keep that in the back of my mind, and it's pressing on me. So yeah, I'm rambling, but
No, but it's what you said though. It's not
there's a
me.
point
It's not
to it.
me. It's not me like saying not like making a assumption or whatever. Is you saying is how I'm listening to how you saying that he's being distracted you from from you coming piecing the whole thing back together, and I'm saying that you shouldn't let that happen. You shouldn't let
It's
him.
only because it's like that in that particular occasion it was unrelated and took long enough to derail the train of conversation when I every single time that something has been added on when by him considering something I'm saying making no sense to him, and he could be asking specific questions instead of saying that I don't know what I'm talking about or I'm having word salad. My point was I how would he know? I haven't been heard out. I've just been talked down to.
Yeah, but all these things, like I said, can consider to be me. Mind you, me and Dom, right? The way he is right now with you on the panel is the way he's with me on the panel. Is the way he's with people on other panel. He's just whatever he needs to say, he's going to try to say it right away. Some people, will battle him and not let him say what he gotta say, and he will probably take a little time. But at the end of the day, he's going to say what he's going to say. Whether people think that okay, this is to discredit or to give credit, you know. But at the end of the day, he's going to speak it. You know what I'm saying? To say what he's going to say. So it's up to me to understand, okay, this is how he's coming. He's not coming at me. He's not trying to give credit or discredit what I'm saying. He's not coming at me, but this is how he's coming. This is why I said that, a little time we might feel like people is coming at us, or people might feel like we're coming at them the way we speak. But in reality, it's just the way we're coming. It's not that we're coming at them, but this is the way we're
Yeah, and
coming in
I
general.
was respecting that until I was just told that everything I said doesn't make sense to him. Like, and he could have said that earlier and asked specific questions trying to make sense of it, but he doesn't care. So I don't understand
Once
why
again,
he's
you're
talking in
putting
the public
words.
format.
Once again, Aaron, you're
That's just my
projecting. I never
observation.
once said it doesn't make no sense.
You
I know
said
what.
I asked if you're saying what I was saying was word salad, and you said yes.
No, I said
Uh,
diarrhea of the mouth.
Same thing.
No, well, again, you said a word. I said if I had to use a different word, I'd say diarrhea of the mouth. Nothing wrong with that per se. You're probably good at it. Enjoy it. No different. You're talking about the senses. I'd be the kind of person that would say it could be beyond the senses. I know myself quite well. I know
I know
exactly what the fuck
myself
I say.
quite well
I know
too.
exactly what I say, Aaron. When I say things, I put a lot of thought behind it. I channel a lot. So don't think for one fucking second that I'm actually not being entertained right now. But when I hear you, I'm trying to give you an opportunity to hear yourself. You do go on.
I
You're trying
do
to
hear
prove a
myself.
point. Again, sharing a point.
I guess it is what it is. But I feel like
Okay.
this entire portion of the conversation I feel has no real point.
For who?
Anyone.
This is why. This is why. Let me come in right quick. This is why it should just be. For example, you see how you felt like the way he's coming doesn't make no point, doesn't build on anything, or it doesn't even make sense or even register. This is why we spend this whole time trying to figure out how he's coming. Maybe, like I said, it's not making no sense to you, and it's okay for you
That's
to say,
why I asked
okay.
questions, and
And hold on, right quick. Is no, listen to what I'm saying. If something doesn't make sense to me, it's okay for me to say it doesn't make sense. I
yeah,
don't have to. I could be polite about it and say, okay, what do you mean by that? Because doesn't make sense sometimes can feel like can rob somebody the wrong way. But at the end of the day, I'm just saying exactly what it is to me. It just doesn't make no sense. For example, right now, when you didn't, yeah, I understand that you're trying to ask questions, but right now it just come out for you to say, okay, it doesn't make no point, right? So it's the same thing that he could say. It doesn't make no sense. It doesn't mean that you coming at him or he's coming at you. It's just how you coming in general. This is
yeah.
what.
But
This is what.
I'm trying to add to the conversation though, where I'm not putting the way someone speaks down, or it just doesn't make sense to do so. It's destructive rather than I thought that the whole purpose here was to have a discussion rather than a rap battle without the rapping.
Okay. Again, I understand why you will say that, but again, you have to understand the bigger picture or oversees the bigger picture. It's not about me or it's not about him, right? It's not about you. It's about how we coming.
I understand
It's
that,
the
and
approach.
I try to contribute to the conversation where I ask I try to ask how what he's saying is contributing to the conversation rather than whatever and what I'm perceiving it as, and he just gives an example that doesn't that I still don't feel contributes. It's more derogatory seeming things, and whenever I try to ask questions about
So
it, I
let me
don't
ask you
get
a
an
question.
answer.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think something that doesn't make sense can some way somehow make sense?
Yeah, everything is teachable in some way.
No, that's not the question I'm asking. If something doesn't make sense. I'm not saying appear to be, right? I'm saying if something doesn't make sense, if it's a fact that it doesn't make sense, right? Can some way somehow somebody make it make sense?
No.
Exactly. So a lot of people have their own understanding, their own perspective, how they see things. So if something doesn't make sense to you, according to you, is no way somebody going to make it make sense to you. Now they could try to explain why it makes sense to them, but to you, it's always going to lead back to it. No, it don't make no sense.
I've never had that experience in that way. I've always been able to rephrase in a way that makes sense to other people if they actually take the time to sit there and listen.
Yeah,
I've taught autistic children who only make monkey sounds and don't speak English how to be better at computers and better performing member of society than I am. I
listen to
mean,
what I'm saying. If my speaker don't work, it doesn't matter how many times I reframe that, it still don't work. So
okay.
you think there is a way that I could rephrase that sentence and my speaker will work?
No, but some background knowledge, you could fix the speaker and make it work.
Yeah,
It's just
exactly. So rephrasing is not fixed.
how is it not trying to learn the way that they understand things and then rephrasing it in a way like I say something, I keep asking questions about the things you say just to see if my understanding is anywhere on the same level to see if I understand that what you're saying, and it's usually confirmed by you saying yes or no whenever I put my phrasing the way I would say it, uh,
Yeah,
in
but
the
I
way
didn't
that I
rephrase it.
understand it.
I didn't
Pardon?
rephrase myself.
No,
right?
I did the rephrasing of what I think. Basically, I ask if my understanding of that is correct, and then you say yes or no and explain if not. Like you explain further. He does not explain further and leaves it there and doesn't care to help me understand, which I
But
feel doesn't
everybody is
contribute
not
to the
me, my
discussion.
brother. Everybody is not me. Everybody is not you. Everybody is not Dominic. You see, that's the thing. The
I
same
understand.
output, and you have to understand that not a lot of people have the conversation the way me and you have this conversation. Even though, right, you perceive Dominic the way he is, and other people may not a lot of people able to have conversation with Dominic the way I do, right?
Right.
So it that me I'm saying this to say that a lot of people not able to to understand things the way I understand things. Not to say that they're lower or higher than me. It just mean that I'm in my own lane when it comes to the way I perceive things. When it comes to the way I understand things. So I cannot judge somebody else based on my understanding. I have to
I,
judge them based
I'm
on their
not.
own understanding.
I'm not necessarily trying to judge. I'm just trying to. I thought the whole point of conversation was to, you know, compare ideas and contribute rather than just causing a dead point. Where wouldn't someone want the other person to understand what they're trying to say? Otherwise, then what's the point of the
Yeah,
conversation?
that's literally what I'm saying. I can only help you understand certain things to my understanding. I could help you understand something to my understanding. If something is above or below me, I cannot do it for you.
I know, but my point is, you and I both make an attempt to explain instead of saying that they'll never understand and leaving it at that. You like it just doesn't make any sense. Why participate in the conversation if you have no intention of uh explaining what you said in the first place in a way that another person can understand, and just automatically assume that I can't understand and don't explain it.
No, that's the thing. That's the thing. You see, that's the thing, though. He already explained it, bro.
He
He
keeps
already,
telling
for
me that I
example,
don't understand, and he doesn't know me. So how is he doing
no, listen to
not
what I'm
doing
saying.
really the same thing that
Li-
you're saying?
No, listen to what I'm saying. If I explain to somebody how is my speaker is not working, I explained to them how it's not working. That I plugged it in, I charge it, right? All time it showed me that it's full, right? And I connect it to my phone, right? And playing the music is not working. Ain't no sound coming to it. So it
Yeah,
doesn't matter how
but it's fixable.
listen to what I'm saying. It doesn't matter how many times I rephrase what I'm saying or I explain to them. If that person cannot understand that my speaker do not work, right? They just don't understand.
I understand that, but I don't think that analogy applies here. I don't see how it applies.
No, it does apply because I only explain my speaker didn't work based on my ability to explain, based on my capacity to explain. Now somebody now might come and say, let me see that speaker right quick, right? And they take the speaker, they test it their own way, they try to charge it, they try to do everything, and they say, okay, this speaker is not working, right? They might say it's not working because of this, because of that, right? But that's based on their capacity, right, to explore the speaker, to deal with the speaker. Now they could give you the reason why it's not working. Me personally, I could just say it's not working because of the speaker. Because okay, my speaker, the speaker
I
charged.
understand all that, but I
So right, so people can only explain things based on their capacity to explain. If they cannot do, and most of the time, It's not like I have the capacity to explain something to my full potential, and I'm going to explain it to 10% of my potential or to
but
50% of my potential. Most of the time, I'm going to explain it to my full potential. And if it's not understandable to somebody else, now I'm gonna have to let that person, go ahead and let me know why you can't understand what I'm saying,
I'm
right?
still
And
waiting
then
for the
now,
why though.
so hold on right quick. Now, when that person, start to, tell me why they can't understand what I'm saying, or they probably rephrase what I'm saying in a different way, I'm like, okay, you're right. Here we go right there. This is why. you couldn't understand what I was saying or whatever the case may be. But at the same time, I don't have to go there because we could move on. It's not always about a speaker. It's not always about me explaining a speaker. It's bigger thing to explain than just a speaker, right?
But well,
We're talking about, hold on
I
right quick. We're
understand.
talking about multiple things. And while we was talking about multiple things, the speaker come into the conversation. No, I don't have to make the conversation about the speaker, right? We could go back to us talking about the universe and how we see things because these are the things that we both understand. We own the same thing when it comes to
Right.
understanding these things.
But I don't understand what right he has to make assumptions about what I can and can't understand when I feel as if I understand and he just automatically says that I cannot understand it and
No, he did.
explain
He
the same
didn't do
thing
that.
in a different way than I do.
No, he didn't do
He
that.
just did that a little bit ago. He's
No, you
made
say you
assumptions
told
about
him you don't understand.
Aaron, you
I
project a lot,
I
Aaron.
don't
You just don't
understand
hear
an
yourself.
aspect.
Aaron, you do not hear yourself.
I do
If
hear
you heard
myself.
yourself and all that, a lot of airway has been given to you. I just use certain words. You're the one that says you want to
Just
have
because I don't know the
conversation.
words
Once
mean
again, you're
that
doing it now.
I shouldn't.
Aaron, I've been silent now for the last fucking 10 minutes. And I just started to chit chat because we're not on Zoom where I can put my fucking hand up. And as I'm talking, you're too busy fucking defending. You better understand what defense and attack is. It's a perpetual cycle. So now in this particular case, I just told you something based on what you were saying about having a conversation, but you don't allow other people. And when you do ask questions, it's only for your own personal gain. This thing is being fucking recorded. You could gladly replay it all. You understand the concept of resonate, ponder things, know things. If you understand chakras, you understand know things. Now you're living in your own little fucking glass little bubble, which is fine,
Or you
Aaron.
think? You know nothing
Aaron,
about me. You
does it
see, you keep
matter?
making
Does it
assumptions.
matter? Listen to the word. Does it
You don't
matter?
know my intentions of why I'm asking things.
That's
And
fine. But that's fine, Aaron. I've been hearing you, Aaron. I won't deny it. I've been hearing you. What I'm trying to say to you, you asked a fucking simple question about trying to understand me. How does that serve you to understand another human being? How does it serve
as part
you?
of the communication, so I know whether can understand and contribute.
Okay, so don't you have to ask other people and say, what's their form of communication? Because I'll gladly tell you my form of communication.
You've
Would
already
you,
stated
would
it.
you like to ask it? Would you like that? Or would you just like to repeat what you assume that I'm going to say?
No, you already stated it. You said
Which
you speak
is,
plain English and not word salad.
no, that's not for communication for me. Best a person can ever do for me out of respect is to hear me. That's it. That's it. Nothing major about that. You want to fill in certain little sparks, to fill in certain things because
How
you're hurt
how are
now,
you not
whether
doing the
you're a
same thing? I'm
developed.
not hurt. I'd be more than happy if we just dropped this shit and moved on, but it seems like every time I try to
Keep
contribute,
going. It's always about
you
the I. For you, it's always about you, Aaron. You just don't see it. You don't understand. When you're around other people, it shouldn't always be about you. You're insignificant in the whole. But in your own little world, when you're living by yourself, that's the most important thing for you. Outside of that, you've probably never lived outside of your vessel, outside of this
are
astral
you kidding
travel.
me? All I've
No, I'm
done
not
is
kidding
helped
you.
other people my entire life.
Good for you. Well done. I'm giving you that acknowledgement. Well done. But you didn't help
I
the
don't
fucking 4
need the
billion people in this realm. I'm just sharing with you, Aaron. There's the word.
no,
I'm sharing with you.
I understand.
Okay, well done. So you understand in your perception from where you're standing, what based on the language I just said, the way I said it, because I could act anyway. It doesn't form it anyway if I want
See,
to
you're
talk.
saying I just as much as I am. I don't,
Again,
just because I choose to use the word I doesn't mean a damn thing. It's just the way I start sentences. I could leave out the word I, but
okay. If it wasn't
just
about
because
you, Aaron, then you wouldn't have to be talking right now. I could say whatever. I could say pleasantries to you. I could say other things to you. You could just sit there and just hear it out. If we're going to communicate, and then if you feel inspired, that's my interpretation. Inspired to share something, that's fine. But it sounds like a lot of times when I'm listening to you, I'm listening to a fucking script.
and I just
And you
feel
say
like
this over and over again to people, which is fine, Aaron.
no,
But you're
I don't. I've actually never said any of this to people. So this was pretty organic conversation. I just feel like you're pissed off because you're not getting enough words in
again, you're
and you're
speaking
used
on
to
my
it.
behalf. You're
I
speaking on
know.
my behalf.
I said
And
I
Aaron,
feel that
hold
way.
on. Aaron, you just said the word, I'm pissed off. Why don't you ask me, Dom, are you pissed off? I could say, and how would that serve you? Does it hurt you that I'm being a little bit of aggressive in the way I'm fucking talking? I know I'm okay being an idiot once in a while.
You don't have people, you have a problem with people sharing feelings, or I'm asking a question.
Aaron, we are talking about one thing. Aaron, you jump like a fucking yo-yo here.
If you don't see how it's connected, then I don't know what
Now you're talking
we're
to me.
having
You're going to tell me how it's connected. You're throwing all these different terminology there to fucking mask what you're underdeveloped, your emotions. Like I can't figure that out in a short fucking period of time. You're not developed emotionally, let alone mentally. Aaron,
I feel like you're projecting.
Do you see the game that we're playing now? Don't
No,
you?
I'm not playing a game. I think you're just
Then
attacking
what
me.
are we playing then, Aaron? Aaron, what are we doing then here? What are we doing here?
I don't know. Why'd you suddenly just have to interrupt what was flowing and with something that I put a half an hour or an hour beforehand?
Drop that shit about interrupting and all that. Naga's been trying to explain something to you to a certain point. You don't got a fucking clue who you're fucking talking to right now. Because you don't even got a fucking clue who you're. Aaron, do yourself a favor. Learn to shut the fuck up once in a while and just go inwards. Doesn't matter what the fuck I'm saying. What are you thinking about? What are you feeling inside? If not, you might be telling yourself full of.
I was visualizing what he was saying and
What was
just making sure I had the visualizations correct.
Which is what? That I'm playing a game with you?
No, it had nothing to do with you. Why is it always got to be about you? See, you're doing the same thing I'm doing.
Figure that out. Bingo. Now you figured it out. But you do go on. That's all I just said. Now, is that a good or bad thing?
Just because I take a little bit longer to explain things doesn't mean that it's wrong, any more wrong than anything anyone else does. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not getting the same level of respect that I'm trying to give you. I let you
So
talk
what's your
and say
version of
whatever.
respect then? Because I told you mine. What's your version of respect?
Being able to have turns to speak and contribute and everything else. And I was understanding, I saw it as Naga's time, and I was just trying to make sure that I had what he said correct in the way I was understanding it. And then disruption.
Understand or heard? Which one are we talking about here? Or a bit of
Understand.
Okay.
Otherwise, I would ask, what did he say?
Okay. And if let's say, for example, you don't understand it, is it his responsibility to make it homework for you? To do your homework? Maybe it's one of those things you just know.
I was just wondering if he would want to read that book, and I thought it might help him on his way. That's the only reason I brought that up. If that's what you're speaking about.
And did you pick up the sense that when you had said 1,000 page, he was leaning towards something?
I said, and that's why I said that it's not even half of the book is the part that I was going to request him to read. And hell, and I was offering to give him my copy because it's not cheap.
Okay, but did you pick up the part that when you're saying it's 1,000 books, he was going to lean towards something? If it's a big book like that, he didn't really finish himself.
I told him it only the first.
No, but did you pick up him? Did you pick up him? You could have asked him at that point. You're just going around.
Did I not? Like,
no,
I mean,
you didn't. Naga, how do you feel about reading a 1,000 page book?
I didn't say he had to read the whole thing.
No, it's not that fucking. What are we in fucking high school here? You're somebody's father. You just mentioned a book. You don't have to tell anybody to do anything. We're back to government.
No, I was asking. It was still part of the question. It was just.
Did you read his energy? Did you read his energy when he was just about to say, when you had said it's 1,000 page? Did you pick up that? Did you pick that up?
Yeah, and that's why I explained further that he didn't want to read 1,000 pages, and I explained further that he didn't need to be able to see what I was trying to say. I don't think you're the one that's fully listening. I think you're just hearing me and not trying to listen.
Aaron, I'm always listening, but I'm hearing you.
Well, how is it my fault that you're not understanding or listening?
This has nothing to do with fault for me, but it sounds like it might be a fault for you. Fuck, you're
No.
revealing yourself. If you get to know me quite well, you'll realize those are the shit that I don't think about. I don't go worrying about fucking people being fault. This is your existence here. You're the one that's having that experience. Telling other people, which is fine, you can suggest it to them. Outside of that, telling anybody else what to do, you're full of fucking shit and you're beyond your own fucking lane.
I'm not telling him what to do. I was offering a gift of a book that might be enlightening on his journey.
Which is fine.
And I told him he didn't even have
but
to
you did
read
go
half
on and
of it.
on and on about it, opposed to just saying, you want to read a book. Go ahead.
Look, let me say this right quick, right? Because I don't think that the way we're talking right now, to be honest, based from what I see, I don't think it's going anywhere that's going to be but that's not going to make it, worse and worse and worse and worse to how it
Agreed.
is. Not to say it, that it is not it's still a conversation, but it's a conversation that's going to escalate because it's not towards something, it's just toward each other, right? It's like if we're driving and we're not driving on the road and we're coming at each other, it could only lead to one thing, which is an accident, which is a crash.
I thought that was what I said in the beginning about how this was unnecessary, and it just kept going.
Right. So I think we should just take it, what I'm saying, to the road, right? Where
Thank
we
you.
both, we driving, you're driving, you're saying about this. This is why I'm talking about, being my own space, being my own lane, being my own car, and everybody can be in their own thing too. We all driving on the public road, right? We all
Right.
driving on the plane, you know. So it is not, at the end of the day, people, like I hear both of you guys saying that it's not about you. Aaron, you say it's not about Dom. Dom say it's not about you. But me
I'm saying
personally, I
it's,
think it's about me, right? I think it's about me. It's the way I'm driving, right?
yeah, that's
It's the
why I
way I'm
was,
driving and what lane
and I was
I am.
offering a drift. That's all I was trying to do.
So is the lane that I'm driving, is the lane that I'm driving is about me, is the vehicle that I'm in. So I have to make sure that I don't crash into nobody crash into me,
I
right?
agree.
So I cannot say, okay, like I said, it's not about me. I'm the one behind the wheel, right? So it is about me. So again, I think, we had a great conversation. I just went to the kitchen, what I'm saying, and get me some chips, right? And when I come back, and we start driving toward each other.
Oh,
So
so
I think we should take it back, what I'm saying, to us how we were driving, because the conversation was going good. You know what I'm saying? That you go ahead, you tapped in, you know what I'm saying? And it's not really a distraction or a disruption, because each time that Dominic is talking, and it's something that he's saying, and I tapped in right quick. It's not so I want to cut him off purposely, right? I want to cut in front of him, right? But it's because I see the little space, I see what he's doing, so I want to tap in right quick. And he peeped that, he's like, all right, go ahead, he let me in. And each time that you doing it, you talking, right? And I want to say something, boom, you know what I'm saying? And I tapped in. So it should be fair. We all should be able to do that with each other. You know what I'm saying? I should be able to
right.
allow you guys to tap in what I'm saying something too, and just hold on for a little bit. And whenever you'll tap, finish, I don't have to make it a problem. The fact that you just tapping on what I was saying, I didn't get to finish my thought. Dom don't gotta do that. You don't gotta do that. I don't gotta do that. We all could build. Matter of fact, Lady Shit was on the platform. It was just me and Dominic building. And this is exactly what I told her. I told her, man, feel free to tap in whenever you want, because I don't think that, is not a problem for me. And we even went in and speak for Dominic, because we was already doing, building like that, before Lady Shit come on the platform. You know what I'm saying? So we shouldn't make that a problem. We should be able to lock in on what we're saying. You know what I'm saying, and don't and realize when we're coming at each other. You know what I'm saying, and to go back, and get back on the road. Because
That,
like I said, getting at each other only going to lead to one thing, which is
I
crashing to
agree.
each other.
I agree. That's why I said it is what it is earlier. Like agree to disagree, and let's move on. Like, and I didn't know you were gone, and I said we should just change the subject and move on with it. And I didn't know you weren't here to hear that. I was wondering why you didn't say what you just said a long time ago. I didn't know you were gone.
Yeah, it happened twice on the panel. It's crazy. Dom was gone. We didn't realize that, right? And we was having a whole conversation, and then he had a call, and I just left. You guys didn't realize that, and you guys had a whole conversation. So at some point of time, this is why awareness is important. This is why being aware at all time is important, because if I'm behind the wheel and I'm not aware, I don't keep my eyes locked in on the road, I could run into somebody, right? Or somebody could run into me and I don't even know that, to swerve right quick, or to
That
speed up
that
a little bit, or to press my brake right quick.
And that's why when driving, we adapt our driving based on the environment to get along without a wreck. And that's what I was just basically trying to make a point in so many words of saying I feel like I I should be able to be heard out in my way because I communicate differently, and I don't feel like I'm being like Dom is adjusting, but it doesn't matter. It's let's get back to the enlightenment.
Yeah, man, let's get back, again to answer your question. Like I said, I was about to say, like, first of all, about the book, I was about to say, I don't have no problem reading a book, even if, like, I'm not such a reader, right? I don't really like to read, especially long things. Like, I don't like to read in general, and especially a lot of long things. I don't like to do these things. You know what I'm saying? I don't even like to watch videos over and over. I like to catch the live stream. It's crazy. I would spend 8 hours listening to a live stream, but I wouldn't even spend like 20 minutes listening to you know what I'm saying, a live.
I
You know that,
understand.
that
I'm the
I
same way.
think that they had. This is how I don't know, but this is just me. You know what I'm saying? So it's certain things that I don't really like to do, and I don't try to force myself to do it. But it's not mine that I wouldn't try it. I don't like to watch TV. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes it's something on the TV that I end up come across, and I'm like, okay, I gotta finish watch the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? So it's the same thing with books. Even though I don't like to read at all, that don't mean that I never finish read a book. I read the Bible, I read the Bible like 4 or 5 times, like the whole from front page to the last page. So it's certain things that I definitely will read, and it's certain things I wouldn't read it. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, when you told me that it was 1,000 pages, I was gonna tell you I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm not finna read that whole 1,000 pages of a book. But at the end of the day, if it's something that I start to read and is interested, I was surprised myself that I finished read it and even think about it like that. You know what I'm saying? Think about it's not nothing for me to for me to put
I
a
understand.
limitation to it. So again, so feel free to what I'm saying, to send the book, and I'm definitely gonna let you know
It would
if
be
I'm
my honor.
if I'm not into it. But
That's fine. And if you're not into it, maybe you'll find someone else that you feel it's something that would help them on their journey, and you can pass it along or something. That's all I ask is, just make sure if it's not something you feel, try to find someone else that can feel it. I'm not the first owner of this particular book either. It's helped a lot of people along the way, and I just felt like it's calling me to come to you. That's the only reason I offered.
yeah, that no problem, bro. Like if I got anything that I have, I'm sharing my experience. So imagine what would I share. So if I got anything that I know is going to help somebody, of course I'm definitely going to share it. If I had, let's say I had mental issues, right, and I able to find a therapist that helped me, and I know somebody with mental health issue, I'm definitely going to tell them, yo, I think you should check this therapist out. You know what I'm
Eh,
saying? So is
And
it, we up here sharing our our a mindset, our frame of thought, how we see things, how we perceive reality, our conception of this whole reality. That's what we're doing. So sharing is caring. You know what I'm saying? So
yes,
to to go back, what I'm saying again on the reason why I got this on the page, I mean on the screen, is because I wanted to kind of show how this is in alignment with my avatar. You know what I'm saying? How
yeah,
I think the earth. I think the earth is balanced. It's a scale. You know what I'm saying? It's not tilt. To any is level. Like I said, it's a balance. And it's a parallel. It's a paradox. You know what I'm saying? It's a simulation. However, whatever word they use to describe, it's duality. You know what I'm saying? It's all of that based on the perception that you're looking at it. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, is wholeness, right? What makes it important, the most is that it's a whole thing. It's the wholeness of it. It's
exactly.
not that separation of it. It's not that different perspective of it, but it's the wholeness of it.
I agree. I feel as if I resonate with what you said, and I feel like I've expanded my understanding of what I feel this realm could be as well, just from a few different key points that you made that added on to what I already uh, perceive it as, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. like I said, I like to put things in front of people, and if they want, they grab what they want. I don't like to to go and force anything upon people, but the thing I will do is to stand on what I'm saying. I'm standing on my understanding. I'm not understanding it, I'm not overstanding it. I'm standing on their understanding, right? So I'm standing on it.
And in this conversation, I've learned that you have a much deeper. You've advanced far beyond where I'm at, and I'm trying to understand so that I can better, so that maybe something I say would help someone out in the audience or something, or that watches this later on that might understand things to a degree where I do, but maybe my rephrasing will help them understand. That's the only reason I do things like that. And,
So
and
you both did. You both did. You shout out to Mindful Exposure in the building. You both did. You and Dominic both did. Lady shit is the proof of that. Cause I always pick, of the proof is the result of something. By both of y'all come on the panel, you know what I'm saying? Lady shit prove that the fact that she appreciate both of y'all on the comment, and I appreciate both of y'all. Because we both of y'all help the conversation, help me dive in deep, into what I was doing. And in fact, when Dominic come, you know what I'm saying? He made me, go into my own lane. You know what I'm saying? Because I started this live stream, you know what I'm saying, based on the conscious community, you know.
right.
So he just came, you know what I'm saying, and we put a video. He could put the link in the back, and we watched it, the video. It was like 18 minutes, and after that, I went in on being on my own lane, right? And that this is what led to the conversation. And you come, like I said, help further the conversation more. You know what I'm saying? This is where we at right now. So we can't let all of that, you know what I'm saying,
I
that
understand.
help us end up, being that dip, for nothing. We dip into it for a reason, you know what I'm saying? Is the best for the betterment of the platform, for the betterment of me and you and him and Dominic. So, for sure.
Yeah,
So
and I respect your opinions, Dom. I just want to make that known, and the way you see things. And I have agreed with you on pretty much everything you said. I just was trying to understand the sudden bringing up of what was in the private chat at the time it was brought up. That was mainly the only issue I had, because I felt like it derailed things a bit. And that's why I began to get defensive, because I felt like it was flowing, and I felt personally attacked, I guess, because of the timing and the subject, and I apologize.
I hope Dom accept that your apology, but I don't think there is no need to apologize to me. You know what I'm saying? But if there is a need, you feel there is a need to apologize, I'm pretty sure it's to Dom. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I said, Dom. I said, Dom, I apologize
Right.
for taking offense to something that I didn't need to. But I thought that I was trying to understand. That's all, and I took offense to something that shouldn't have derailed the conversation. But I'm not one to always easily get back on track, and it seemed out of place at the time, and no problem. I understand and appreciate you, Dom.
Aaron, no apologies needed. It's just, I get it. We play games. I know I do that with myself. I can't speak on your behalf, but I do play games.
Wasn't aware I was playing games, but if I was, I thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Just one second. Again, as you say the word, I get it. Once again, it depends on each person. Like for me, I don't personally, and maybe I should have put that as a caveat. I don't really put value if people agree or disagree what I have to share. It is what it is. It's kind of like
That's how I feel.
It's no different when somebody keeps telling me, Don, do you believe this, believe this? I'm like, well, you need to ask me if I value belief systems, let alone understanding. I'm just sharing. When I share things, it is what it is. I'll gladly tell people I could be full of shit. But at that point, it's each their own,
yeah,
what they do with that information. It's like when I read a book, That's for me to consume. I'm aware that that book's probably been written many times by a whole bunch of people, misinterpret, interpret, whatever word I want to use to do grasp that. But once again, it comes down to each individual person. So for me, when I share with information with people, I might ask a couple of questions because I know it's about them. But outside of that, my work is within me.
I understand. I just felt like you were trying to say that I was the only one putting things about me or whatever, and when I thought that I was just contributing in the same way everyone else was, and now that I've heard you out, see what you were saying, I understand there, and I am happy that I understand the way you operate better, and I will adjust accordingly when having conversations with you.
This is exactly what I was trying to say. I use me as the example. I might say something, and he come a certain way. It's not to say he's giving credit to what I was saying or he will discredit what I was saying. It's more so this is how he's coming. You know what I'm
And
saying? This
yeah,
is
see,
just
I forget.
the
Sorry.
thing.
I just forget that sometimes a lot of people, it might take them 10 years to get the way I speak and truly understand it. And I forget that sometimes. And it does come off as word salad to people, especially ones with formal education. And I am a horse of another color. I'm not a normal person. I'm self-taught. So it's a lot of people do think that everything I say is word salad. I hear it every day from some people, but other people just get it. And I'm just not used to uh I'm not used to being in a situation where I associate or have to have conversations with people that don't already understand, and that's my bad. I understand now and I'm ready to move on.
There's words like self-taught and teaching the self. Two different energies. It's like self-love opposed to aware, loving the self or aware of the self. Again, the self for me is a program. So when people are self-taught, self-help, self-aware, those are great things to learn. But then it's kind of like understanding things. Then you have to grasp the essence of things.
I should rephrase. I have been
No,
taught
he's not.
by
He's not
informal.
saying that because he's not
That
saying that
resonates.
because of what you said at all. This is
No, I said it improperly though. I realize that. I shouldn't be saying self-taught. I should be saying I'm informally taught. Like I found teachers around the world, and it sounds like you have had a formal education with a college degree or something in the way
Okay.
that you're speaking.
So at this
And
point, Aaron, you brought an example. You're talking to a person. I'm going to talk about ideals. I already know when you speak, those ideals you have, they're not yours. You get to experience those. So I just put it in a different language because it's being recorded for other people. That's why I say it's not about you. I was just using what you said. It doesn't matter. You could have said that purposely, so I can give a different spin to it.
yeah,
This is why it's about knowing thyself. It's not self-knowledge. It's knowing the self. That,
I
in my interpretation, I'm going to put my
I
caveat
understand.
on it.
I
Again,
understand.
that
But
obviously
right.
it brings a lot of
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. We all going to get behind that will and take us where we need to get to.
yeah, I
Oh,
just didn't understand the need to keep pointing it out as if it were like that's why I took it as an argumentative thing because you kept pointing it out when I I feel the assumption was that I don't know myself. When I do, I'm just using a different type of language than you are because I don't have the same formal knowledge of the English language in its proper form as you do. And I keep trying to say that I feel like I understand what you're saying, but it's
trust
like I
me,
don't understand why you kept
Aaron.
repeating.
Trust me, Aaron, I get it. This is why when I tried to step in, when I came back and I realized what was going on, this is why I stepped in and Dominic immediately fought back and I was like, listen, the way you speak is the way you speak. The way you talk is the way you talk. It doesn't necessarily have to be the way I talk or the way I speak. The way Dom do is him. It doesn't necessarily have to do with anything with the way I do things. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely understand that okay, there was a mismatch, there was a miscommunication that was going place, and this is why I was trying to come in, and let it be known. Okay, look, there is no need to be a miscommunication right there. You know what I'm saying?
Agreed.
It's just, you know what I'm saying? It's just a conversation. You know.
Yes.
So again, you know, like I said, you know, I appreciate, you know, both of you guys, you know, building, you know what I'm saying, on what we was talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it helped me, you know, keep getting deeper and deeper, you know, into what I talk about. So if you know what I'm saying, any one of you guys could go ahead and grab it, you know what I'm saying, and I could pick it back on you know on what you guys is saying, you know what I'm saying, and we could ping pong this thing, you know what I'm saying?
And I do understand. I know, and I wanted to also add that I appreciate every single bit of it, and I'm not angry or anything like that. So don't think I am either. Like I've learned from this, and I'm ready to get back on topic. If you guys are, I
Yeah, I'm ready too. I'm ready. This is what
awesome.
I was saying. You know, if you guys, you know, will pick it back, you know, on what I was saying, you know, on how about, you know, I think, you know, that we, you know, this is the is you know the earth is balanced, you know what I'm saying, it is balanced, you know, it's like it's a scale. The earth itself is the scale of of the universe. The earth is what, you know, weighing, it's like weighing the so-called heaven and the so-called ocean, or the so-called below, right below the earth. The earth is what scaling it, right, is what weighing it. So it's not tilt, right, up or down, or from a 90-degree, whatever the case the scientist said, but it's balanced. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying that right there, the picture in the screen on the screen kind of, you know, depict what I'm trying to say, is fall in line with my avatar, you know, which is my own conception of the universe. So is everything that they say about it, like the simulation, you know, duality, polarity, you know, all these things. But I just emphasize on what the most important aspect of it, you know, is the wholeness aspect of it. You know, is that it's, you know, it's a whole thing. You know, it's wholeness. It's not missing, or you know, it's not a fragment. Not, you know, the fragment. Everything exists within that. You know, the earth is not a fragment of the universe. You know what I'm saying? And the universe is not a fragment of the earth. You know, all of that exists within that.
And I actually understand why it appears as if it kind of follows the like go seems to go like left or right depending on where you're standing, like a rocket or something. Uh, you know, seems to go left or right and stops going up after a while. It makes more sense that the way you explain it than it does the way they explain it, and that's awesome. I've because I've always wondered about that and why they have to make up new bullshit theoretical physics Einsteinian garbage to explain things that like instead of using Occam's razor, like I feel like you've used Occam's razor and made things uh understanding and more simple without having to make up a bunch of new science that has full of holes. Like I feel like you're on definitely onto it.
Yeah, well, me personally, I think so. You know, so that's something right there. You know, I agree with you, and that's something I'm going to stand on, whether people, you know, agree with me or not. I'm going to stand on that because I could see it. You know, it's like, you know, once you see something, you can't unsee it. You know what I'm saying? You start to see it, wherever it is. You see it. You know what
And,
I'm saying?
yeah, you've
So
modernized the story of Yggdrasil for me in a way that I can understand and back more than I already did as the whole realm there, the realmist standpoint. So I feel pretty solid after hearing the way you've interpreted it in a modern way. Like, because I feel like they're extremely similar. Like the the World Tree Yggdrasil story with Ragnarok and all that, which resets the cycles. And I don't know how familiar you are with it, but I'm my
now
mind.
you could share a screen if you're on
I
your
feel
computer.
concrete. Yes.
If you're on your computer, you could share a screen, but I'm not really, you know, familiar.
Oh, you
You
pretty
know.
much showed Yggdrasil like the way it was. It's just like how you were saying how you were saying that the what'd you say, the habitat? No, the word were you using for realm? that or that
Oh,
I'm
when I
using.
was talking about the
Yeah,
ecosystem.
ecosystem. Yes. Basically it shows a giant tree, and the ecosystems are stacked on top of one another. That's basically it. And there's like I forget how many ecosystems. There's like 6 or 8, something like that. Maybe there's 4. It's kind of like Lord of the Rings. They're Middle Earth and all that stuff. They adapted from that theory.
Is it like the cabal tree of life, something like that?
YGGDRASIL. I don't know if I'm not super familiar with the Kabbalah. In a way, yeah. It's probably where I don't know which came first. I'm a little fuzzy
Trying to
on.
see if I could find it. It's like something
Well, I
similar
figured
to
that did
this.
come first. Yeah, right there on the far right, the tree of life and death. That looks pretty much like Yggdrasil. It's just normally it's sectioned off into levels showing the different realms or ecosystems. But
Yeah,
same thing basically.
I think I kind of know. That's why I was trying to see if I could find it. I think I kind of know what he's talking about.
Yeah, the only thing is there's all the extra stuff that probably is an interpretation of something else, like Ragnarok, which would be like Kali Yuga in Vedic.
How you spell it?
YGGDRASIL.
YGG.
Yes. DR. Yeah, right there, top.
This right there.
Yeah. There's Midgard, Asgard. Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely, exactly. It's like a step pyramid, and it's in their own way. But I'm looking at it, like I said, I'm locked in, to what I see, to how I see the
Yeah.
conception of the universe. So I could just look at that and already see the pyramid,
Yeah, and
that.
humanity like always has to readapt things to what they understand best at the time based on what they're given. So I understand what they were saying there better now that I've heard you, and that's what I'm appreciative of, because I'm going to stand behind it firmly now myself, because I had a few questions and I think you addressed them. That's the only reason I hadn't fully backed the realmist idea yet. Well, that's what I'm calling it anyway.
They even got that concept too. I don't know why it took me, but that they even got that right there too, which is the same thing with the minds was trying to depict, by showing, but it's just that there was only showing it in the form of the earth. Like this right here is the same thing. Hold on, let me find it. There was only showing it in the concept of
Was it the yugas or I'm trying to remember. It's on the tip of my tongue.
like this right here, they
Yes.
were showing it in the form of that, which is it is the same thing, right? Of my which just like my avatar, but the only difference is only depicted one side of it, right? It's only depicted one side of the just like today we have the globe Earth, right? Which depicted one side of the map that I just showed. You
Now,
know
do
what
you
I'm
feel like there's more sides than just the two?
Than just the two?
Mm-hmm.
That right there, I do not know. Well, I would say this. There is more than one than two sides, which is the which is what's creating the two sides. Like how my avatar is, right? You can see the two circle in it, right? Let
Yes.
me highlight it myself right quick. You can see the two sides, right? On my avatar, but you can see how it being created by a oneness, right? By a
Yes.
whole circle. So I think that whole circle right there, you know what I'm saying, is another one. So once we left that circle right here, that oneness, we automatically fall into this right there. But once we left, that two earthly right there, we automatically right inside of that. So I think that this right there is the matrix. The two earths right there we're looking at is the matrix, and the actual earth is that outside of it, is the circle outside.
But do you believe there's, as far as the big circle goes, do you think there might be other big circles that can somehow be traveled to?
Well, I think inside of the circle is many more circles. This is why I'm showing you two in it, right?
I
Inside that two circle there can be two more circles, right? And it could have and it could be an infinite version of circles, right? Inside that is like like the Matrix, right? Or what's that movie name? A dream within a dream, right?
Uh, yeah, I think Requiem for a Dream. No, wait, that's a drug show. Never mind. I know what film you're talking about.
Yeah, I think with something I forgot his name, right? But you think that within that circle, right? I think that circle is a continuous circle. That circle represents the cycle of infinity of things, right? And within that infinity of things, within that cycle, right, everything exists.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you thought that since there could be an infinity of a cycle and all the rings within the rings there, but I didn't know if you thought that possibly there was a way you could travel to like alternate circles within the circles, like that's outside of that, like maybe that everything that you have pictured on your avatar there. I was wondering if there's a possibility that that was possibly accidentally created by someone from some technology, and that we're a mirror copy of theirs, and that there's another uh, seemingly identical, possibly existence of all that duplicated. And I only say that because of the guy that went to South America and traveled through the Stone Stargate, according to him, and he met people that we only seem to see, and they don't even know why, as period dressed Mayans. And they said they created this mirror image of what they had as their realm as an accident and a experiment, and it got out of control and became a mirror to theirs, like exactly the same, but grew on its own, like in the way it was structured. And that's always had me thinking, like, is it possible that that entire matrix that is your avatar there, is that possibly a mirror copy, and why things at times don't seem more created than natural, because maybe that entire set of ecosystems within ecosystems might be a copy of another.
Yeah, they all not just of another, but all of them is a copy of the original circle outside of that, or outside of the of these two. Like this one and this one is a copy of the original one of the circle outside, and so within these two there can be many copy. They all will be a copy of the original, which is the circle, which is the infinite infinity of things. So all derived from the infinity of things, and like I said, within that circle there can be many copies, but that's just based on my conception or my
Uh,
perception how I see reality.
I
I don't
see.
think there can be anything, right? I don't think there can be anything outside of the infinity of things. But I think within the infinity of things there can be many copy, many
So
pieces, many
I get
different
it.
versions of that.
So you're just using the outer circle to encapsulate all that is, and then anything could be copied or built within that outer, the big outer one, right?
Yeah.
Excellent. That's my mind's blown. I feel like that disproves string theory too, which that's something I always like being done. I can't stand theoretical physics.
Yeah, I think that's me too, because I spoke on that, on the string theory, on the Big Bang, right? How they use it, right? to quantify the matrix, but the Big Bang, is just a theory. It cannot be quantified.
Yeah, they always have holes in their stories, and they got to make up new stuff to explain the last stuff. And there's always holes in the new stuff, and that's what it drives me nuts. It's all becomes just an ego trap of that never ends.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Me, I call it a hypocrisy. You know, if we're going to come with some type of quantification, right? We will have to be able to quantify whatever create that, whatever give birth to that. If it can't be, if whatever give birth to, so-called the matrix, therefore we have to admit that the matrix cannot be quantified. The quantification aspect of it is an illusion, right?
Yeah,
But yet it's crazy how they want to they want to say that a theory give birth to something that's real.
yeah. I don't understand how they feel they have a right to teach something that can't be proven in school and indoctrinate people like that. I think that's the biggest injustice done to uh humanity. And I mean, someone's been at it for a very long time because they've got pretty good at distracting. I feel whoever is distracting, like I feel like maybe at this point it's just everyone being distracted by what just keeps manifesting because things never end, and most have forgotten that that everything species with amnesia,
Oh, what's
basically.
going on to oh, Dom? Okay, he left. Oh, okay. Salute, Dom. But yeah, much love and respect to you. Appreciate, you add, your input on the bill. Definitely took it, where it needed to be. In fact, you helped starting it, to where it's at right now. But yeah, yeah, going back to what you were saying, you know, oh yeah, that was you. But yeah, going back to what you were saying again, you know what I'm saying? So again, I think, they I think that they can prove what the universe is based on my conception. I don't think they can prove what it is. The universe, already proven itself. We cannot create an alternative proof of what we think the universe is. We are the living proof of the universe. The earth outside, then nature is the living proof, of the universe. So, is instead of us just accepting it for what it is, we went on and trying to create, you know what I'm saying? We to to terrorize, to theorize what it is. You know what I'm saying? We can't theorize what it is. It already is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So we can either see it, accept it. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Or we don't know what we're talking about.
I have a question. If I were somehow to get the opportunity to go to this place in South America, and if I feel that I know the tones to sing to go through this Stargate, would you attempt it with me if I offered? I'm not saying it'll happen, but theoretically.
What was the question again?
If I feel that I may be able to guess the three tones that this person was sworn to secrecy about, that was allowed them to travel to the Stargate, which was made of stone. And if I had the opportunity to go down there and bring you with me, would you be willing to go and see with me if we could figure out a way to get to it and get to these people that supposedly uh, use some sort of technology to possibly be able to create realms, just for the opportunity to ask them questions if we can, just for the adventure? Because that's one of my dreams to do that one day. And who else but someone that I feel would have the best questions to ask them if they could meet a species that claims to be able to make, if the story's even real. I don't even know if you're aware of the guy I'm speaking of, or if you've heard the story, but it blew my mind and got me thinking about this stuff because it touches on all of this, but they go into details of how they created it and all this stuff. And this guy was a simple, like he was a rancher that just interested in, Native American type things, and he just happened to run into the right person at the right time that shared a secret with him. And I can give you the name at some point if you'd like to see his story. Linda Moulton Howe did an interview of him, and so did Rex Bear on Leak Project. And no one's been able to poke any holes in his story, or he's never changed story. He's never added to it. It's always been what it is. And his wife swears up and down that he disappeared into the stone, and that he was only gone for a few minutes, but he remembers a lot longer. I can't remember his name off the top of my head though.
Well, the thing about his story, history, right? His story. I felt like I passed it. It's like a class. I passed history. Now
But
that I have the ability, to tell or write my own story. So
I was just wondering if you would be interested in attempting to speak to people that claim to have mastered the technology that allows things to be created, and was wanting to see if you would like to see if we can ask them questions ourselves about the technology, or if you're interested. That's all.
well, the thing I guess my answer is that I don't believe these people, created the technology that we're talking about. I don't
No,
think that,
not created, but like they know how to utilize it by some sort of technology, and that this specific uh, circle within the realm, they claim to have created it, and people still report being able, like seeing these people walking out of the same stone thing to this day down in that tribe.
you're talking about down in
South America. It's, I think, I don't remember whether it's
in
Ecuador
Peru.
or it's either Ecuador or Peru. I can't remember which. There's a stone
Yeah,
stargate
it's in
down there.
Peru. It's in Peru.
Okay. Yeah, it is
Yeah,
in the
that's the
Andes.
thing. I don't think that these people created the technology, right? I think what happened is that we created the not even created, right? We form, right, the opening, right? We form the realm, the stargate where people can enter this realm, right?
Yeah, they just claim to create the realm. They, while trying to use the technology for the first time, they said they accidentally created this existence that we're aware of as our realm here. Like this.
That's what I'm trying to build on. I don't think they created this realm. I think this realm is a result of what we did. It's not that we created it. It's a result of an action that we took, right? And the action that we took is forming, right? It's form a portal. It's like how I was explaining, right? This thing that how was happening is not just happening. It's not something that's happened that we don't want to happen, but it's something that's happening that we wanted to happen. So it definitely go back to what you're saying. So because, right, because we created the lock, right? So therefore, the key met, right? The key, right? The key met with the lock, right? And there was an opening, right? And the opening is what created, our this realm that we are in. You know what I'm saying? But it's not
Yes.
that we went and created this realm. Like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Because uh, nothing can really be created. Things can be, conceived, right? Things can be conceived, which is a form, right? Which is
I
formation.
Is conceiving not essentially creating in the first place in a way?
No, I don't think creating and conceiving is the same thing.
Okay. I I don't follow, but I'll accept that. I see creation. I see like coming up with a thought. I feel like thoughts are things, and and if it's original, I feel as if it's a form of creation, even if you don't go and physically have to do something to make it. Because to deny something, I mean, you can't prove anything existed. Well, technically, can't prove anything existed or didn't exist, um, unless you were there and remember things. So, in theory, I guess I'm saying, uh, maybe
So
it
why?
was conceived.
So why do you think that when a baby is in the womb, they don't call it creating? They call
Uh,
it conceiving. They call it conceiving.
be, because the things have to come together, like you were saying with the lock and the things. But I still feel like it's a form of creation because it's something that didn't exist in that form prior. Things came together for it to happen.
So you're saying, in other words, you're saying
Same thing you
creation
said
is
with about the lock
creation.
and the key coming together. Basically,
In
I just
another
see it
word,
as
you're saying
creation.
that. In another word, you're saying that creation is transformation.
I guess. I guess the way you're right. It would be more transformation than creating because nothing can be created or destroyed, only transferred. Sorry, I had my self in that hole there and I didn't realize it. Thank you. I I get it.
Yeah. So to go back to answer your question, I don't think that these people create anything, right? Or know or have any idea what they were doing.
I guess I'm more
So,
curious as to what they are, since they said they don't look anything like we perceive them, and I want to know more about them, I guess, than I do about how to create or anything else. When you've made a good point about the transference and the lock, so I guess I'm more curious about the beings themselves when all is said and
yeah,
done.
I don't. Well, that's the thing. You know what they say about curiosity, right? Curiosity killed the cat, right? So this is what I'm talking about. The people that so called that they created something or started something. I'm saying that they were curious. They didn't know why. Why. It's not like they understood. You know the the understanding the mechanics, right? The
Hmm.
of what they were doing. No, they were just curious about doing something, and they end up, they did it, and this is the result of what happened. It's kind of like how they explain Atlantis, right? How they explain that the Atlantean, they were using different form of technology, right? And
Yeah,
something end up happening, and
I
it,
think that was intentional. I think a faction intentionally blew up the world grid by overloading it at the point of the Great Pyramid, but that's just based on what I've.
I get it, but I was just talking because you have to understand. Me personally, I look at these things from the point of history. I'm not looking at these things from the point of my story because it's not my story to tell, right? It's
Right.
his story that's already been told. So I'm looking at it from the perspective that is being told.
Oh, I was going with like what I've come to learn versus the narrative, I guess, instead of the personal. That's my bad. I don't
Nah,
often
it's
distinguish.
nothing wrong with that, with what you're saying. I'm just saying, me personally, on how I was speaking on it, on the narrative that's being told. I understand a lot of people have a different narrative of the same story, right? They have a different. Hear what I'm saying. They have a different narrative of the same story. So it's all the same story, but it's just being told differently, right?
Gotcha. Yeah.
So I definitely understand that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not, I'm not caught up, in the different, perspective of that story or different perception or different way it being told. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I know it's his story, you know? So I was just speaking from that perspective, not my story. You know what I'm saying? This is why I said that I felt like I passed history or history. I'm way past history. I feel like this is the beginning of my story.
And your stories definitely helped me like to understand what I had questions about. And I that's why I love these conversations. Everyone, I feel everyone can contribute their version of stories to help others understand their own understanding, if that makes sense. Just by
I,
hearing the
I
right
can
keyword or
definitely agree because at the end of the day, it is hearing different people's different perspective of how people tell, his story or history. What led me to tell my story? That led me into my story, right?
so
And yeah,
it kind of goes back to when the student is ready, the teacher will find them, and how everything's connected, and that's how that happens then, right?
uh, I definitely agree because I'm a student, and I think the teacher found me, which is her, you know, which is her. It's her teaching, it's her teaching. It was her that did, that decided to, to bring life. And when I'm saying that, I'm talking about, the Mother Nature,
Yeah.
Mother Earth, right? So I'm talking from that perspective, that you know what I'm saying.
Yes, I
So I could
understand.
definitely understand that, she found me. You know what I'm saying? Basic because through the way she, because she had a way that was leading back to her. There is a way that's going to lead back to her.
And that's what I call synchronicities in my speak, right? Like how I follow the synchronicities and find out more of the way I view things, and I feel like something's guiding me. Is that kind of the same, a similar method? Is it? I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, and in a way, it is exactly what it is. So I hear her voice, right? I hear her voice, right, through me, right, which show me that I was the way to her, right? I follow me, I follow and the enemy, right? I follow, my inner self, and it led me back to her because I heard her voice. Let me give a shout out to Zero,
Yes. Hey,
aka
Bex.
X in the chat. Nice to see you. This is not a presentation. This is open panel. Anybody, feel free to join. You know. So yeah, bro. You know what I'm saying. So I definitely think the teacher found me. Because the teacher was, was talking to me. Was expressing her teaching to to me.
And,
In a way
and
that helped me,
and
that
to
led
build on
me
that,
to
I
her.
feel like the teacher led me to you through the experiences that I listened to my inner self to get to meet you in the first place. And your experience through her, is that making any sense? Like,
Yeah, I for sure. I mean, I could see
like,
what you're saying, right?
like I feel
I,
like
could, I
she
think that
is
she led
guiding.
you. She probably led you to me. And shout out to Sarah in the building. You know, listen,
I
I
had
think
to
she.
come in.
Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
I just had to come in to show my support because I haven't been up here yet, and I appreciate you. And it's actually been a bit since you and I have had a chance to talk on panel, but I've enjoying this conversation. I've sensed this beautiful flow lately. There's been a lot of, I don't know if I want to call it resolution, but just a balance, I guess, to things I've noticed throughout a lot of conversations happening. And this does coincide, obviously, because Aaron's engaged. Would love to have your input sometime, of course, Naga, in some of our discussions we've had for the community. So just appreciate your input. Thank you.
No, thank you. I appreciate you for showing up. Show some support. I definitely appreciate it, for real. And anything I could do, let me know. I would definitely try to adjust,
Definitely.
on that. But yeah,
And
like we were saying. Oh no, go ahead. Yeah.
I was just gonna say I appreciate both of you. Like, both of you all have been a motivation, and Naga, the part that has helped me the most is helped me understand that my inner voice is that the mother nature that you speak of, and like the synchronicities when I speak of them is just me noticing, I guess, that and sometimes I have trouble seeing the forest for the trees, and maybe the way you're interpreting things, I got sidetracked by thinking that the information was coming from you when it was all one thing, and the answers were already there. It's just the way I ended up running across my interpretation.
And I have to
And
convey, knowing Aaron for quite a long time, that the growth, and he knows I'm saying this with the utmost respect, but the growth in his ability to get through that or see through so many things now and have this deeper understanding, it's been profound in the last bit. I really feel since we've, projected this project. But again, I've known him. I'm thinking now we've known each other for at least 2 years. I
A little
mean,
more, but yeah.
it's been really wonderful to watch. And don't get me wrong, I know you've seen my growth, Aaron.
Oh yeah.
And he's experienced it in real time. So, this is why this kind of puzzle piece aspect and this uniqueness of our abilities to sort of connect in that way is what makes it beautiful. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate everyone in this community. Like everyone has their pieces, and I find more clarity the more I interact with all of you. And I've met shamans and all sorts of other people who helped me in my younger years, and there was a period of time of stagnation where I wasn't able to see, due to things going on in my life, the signs and synchronicities and stuff, and it has picked back up exponentially in recent years, and it's definitely a journey that I feel like I definitely have the understanding that that of the oneness. I have words that back up um my theories that I wouldn't otherwise have been able to if each puzzle piece hadn't fit together the way it has in my reality. And I appreciate all of you, even you guys in the chat.
And like, I feel like in real time witness, you have this way deeper understanding of the pretty traumatic thing you went through that you do openly talk about with your son,
And
I feel
I
like
have understanding
you've
still that I can't even
transformed
find
so
words
much.
for.
It's and I might tear up a little bit.
I can say, and I'm not afraid to admit, I did think that I had figured out all I cared to and was ready to just fade with the wind about less than a year ago, months ago even, and things happened just the way they needed to. Because if I hadn't been in that mindset, then I wouldn't be sitting here right now speaking with you guys, and I'm thankful for that. And I'm
Exactly.
thankful for all the little things.
We're thankful for you too, Aaron. So, Naga, what's life like? And if I'm totally flipping the subject on its head and we need to just hone it back in, but in the idea, even community aspects of what maybe you're, and because I'm a little oblivious to some extent. I don't know your full history, but what it's like there currently, and if that culture isn't already there. But just this idea of intentional communities with the same philosophies that we all foresee, but also like we're not trying to build, because I'm constantly saying it's not a cult, it's culture. And just kind of your overall perspective of that, and what you feel like you foresee in that for yourself, if not at all.
Hold on, guys. I smell something that's either a burning bug or something that
Go,
has
Aaron,
melted.
go.
That's electric. No,
Mr.
it's
Hero,
in here
go.
somewhere. I'm trying to.
Okay,
I
just
can
go.
I can participate. I'm not on the
Look,
cord
it's
anymore,
okay.
so
Aaron,
I'm
it's
just
okay.
trying to
Just
track
go
the
figure
smell.
it out. We'll be here. Okay. Go
I
figure
can
it
still
out.
participate. I'm just walking around
Oh,
smelling where
you made
this.
it sound like. Sorry, I was like
No,
intense.
it
Hold
just
on, guys.
came out of nowhere. It's
I know,
good.
but you made
Calm
it sound
down.
like there was like an immediate fire, so you kind of you're
I
freaking
don't
me out.
know, but I've set a whole room on fire and trapped myself in it before and didn't freak out
Okay,
when I
you're
was
okay.
younger.
You're
So
okay,
it's
Aaron.
good.
You're okay. Figure out where it's coming from. If you need to mute yourself, and you should probably do that, and just
Yeah, I
attend to
am gonna mute
okay.
myself, but I'll be here.
Yeah, just no. I'm just saying, attend to the situation, and we'll be right here. We're here for you. Okay. Let me know what I can do.
You're good. I promise.
Okay. And I apologize, Naga. Did you hear what I said? It might have. I'm not sure if it got mixed up in the kerfluffle.
I kind of hear something, about the culture, but I didn't really get, the frame or the question.
Like, what's your situation where you're at? And do you currently, like, through family already lifestyle, sort of participate in some sort of community-based ethics and support? I'm just curious, like, how you feel about that whole idea in general.
I think I'm the support system for my family. I think I'm trying to help them find themselves. You know, uh,
Yeah,
through
definitely.
finding myself, right? So I think I'm kind of like the connector, right? That's trying to connect, all the broken pieces in the family together, you know. But
Yeah.
my family is just like anybody else family, you know, broken, damage, in all type of way.
Generational trauma that's sort of ricocheting.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. All that for sure. And it's it used to be depressing, right? The fact that I'll have to watch
Yeah.
them, right,
Yeah.
in that state, but now it's more uh
Empowering.
it's more it's more like, okay, this is closer, it's a step closer, you know what I'm saying? So I don't look at it, as depression, as bad, as I looked at it to the point where I put myself down. I looked at it, okay, it's a step closer. You know what I'm saying? I could be
Yeah.
a step closer to them, that where I could be that footstool. You know what I'm saying? That where they could step on. You know what I'm saying? To get where they need to be. You know. So
Yes.
I'm,
Yes.
I'm more focused on doing that, or on being that. Instead of looking at it from a defeated mindset. From a so-called negative mindset. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Because I don't think, what I'm saying. I don't think, in a negative way. I felt like, I'm able to cleanse myself from all the negativity. You know, I detox
Yeah,
myself from
I
all
feel the
that.
same. I can highly relate. It has a lot to do with my own experience with some of it was going through couples therapy. I was in a 8-year relationship and we went through a lot of trials and tribulations as it's kind of becoming more normalized, right? As well as mental health complications. Anyway, I learned so much, and what that ended up doing was triggering this awakening to understanding even though my childhood was good, there was a couple things I didn't realize that were happening that had to do with my mother's trauma. And that is actually what's interesting. As I've gotten older, that's been trickling out. I'm now understanding why I have certain reactions without knowing where it comes from, or why my resonance, which I do equate to, the manipulation of your genetics, which is really what generational trauma is. And I feel like this all connects. But I talk about 0 point, which is a quantum statement, but it's also an aura, or if you've heard the word biofield. So we're emitting this resonance, and you're going to attract and repel based on that. And so these were parts of my understanding of why my whole life had these weird implications and these weird pathways of running into like these bad bosses and these very codependent and manipulative relationships. So coming out of it really helped me understand that there's there's so much more beyond it. Also, like my family is the only family that like actively does the shh to me and saying like you're talking really loud. And I it's I'm
At
a
least my mom would be able to hear you.
I know. Like I'm a loud, but people have and I've had friends that really close friends and I've asked them deeply like do I overpower you with it? And they're like, no, actually, like really when I get down to it. So this is again a frequency thing, right? And this is why I've told you, Aaron, I'm good chaos. When I come into your bubble, I'm going to affect that and it's going to
I've
reflect
been
on
banned
everybody
from going
around
to
you
places
and
because I get
everything
too
around
excited
you.
and loud.
And this is why like certain key people are in their families most likely like Naga, and I'm gonna say like myself. I do feel like I disrupt, and I've been told this, not in a negative way either, because I do emit a lot of light, but I'm not gonna let you sit there and be stagnant. So anyway, I'm not trying to get off topic with the generational trauma aspect of it, but
It's a
what I
discussion
wanted
of
to
it
get at,
that's open.
sorry, just I'm curious because I don't know a ton about Naga. I know you're in the Virgin Islands, right? And
No, I'm not
I
in the
just
Virgin Island. I'm from the Virgin Island.
oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but you and so are you in the States right now?
Yes, in New York.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool.
I thought you were
I mean, just
down
because like
in
New York is
Alabama or
such a,
something.
specific state, like I have not been in the New York City or like on that coastline, but I was in Buffalo and Niagara Falls. That's the furthest east I've been, and I would like to go to, Maine. Anyway, it doesn't matter, but I'm just saying so how long were you in the Virgin Islands?
I was born there.
And then you moved shortly after, sort of a situation?
No, not shortly after I moved after high school. After high
Oh,
school.
okay. Okay. How would you compare the atmosphere, especially in a community sense, to where you are now?
Uh, the atmosphere is more is more rich, right? You felt closer to nature, and this
Definitely.
is why we have a lot of people coming from the states, to go, go there, on vacations, you know, every day. You know what I'm saying? We have boats,
Yeah.
that come, or every 2 days. You know what I'm saying? 3 days. We have boats, different boats that come to the island. You know what I'm saying? For people, as to come as vacation and tourists. So is very, like I said, rich, refreshing, like make you feel closer to nature. It doesn't have these huge building and huge corporation, that kind of pollute in the air, and we don't have, all these chemtrail, in the air, you know. So it's more, like I said, refreshing, as far as the environment, what I'm saying, the atmosphere. But when it comes to the lifestyle, is basically the same. You know what I'm saying? We still have the gangs. We still have the drug dealers. We still have the crackheads. We still have, all type of low life. You know what I'm saying? Is because it's still the, if you can imagine like a third, how they say a third world country. So if you could imagine like a third world level, of ghetto, right, in
How
the
do
states.
people rely how were people helping each other in that situation?
Uh, I don't think is together. People is just minding their business, right? We in the Virgin Island, because there's many different islanders, different people from other islands
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
gonna come to the Virgin Islands. So it's a mixture of different people from other islands. So, people are kind of minding their business. Jamaicans stay, together with Jamaicans. Other people from other islands stay together. The Haitians stay together. The Dominicans stay together. And the little group, that's indigenous to the island stay by themselves. But we integrated.
Interesting.
But it's not
Wow.
like
Yeah,
we.
but you felt like overall it was pretty separated. And I can relate to this just growing up. I know it's like the Midwest, but there we obviously had a lot of different cultures in Wisconsin alone. But we were actually considered the number one segregated city. It just was very apparent where you went. I just find it interesting that it was on this island where you think maybe there would have been overall more integration.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We integrated, but not culturally, right? It's socially. Socially, we integrated, but culturally, everybody is in their own cultural bubble.
Like they had, yeah. But at some point, then this is where that interracial relationship and generations start to happen. Sorry, yeah, I got a loud kitty. Where that starts to happen. So I'm sure at some point, like those cultures started to mix a little bit, or maybe that was post your time there.
Nah, it's mixed. Like I said, you know what I'm saying. We breed with different races. You know what I'm saying. But the thing is that, for example, like me, right? Even though none of my parents are from the island, right? But I took on the Haitian culture, because both of my parents from Haiti. You see, so even though I was born on the island, right, I'm part of the island culture, right, but I'm also part of my culture. You know what I'm saying? Which kind of lead me more towards my culture. You know what I'm saying? Than to the island culture. You know what I'm saying? Because it's
Yeah,
so little.
yeah, yeah.
It's not as uh big.
I
You
understand
know what
that.
I'm saying?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So it's the same thing with other people from the islands, like the Dominicans. They will take more on their Dominican culture, even though they're on the island, because they always keep going back to Dominican Republic. They make it mandatory for the kid to speak Spanish. You know what I'm saying? The Jamaicans is the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So even though we will be mating and breeding with the people from the island, with the indigenous people from the island. You know what I'm saying? The kids, end up, take on more, from the outside part, because the culture of the island is so little.
Well, they might end up taking on mainstream culture for that exact reason, depending on their influence with current technology, because obviously that's if modern day, that's going to be the situation. I think
Well, that's
personally,
what it is.
I think
That's,
that's
that's
what we're seeing right across the board, even in these areas where they have had little integration with other communities, and these cultures are sort of being integrated by that influence.
Yeah, that's what it is. Like, cause the culture in the island, you know, is basically the culture over here from the states is bleeding on the culture of the island. So the culture of the island is washing up itself. It's losing its originality. You know what I'm saying? So it's more and more and more and more. The culture from the state. Like I said, is bleeding.
Do you know what?
From that.
Can I ask you a question on a deep level?
Yeah.
Because these kind of conversations are very important to what's happening, and cultures are so different, and obviously there's like this big conversation with. I'm not. I don't. Please don't take this as like me trying to say any way I'm trying to play myself as a victim. I just kind of have to set that up. But just current narratives right now are really playing off, particularly my color. And if you want to get into my culture, it's very deep. Like I actually have a huge portion from Yugoslavia, which is no longer a country, right? And there's actually tribal connections on that end, which could connect to Persian connections as well. So I'm just saying, like right off the bat, It's very complicated, right? Like we are understanding at least that. But my questioning to you is, do you feel that it's important to make sure that at least some part of every single individual culture, like right now as we know it, because there's so many different tribes, really. I have to say tribes, I think. I think that's a good way to classify the importance of that sort of indigenous, deep ancestral connection. Because they really, in my opinion, and from my experience, they're the last connections to those roots. They carry that. Even past, in my opinion, the Bible and religion. And I apologize if I'm overstepping, but this is my feeling. So knowing all this and knowing how potentially important it is to preserve every single individual tribal tradition or culture to some extent, is it not also equally important for us to start fully integrating that? Returning back to that root, to that really, I mean, honestly, like common sense survival, like instinct we know it with deep within us. If you want to call it, within our integrated with our DNA, which I mean, how do we learn to survive? Why do we behaviorally react the way we do and then evolve that way based on what we've been exposed to? And I have this really deep connection. I mean, I'm looking at your picture right now too of South America and the depictions there, which have no connection to Europe, right? So completely change our form of history and understanding of where we come from. I know I'm kind of going over in a little bit in a loop here, but what I'm trying to ask at the end of the day here is it not important that we respect, hold true to ourselves, respect, but also make sure that we make a point to integrate with each other and to share each other's cultures and traditions and move forward with that kind of integration, making our own. And then obviously, because we're going to separate, it's been the natural formation, continue to do that over and over again, but continue to realize that, cultures, I just talked about this recently. Ecuador has one of the most amazing birthing programs because they hold true to the native traditions. They have shamans and herbalists that are constantly influenced in their medicine. And their birthing process is beautiful. It's all about movement and exercise and positioning. And here we're forcing women to sit in a position and shove it out and, let it all come out with it. And hey, if it's painful, make sure you shoot this up, right? I mean, we don't need to get into modern medicine, but I think you know what I'm getting at. If you were to totally ignore that aspect of birth, and don't get me wrong, I know there's African communities that have other practices of birth, but not integrate and not try to understand, I don't know. I think we're at a precipice of time, to be honest. I think that we're looking at a time where we're going to actually see a lot of these connections be made and understand the wholeness of it. I don't know if we all come from one source, but that's really what we've been told, right? So, this is, I think, in my opinion, the time that we're actually going to be building these bridges. And I apologize because I took this question with you on community and took it into this whole other aspect. So I appreciate you guys listening to me.
Now I definitely get it because you have to get the full the whole frame so that the picture can be shown the way you want it to be shown. So
Thank you.
yeah, I definitely think that the original culture of of America, right, is integrated. You know, for example, I could speak right on the Haitians, right? the Haitians, came from, all the five, right? If not is seven civilization, right, of the mainland, right, and travel to the island, called, Haiti and Dominican Republic, in order to protect that island, right, because of the coming of foreigners, right. So that means we already
Yeah.
had a understanding, we already had a unity, right, even though it was seven civilization, right, uh uh that
Yes.
was kind of like separated, each civilization, but they all was under one empire, right? So all these civilization, all these kingdom, come together form one empire. You know what I'm saying? We
Yeah.
was had a unity amongst us to the point that where we understand that okay, the foreigners is coming to take over, right? And we have to go and protect the most important part of the land, right? It's like the step pyramid, right? Somebody is coming to take over the pyramid, and we understand the tip of the pyramid is the most important. So we have to protect that and make sure they never be able to get on top of the pyramid, right? So again, that
Yeah.
proved that there was unity, right, amongst us. There was understanding. There was, we were integrated, right? There was a connection amongst us, right, before foreigners, right, want to
And
force
can I
the
tell you
connection.
too what I think? This, and I'm not sure how you feel about this with medicine, but I've been thinking a lot about the infiltration of other, like obviously the Europeans coming into the coastlines, like because I did a lot of research on the West Coast and the Russian American company, and the fact that, I mean, this is like a recurring theme that they came in and they brought in disease, right? That's what they tell us. Typhoid, or I'm gonna say it wrong. What is it called? It starts with a C. You know what I'm talking about? Like these are mostly respiratory, even too, and flu-like related. And this trickles down into what we're experiencing now. But really, I talk heavily about, a lot of times they say that the disease didn't set in immediately, which you think it would, right? It would wipe everybody out the minute they stepped in, because it's a foreign substance, when in actuality it was over time, and often associated after they had wiped out their resources. It was a mental game, and they came in knowing this, that they could take over because they didn't have this, or it was a reset aspect where these people were surviving after with like trickled information, so they're just trying to piece it together themselves. They don't have a full understanding. They're just trying to take a little bit from what they remember. So I mean, obviously it's complicated, but I think you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I definitely agree. And by me, especially by me using America, as a continent to show how it was integrated, or how it was there was a unity, is not to exclude the rest of the earth. But I could speak on that, because when it comes to my culture, we have passed down knowledge. You know what I'm saying? On on this particular land, right? Because we originated from this land, right? Just like you have certain trees that you can only find in certain part of the land, right? You have certain food you can only find in certain part of the land, and if you were able to try to carry it to a different part, it wouldn't be able to grow, right? So when it
Yes.
comes to us, yeah, so when it comes to us, we originated from America, from from this continent. You know what I'm saying? So the we have the story, we have the information, the knowledge, right? And how to move in and out of this this continent. You know what I'm saying? But as a whole, this whole earth was connected. You know, this is why we
Yeah.
have pyramids over here. It's pyramids in Africa. It's pyramid in Asia, right?
Well, and
I
I should show you a video I took in Utah. I was been working with this group that's doing a lot of research out of the Utah Uinta Mountains, and they're talking about how these mountains actually have a very similar pattern as far as the direction. They're east to west as versus north to south, as these mountains, the Ural, I'm almost positive, mountains in the Russian Siberian area, and that there's a lot of really interesting artifacts that are coming out of that area. And this is also a little bit connected. If you've heard of the Kincaid Caves, have you heard of that story on the artifacts, the Egyptian artifacts that came out of those caves? And then also the Burroughs Caves in Illinois. And it's the same thing. They're Egyptian artifacts. I can't see our new guest, but welcome.
I'm
not going to turn my camera on. But
none of us have our camera on. I just have a photo that I put up in my virtual background.
Yeah. What's it called?
Shout out to you, JJ. It's good to have you.
Oh, is JJ in the house?
Hi, my name's
Oh,
JJ.
you're JJ. Sorry.
Yeah.
I got that confused. I have a friend named JJ. What is that? Somebody put porn over. Yep. There you go.
Hell?
It was beautifully blocked by the banner.
Yeah, good thing for the banner.
That's crazy.
Oh wow.
I don't understand why people still do this.
Do you guys think that's like an AI bot set up to like seek out, like there's some sort
It's
of
gotta
program,
be.
you know? Right?
It's gotta
Yeah,
be.
thank you. It has to.
Yeah.
It's gotten worse lately, I've noticed.
Yeah. Ken a Dummy spoke about them, earlier. But yeah, salute to you, JJ. Like I said, happy to have you. And to what you were saying, Sarah, I have, I don't have, that much knowledge on the Egyptians, So I don't know about that story.
Like, are you
Can you
guys
guys
going
hear me now?
back to like? Are you guys like reading Exodus, or are you guys just talking like old, like ancient Egypt?
No, I'm
kind of stuff?
talking like real life. Well, I guess it is. You could, sorry, you should say it's stories because that's how they've classified it. However, there is like, you can if you look up I believe it's spelled Kincaid. King. I can't. I'm sorry, Kincaid Caves. It's like a little bit of a tongue twister. Anyway, there was artifacts that were pulled out. This is in the Grand Canyon, and they now have sorry, I was just noticing Aaron was saying his mic died. They now
Can you guys hear
have
me now?
an area that you can't traverse this. It's all based on like getting a permit, right, to even go on the river and take the expedition, and they don't allow you to get off. And then if you try to go on the backside and rappel down, even though there's a native land agreement right there, they'll pull in the Apache helicopters on you, and it's actually been
Yeah,
well
Rex Bear and Leak
documented by
Project
more
got
than one
chased away.
person. Leak did, but not even he took that from other people, and even Terry Carter, who is my friend from Utah, had friends he interviewed who were chased out by an Apache helicopter. So you're talking
Yeah, they
anybody
had-
and everybody.
Yeah, they
So
had
anyway,
drones.
yeah. So then on top of that, though, there's the Burroughs Caves. That's the backup. So this is because you could say, oh, this is planted, but when
Where's
you start
Burroughs
to look
Cave?
at Google, I mean, I could pull all this up. You can look at Google Maps. You can look at the entire area, and if you look at actually the land structure right there, there's amazing shapes of. Remember that when I showed that on Bernie, we were like, we found it in real time. Just the shape of the mountain was so symmetrical and like the back of a. I don't know how to describe it, but it was very.
I'm the one in Southern Illinois.
And then the Burroughs Cave. Anyway, I could go on and on about this, but I'm just saying, like, some of the expeditions I did, and I could pull up a video right now when I was in Utah, and this is connected to the people I was hanging with. But there's statues they're finding left and right of like, well, one of them was a perfectly carved bear. There's a long story about that, and actually like the symbology, because these people have actually figured out that a lot of this is connected to trying to find treasure, and they have. And then it's like booby trapped. Like, I mean, there's oh fuck. See, this is why you can't discredit so many different things when you start to like get really deep into the long history of all these in-depth stories. And that's what when I talk about this, most of these people are older, quite a bit older than all of us. Like, they are now pushing and they're telling their stories because they're like, we need to make sure this has been documented before we go. But they're, in their 60s, 70s, 80s, and older, if they're still going. And they did these expeditions, and they were put in these crazy situations, and they're just have decided to tell their story. So I'll pull this up in case, but there's no pressure, just to have it available. It's not actually a public video because I was gonna put it together a little bit better, but I do feel like it shows very well the structure. And the big thing about this, what I have is it's connected to the McConkin petroglyphs, which are the ones that are depicted potentially having, out of this world origins. So anyway, I'm gonna shut up. Thank you.
Naga, I have a question. Was it your people that were here that invented the terracing down in South America, where they were acclimating non-native plants to higher elevations and stuff? I didn't know who was behind like the terracing and stuff down there, but it got adopted and it spread after other people came and started taking over. I just was listening to what you said about your people being the originators in the Americas, and I didn't know if that was after you guys or if that was something that you all had done.
You
Like,
said,
how they do this terracing, like the steps up, and they would plant something at the bottom and then slowly acclimate it up higher and higher and higher so it could survive up in like the mountains and stuff. I didn't know if like the people in the Andes and stuff started that, or they got it from when you're talking a little ways back about your people originating in the Americas or something in ancient times. Like, I'm not sure I heard the conversation right because my headset was messing up. But
yeah, I'm not sure if I'm not sure if I'm aware of what you're talking about.
I thought you said something about your people originating or being the original peoples of the Americas and like starting here, and then I must have misheard.
Yeah, I definitely said that, but I just didn't understand the question you asked.
The terracing. You know how in the Andes they have those like steps in the mountainsides, and they start with something that can't grow up high with less oxygen. They slowly grow each generation of plant and move it up the terrace in each step to acclimate it slowly to a higher elevation so that they can grow plants in places they can't usually grow. And that's something you said made me think of that and wonder if that was something that the original inhabitants did, or if it got brought over here from the other direction later on. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, yeah, that's probably something that came from somewhere else. Because my people, was heavy when it comes to agriculture, so we know what to plant, when to plant it, right, and where we can plant it.
Yeah, I think it was just native in the Andes anyway. I didn't know if you were considering that as a place where like your culture was, or I don't know. I'm not completely sure on the history of the Americas. Honestly, like I the more I know, the less I know, I feel.
Well, because you have to understand our story is being covered, right?
Oh, yeah.
Our story is not being told by us. It's being told by some by other people that felt like they discover us and our story. and they want to tell the whole world what they have discovered. When
I
in
feel like they're in the
reality,
process of wiping this culture out the way it is now and starting over again with moving all these people from elsewhere, and just like they did with the orphan trains back when other people were, you know, when things changed here last time. I think they're kind of like you see other countries where they look completely empty, like brand new modernized cities. I think there's people getting ready to be moved into these places, like in China and places like that, and redistribution of wealth. I think it's something that they keep doing to keep us confused, and so that most people don't know unless they've got like a tradition, like how the Dogons seem to know so many things that we're just discovering in recent times because they were there and they kept it real with the oral traditions, and I feel it's important that we even continue to do that now, and it's a beautiful thing that we can keep things alive like that.
yeah, the whole concept of discovering or rediscovered is proof that something was covered up,
Mm-hmm.
right? So they like to speak about the original people, the indigenous people of certain land masses, as if they was primitive, right? As
Right.
if they had no knowledge of the land that they originated from, of the ecosystem they originated from,
Exactly.
right? And then later on, right? They wanna act like, oh, they wanna question how the hell these people knew, what they just come to uh conclusion, what they just realized, what they just found. Well, it's because we the originator, right? Not the originator. We are indigenous, right? From these lands, right? So of course we're gonna know how this thing work, right? Just like if I'm the owner of my car, of course I'm going to know how my car works because it's my car, right? It's my house. Of course, I'm gonna know how many rooms is in my house. I'm gonna know what's going on in the basement. I'm going to know everything about it, because it's mine. So again, like I said, the concept of discovering or rediscover is proof that something was being covered up.
Now, do you think that your people coexisted with what we would consider Native Americans, or were they ones that forced you guys out and took over first? I don't know the timelines here. I know that for a while, the East Coast especially was ruled over by the Susquehannock tribe, which were the fair-haired giants, and they ruled with an iron fist, it seemed, and pissed everyone else off. But I think that was a lot later than I don't know. I didn't know. I don't know the timeline history, or I don't know what really happened. I'm confused because there's so much things that I've seen evidence did happen. I just don't know when, and I didn't know if you knew more about that specifically than I did. I'm just trying to place things.
The Native Americans is our people, right? They are not the entirety of our people, but they our people, right? We have to what I know and understand is that some of my people uh assimilate themselves into civilization, right? At some point of time they assimilate themselves into civilization. But some of my people, they excluded themselves from civilization. They wanted to, maintain, uh,
Yeah.
their oral tradition. You know what I'm saying?
Weren't some people forced into assimilating into the civilization though? I thought that a lot of it was like trickery, tricking people too by other people trying to take over. That was my assumption based on different things.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Well, that was the
I
mindset
think that
that
was later.
that they come with. They come with, okay, we're just gonna take over. We're gonna fight. We're gonna fight these people. We're gonna go to war with these people of the land until we take over of the over the land. But that's not what was happening. What was happening is that they couldn't do it. you know so there was generation after generation, where our people was dying. You know what I'm saying? Because of the result of the war on both sides, people was dying. You know what I'm saying? The more our people die, the more their people die, is the more that they see, other people, they have other people that's coming.
Yep.
Yeah, and,
An
and
eye
I
for an
figure
eye
there's a
only
lot of
goes so far.
mixing with the new peoples too, and trying to blur the lines. And I feel like that's a human thing anyway, because I know that the mystery I've been chasing is um well, I've been just chasing a physical connection between Aaron Burr, and the fact that everyone on my matrilineal side is, I'm the shortest one at 6 foot, so I'll just put it that way. And they all have giant bones still. My uncle or my grandpa on my mom's side has an elongated skull slightly. Like you can tell he's not
snap.
normal, and his eyes are completely black too. It even says that on his military records. All the way back to the Civil War, their eyes were completely black.
But yeah, like I was saying though,
Hey, can a dummy, real quick, can a dummy. If I don't know I'm real, like fuck, I don't know I'm real. You want to look me up? Do it. Do it. I'm just saying it's not that hard. And we can all have doubt. So I don't really know what that comment meant, but I had to call that
Yeah,
out.
me either.
Like,
My entire
what are we
life's on
doing
public
here? What are we
record.
doing? What are you doing?
Oh,
Get somebody
someone I thought was my
further.
friend tried to beat me up because he
And
thought
all I'm saying
everyone
is
that I
like,
talked to online was a figment of my imagination, just a computer. Even the people that I talked to and showed him that we went to school with,
right?
that I was talking to
Are
on
we
Twitter.
not all then?
I can't
That's what
believe
I'm
someone
getting at.
actually physically struck me because of that reason.
That's what I'm getting at. Are we not
It's-
all? Can you see it? Do you guys see it? Do you see the face? Do you see the head?
I see what looks like it looks like a giant dog head to me on the right hand side, like something from Star Wars with the tentacle face or something.
Okay,
I don't
head,
know, in a dwarf
elongated
hat.
skull right here.
All right, I
There's
see it.
portions that are right. You can't actually right here. You can't. And others, I zoom in. You can see the distance, the ratio between, and then eyes. You see the hooded part right here, right in the eyes, and the nose, like almost that skeletal nose. And then if you start to turn, there's like a whole section. It looks like came off on the other side. I try to show that. But more or less, you lose it. You lose the entire face of it after that point. So we don't need to show anymore. I could go back. Hold on, let me just do. This is where, right there. See, and like the chin that comes down sticks out. And if you zoom out more, you can see the whole structure up and behind it. I can't even tell you. Even from Eastern Oregon, the rocks and the formations, the swirls, the divots, the petrification on some of this stuff is so different than anything I've ever seen. So this is the
Similar to
Uinta Mountains in Utah.
Sorry.
So that's all.
It looks similar to the landscape around the area of the Romanian Sphinx.
Well, there is a lot of argument and evidence that suggests that there is a lot of argument and evidence suggested that uh you know this is where Egypt was, is in these areas.
We
You
have a
know,
Cairo in West Virginia too.
So the Aztecs supposedly hid a bunch of gold up here. And the Ute Indians won't even talk about it, barely. It's hard to get them on screen through all of this. They had a lot to do with the Spanish came through here. Their Spanish armor hid with Aztec gold. This is early 1700s. This is supposedly way before we were supposed to have integrated over here. Way before this area was supposedly touched. It's all bullshit. Look at the Spanish Trail in the southwestern Americas, and tell me how that explains how Colombia came up when he did. And we supposedly didn't move west until like the 1800s, and then the Chinese built the entire Pacific Northwest in like 50 years. Totally makes sense. Totally makes sense.
I don't
Sorry.
even believe what they're
I'm being
trying to
silly,
say
but
now
yeah.
about the Vikings, and I mean I
Yep.
believe the Vikings came here, but I don't believe they
Mongolians,
built some of the
dude.
stuff attributed
The
to them. I believe.
Mongols. Sorry.
Oh, even well, I can actually
No,
link the
I'm trying to
Mongols
say,
back
I
to the
think,
elongated skull people.
Aaron, I think the Mongols and the Vikings had some sort of deep connection. If you think about that think about the areas, right? It
Well,
makes sense. And then they
yeah, and
came
the Knights
over
Templar,
and like,
they knew about
well,
this
and
place,
in the
and
Viking,
Columbus.
the stones in, we're getting all excited. The stones in Minnesota, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
The rune stones.
Sorry, yes. The Knights Templar / Viking runestones. And not just in Minnesota, correct? In other parts of Canada?
Oh yeah, they're all over the place.
Oh, where?
I isn't there one Nebraska maybe? I want to say somewhere towards the south and further west. I forget exactly. And then there's the Narragansett stone maybe, or is that where that round thing with the arches is? Sorry, I'm brain
I don't
farting, but
know if I know that.
I know that
Can you
Columbus's
elaborate?
father-in-law was Knights Templar and told him where this place was, and he knew exactly where he was going. And ran they ran pirate or they ran the flags they did on purpose, like the Templar flags, and they came over so that the people here would think that they were the same people that had been coming here.
Yeah, their goal was never to come to America, but they knew that if they found America, then they will found the mystery island, right? They knew that they will found what they was looking for because it was close to America, you know. So this is why So when they say talking about they end up landed or end up whatever, now they know exactly what they was looking for and where to go and find it, and what type of people to have with them, right? So the only thing is they just didn't know that they weren't going to be able to find what they was looking for, even though they knew what they was looking for, right? And which way to go on finding it. They just it's like mathematics, right? Because that's what these people believe in is quantification. So they realize that okay, if we can terrorize, right, a strategy, then we could definitely, succeed, become successful. And that's what they were wrong at because not everything can be terrorized or quantified.
Exactly. And I know that the Phoenicians became the Venetians, and the Phoenicians were like, I guess, Genghis Khan's people, to my understanding, right? When they were trying to do the whole world trade thing, and I guess at some point they did trade with people here in the Americas, and even the dynastic Egyptians, their royalty came here for trade and resources, and they kept it a closely guarded secret. Like they vacationed here with the people peacefully, like the royalty did. I've seen tons of stories about that, and they kind of kept it a close guarded secret. And just like the copper that saved Europe at some point came from here, and it was known about, like, and still written out of the history because they want us to believe his story.
But that's how we even know to go and protect the island before they even touch America, because we was already doing trade with the whole world, right? With all
Which
the
island
mass.
do you speak of?
Say that again.
What island?
I'm talking about the islands and period, all the islands. So it's something that they're looking for. They don't know which one of the islands. They don't know in which one of the island it is, right? And they don't know where it is in the island, right? But they was looking for the island. They wasn't looking for the mainland, but they knew that all right, if they get to the mainland, right, it's from the mainland. This is how you get to the island, right? This
Oh,
is
is that why they were going south to South America? Because they knew there was a sister city to Atlantis over on this continent that they probably didn't know was underground at the time. Because Poseidon was supposed to be in the Yucatan Peninsula, and the capital was off the coast of Cuba and is now underwater.
And there's
And that's supposedly
Polynesian.
what our government was wanting too.
There's Polynesian boats found off the coast of California, obviously connected to Hawaii and the Fijis.
So I just wanted to say that we was doing commerce with Europe, we was doing commerce with with
Yep.
Africa and Asia before
Who
we
were the
had any
Persians? Sorry,
Say that again?
I'm wondering if the Persians, because of that island, kind of, though they had the it was probably more Indian, but I don't know. There's an island aspect to the Persian. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not familiar to the island outside of the Caribbean. I'm more familiar, with the mainland and the Caribbean and the connection. But what I know for sure is that there was a whole trade. There was a whole trading system that's connect all the lands together, right? We were able to travel from one land to another land. This is why the Africans always talking about they already traveled the whole world before the arrival of the Europeans. This is why they're trying to say, justify how they end up everywhere. It wasn't just them, it was all of us. All of us knew how to get to any part of the land because we understand how the world operates. So what I'm saying is that is from traveling. What I, oh, and I
Yeah.
got an echo.
Not me,
Well,
but
that's
yeah,
probably me sitting so
I'm
close to a speaker. My bad.
So what I'm saying is that it's from traveling to all these to and having trade with all these different other countries, right? Other part of the land. We had the news that they were looking to come over here. Is something over here they was looking for, and once we knew that, because we was in the land that they were already occupied, right? Once we get the news, so we came here and we had what you call a meetings, right? We had like a calling. We understand, okay, what they need for what they need something, right? Eventually they're going to find out is we have it. And when they find out we have it, they're going to try to take it from us. So we had to, you know what I'm saying, we come together, right? And we went and integrate with the people that was on the island. So we basically
We also
reinforce.
hit it with the birds. I have
Say
to
that again?
say that we hit it in the birds. I want you to look at every symbology that has existed, especially like coat of arms and flags throughout the world, often depicts, not always. I mean, my coat of arms is actually a sheep, house
I
of
felt like
sheep,
the
and with a
double-headed
ram,
eagle
with the
was like
horns.
usually
So
the
and
people
drag,
that
but think of the dragon, think of the wings, right? I'm just saying, in rebirth, and the
I
symbolism
thought
of
the
what is
dragon
it?
was
Real quick, I'm sorry, Aaron. I'm not trying to interrupt. One last thing, the
sorry.
stork. No, you're good. Seriously, the stork and rebirth. I'm done. And look at the Bennu bird. That's a stork. That's a crane. Thank you.
So it doesn't include the double-headed eagle then, and like that whole clan of people.
Well, that's what this presentation is about, because actually, that's break it down. What is the double-headed god? What is rebirth? What is a phoenix? And most birds end up representing a phoenix, right? And we only know, at least on the astrology, whatever that means, whatever these planets and symbologies are, but there is the Sirius star, and when Jesus was resurrected, there was Orion's belt, which supposedly is your 3 wise kings. So break that down and break down the symbology of the bird and the phoenix. Let's get deep.
I just
Well, it's symbolize. It is. I don't think we hit it in the bird, but we use the bird, to show that we know what it is that they want and that we have it. But it's not. The bird represents something. Like you said, like you just said, it just represents something. But the bird itself is not.
To
What we
the
use to
core,
hide
though,
it.
you have
That
to.
again?
I think you have to acknowledge to the core. There's something deep about the bird with our connection. And what do they tell us right now? In modern science, they say the bird is the OG or the only living dinosaur, which then they'll take their words back on that a little bit with like a sturgeon, which is supposed to be a dinosaur fish. So it's complicated.
Yeah, we were that type of people. We were complicated people. We were people that tell story in a way, that a baby can comprehend, but don't know what we're talking about, right? Literally, right? The baby wouldn't know the literal aspect, but the baby will able to resonate it, and until the baby is in the age of become an adult or a man, right, or a woman, or become grown, then they understand that they always knew what it was since a child. You know, so this is how we speak our language words. So we were able to say something like I'm saying something to you, right? You know exactly what I'm talking about, right? A child know exactly what I'm talking about, but they don't really know if we're talking about it in the form that me and you talking about it.
And why do you think that? For me, I would call that resonance frequency. We are
so
ebbing and flowing, or we are repelling and attracting based on that electromagnetic field. And you'll always hear me say this: 0 point biofield.
Yeah, so again, so I definitely agree with you with the bird aspect, but we didn't just hit it in the bird aspect,
I actually
we
think the
like
bad
you said,
guys took
our
over that
color form,
symbol.
Just
our
the
color arm,
symbolism. Sorry.
yeah, for sure. We use these things, you know what I'm saying, to know, okay, we got it down packed, you know what I'm saying? We know what it is that you guys want, and unfortunately you guys cannot get it. It don't belong to y'all, it belongs to us, you know. But like I said, they weren't looking at it like, okay, we know you guys have something, can we get some of it, or can we benefit from it? That's not how they was looking at it. They were looking at it like, man, we finna get it. We finna take it, right?
Is the
Because
it what you were
benefit.
talking about earlier with the creation and knowledge, possibly?
Well, is the knowledge, but is more so of it's an ability, right?
I just noticed at one point it's go ahead.
Yeah, what I was saying is an ability to do something, to be something, right? So an ability, that's something that you have to acquire. It's not something that you can be taught, or you can learn, you can read, but it's something that you have to acquire. And they wasn't about, they wasn't willing to acquire it, right? They wanted to
They're trying to
just,
take the easy route.
yeah. And once you acquire it, you can't do no wrong with it. You can't use it for the wrong way because you went through the wrong way to get it, right? Or not the wrong way, but the long way. You went through the long way to get it. You didn't go that long way to do wrong, right? And that long way, along the long way, you
I was just trying to understand, like, is like the did it some at some point become change from the symbol of where that knowledge was and being protected to the symbol behind the families that were that run the world now and currently use it and have screwed everything up? and obscure everything, because like I was getting the feeling like at one point like it was the symbol for the treasure, and then became the symbol for the people trying to steal it. And I wasn't sure where the transition happened. I didn't quite hear anything about that when you guys were talking about it, so I'm just trying to get an understanding here. Like Charlemagne was made up so they could take power, so that group of people could take power over the Roman Catholic Church. Who are they called? People in Germany with the double-headed eagle symbolism. What is their name? Starts with a B, maybe. I'm bad with names. Never mind.
Sorry, I wasn't.
Oh, I thought I lost
I was
audio.
a little far from my mic, and I have to. Excuse me, everyone. I'll be right back.
But yeah, I just noticed that, like at some points, that the symbolism of the eagle, I didn't know if it was considered the same. Like I thought maybe the double-headed eagle and stuff was what became the symbology whenever like the people that were trying to just take the easy way to get the knowledge became theirs instead of being synonymous with the knowledge and secrets itself. That's what I was confused about.
We're trying to figure out if we agreed to it. Yep. I apologize. I didn't mean to pull that down, Naga, because I have more I could show on. I think I have something close to that, because I mean, if you haven't seen my friend Shem Jacobs, he does, because he's trying to get to the core of what Tartaria is. Like, what is it real? Is this just like us fluffing pillows? Are we actually making headway?
Say about that.
Go ahead.
Topic. Oh, that's just all I wanted to say is he and Notch won't even look into what I've taken a lifetime to learn about that topic and the prehistory of what they present, and they just completely write it off as conspiracy.
No, you should take that. I know you
contradict.
say that right now, Aaron. I know you say that right now, but I wouldn't say that as a definite. Like, you might be misinterpreting the situation. Hear me out. You might be misinterpreting the situation to the point that, because I just heard you say somebody very specific. I think if he had a better layout of what the discussion was on this, that he might be way more open-minded than you think. So we all have different pathways and influences, right? And we talked about this recently. I'm just saying. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, just like if you could set something up with me talking to them sometime. Because I feel like I can possibly make a connection that I've asked them about, and while I was in just a live chat, just type, and they might not have even seen it, but I would like to speak to them about it though.
Hey, Aaron.
Yeah.
I have to step away, but did you hear what you just said? Exactly. Give it time. Always give it time. And live in the present. Don't live in the past. Don't live in the future. And let it happen. I know you know.
If I was living in the past, yeah, you know.
Love you.
I'm still singing "So Long and Thanks for All the Fish" from your interview.
I know.
I was driving people crazy when I was making food before I came on here. It's like, so long and thanks for all the fish. So glad that it should come to this.
I did that.
Right,
I know. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, I will be right back.
Yeah, I just get confused when it comes to the timelines of the Americas, because there's so much cognitive dissonance created from all the different stories, and I'm never quite clear on when things happened that I am fairly sure happened, or which peoples did what when. I've heard stories that even Cleopatra's, one of the Cleopatras, since there was many, son actually stayed behind here and started a civilization grouping amongst the people that were already here. I don't even know. I don't even know the validity of that story, but America's the place that I live, and I'm least knowledgeable on what's going on here. But I feel like people are about to get to the bottom of it. Just like people are just now able to prove that Lake Van, next to Mount Ararat, is where civilization got restarted after the last major catastrophe, and there's linking to the actual technology that, well, there's people like Matthew LaCroix and them are going to do some sort of documentary as they find out these things themselves, and go to Lake Van, whatever, and other places around the world to show that whoever did like Pumapunku in Bolivia and stuff like that, whoever made that definitely was the same peoples that started civilization after the flood at Mount Ararat, which is supposedly Ziusudra, and the person that Gilgamesh came to ask for how he achieved the ability to have eternal life, which yeah, that's where the Epic of Gilgamesh picks up. And I don't want to get into that whole thing, but I just can't believe how good things or people that feed us, baffle us with bullshit or dazzle us with brilliance, depending on their mood, to the point where we don't know which way is up. Well, sometimes some people don't know which way is up, and yet I can't believe people are comfortable with sitting back and aren't able to see that everything that goes on in Washington, D.C. is nothing but really terrible acting. And they're throwing it in everyone's face, and I don't see how anyone believes it. I honestly don't. Like, I don't know. I'm only versed in politics whatsoever.
I think we lost.
Nonsense
Sorry, I'm
going
coming
on.
back, and Naga's like, "Can you hear me?" 2 minutes ago. Naga.
I didn't hear that.
Sorry, Aaron. I just came back.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know. I knew Naga was quiet. I just didn't know if he disappeared. I was confused because he did disappear on the screen for a minute and then came back. So I just got a message. I'm not sure if it was from him.
Naga, can you hear us?
Oh crap! I didn't even send my message back to you.
He's gone.
Sarah.
Oh
crap!
What the F, Aaron? It's done. I gotta go. I'm gonna just nope. Can't do it.
I'm so confused.
I'm kidding.
Oh, 904. Okay, that just happened.
Aaron.
Yeah.
You got
Can you hear me?
Do it.
Sorry, I just sent the message I meant to send earlier to you, Sarah.
What the fuck?
I thought I sent it. I don't know why my send button isn't.
And we're not gonna. I'm not gonna read this live. I just make that clear.
No,
Aaron.
no, don't even read it. Like I just hit send because I meant to send it earlier. And I'm trying to figure out who just texted me.
He goes, if you get a moment, stop by Naga's. Hey guys.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
I had a date with my neighbor, who's a 75-year-old woman, beautiful woman, retired dietitian, fascinating, and I hope to have more conversations live. So, no worries. Thank you.
What's
okay.
that from?
End of the story. I have to go, which kind of sucks. So I have to kind of leave you, Aaron. I already had to go.
Is Naga going to come back? I'm so confused.
Probably. But and I know that this is new. You got it. Do it. Aaron, this mission, should you accept it? Naga? No. Naga?
That's weird. Maybe we were getting onto something that the powers that be didn't want us talking about. I don't know. Still no
I'm
audio.
sorry
Man.
if I did that.
I've noticed when you get talking about
Yeah, he said, I don't know. And I know there has been some sound issues. All right. I do have to go. I bid you a do, and thank you. Again, Naga, I appreciate the opportunity to share my content and to I think you understand. Have a wonderful night, Aaron. I message you, so we'll talk later. Thank you.
All right. Talk to you later. And Naga, yeah, just let me know what you want to do in the private chat, whether you want to end it or try again a little bit whenever it's working for you, or right. I'll give it another minute. Okay, cool. I'm on it.
Mic check.
I could hear you when you asked, but I can't hear you anymore if you're talking.
You hear me now, right?
Yes.
Well, I'm in my phone.
That's weird. Let me make sure I don't have anything playing anywhere else. I don't think that. Do you have the computer and the phone going, or just the phone, or? I'm so confused. Let me try muting myself when you come on, and maybe that's doing something. I don't hear anything at the moment. It seems like it's quiet unless the echo's happening. Are you sure there's not like another tab like with the last one you had open or anything? That's the only thing I can think of that might be. Or try coming in with it muted and then unmute. That's something I probably should have done in the first place.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on my computer, but I'm on my phone now.
I can just barely hear you now.
You say you can barely hear me?
Oh, now I can hear you fine.
But
Yeah, you
yeah, I
just
don't know
sounded
what
muffled there for a second.
I don't know what the fuck just happened. My computer is not uh the mic is not working on my computer.
I've honestly had that happen a lot with StreamYard. I've had more trouble with StreamYard than I have anything else. That's why I got rid of it and started using Streamlabs. Because they have the browser version and the desktop program version, and you pay one flat fee of $20 a month, and you get full access. You can stream up to 4K and have like 16 guests if you want. They don't nickel and dime you like StreamYard, but they do have the free version too, where you could have I think it's no multi-streaming or like to different channels, but you can have like one channel and all the bells and whistles that the free version of this has. But I'm not really sure what all the free version of it entails, but Streamlabs is way better.
I mean,
I was paying.
when I first started, you know, the live stream on my first live stream, the same thing happened. I ain't had no audio. Then somebody kind of helped me out. I forgot who came up here. It was Extos and Akimo. They came up and trying to help me figure it out. But I think what I did, I disabled the mic on the regular computer, and then I put it back, and it was able to work. But I did that multiple times while you guys was talking because I realized that I was asking for a mic check and nobody answered me. So I did that, but I was getting no answer. So I had to drop the link in the chat and then hit the link on my phone type shit to try to get in. I don't know what's going on, so I'm gonna have to end the live.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go for a little while anyway. If you want to try and start another one later, I'd be able to hop on. I just have to see. I have to give my adopted daughter a call and stuff. And I was also wondering if it's all right if I mirror this, since it didn't have the option to stream this to my channel also, like I'm used to seeing up top. I didn't know if you minded. I'd give you all the mirror credit and stuff.
Nah, bro, it's cool. I don't mind. I don't mind that at all. You're
All right,
good.
that's awesome. Yeah, yeah. If you wanted to do something later this evening and have nothing else going on, I would be more than happy to come on at any time, really. Just give me a heads up and I'll swing by if I don't immediately see the notification anyway. But
Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure for as for tonight because it's already after
oh
9, and
wow, it is.
I
Oh,
did
by
a
the way, I
9.
wanted to ask: Are you near? Are you anywhere around Kingston?
Kingston,
That's
where?
New York. That's where my buddy lived, and I used to visit up there. It's like near Woodstock and all that.
Nah, I'm in Brooklyn.
Oh, so you're in like the city?
Yeah, facts. I'm in Brooklyn.
Yeah, I've never been. We always took the route around the city to get to where he lives, so I never got to see it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm in the city. No,
yeah. For
no.
some reason, I thought you told me Atlanta or something like that. I don't know why I was thinking Atlanta until you mentioned that earlier.
Nah. I haven't. I came to North Carolina, a couple of times and visit my dad. But I'm not sure, if if that's what I told you, if when we was talking. But me
I
personally, I'm in New York.
I probably was just I've met a lot of people like in the past couple weeks through Sarah and Bex and some other people. So I probably just got where you were from confused with someone else that I had met in that day because I was on like 2 different lives that I didn't even know who the host was earlier that day too. So I met a lot of new people, but I definitely have enjoyed myself, and I hope that I can get the opportunity to sync up with. Oh man, brain fart. Like sync up with everyone that was on here, like Dom and stuff. Like I totally didn't notice that there was private chat from before, and I didn't know that he had said anything, and I would have been less of a pill had I saw what was going on in private chat. I just always forget it's back there, or forget the chat's there at all most of the time. With with StreamYard, I don't know why, but I definitely would like to, now that I understand him better and now I see that I was being a pill for not, since I didn't notice that he did explain things and I was accusing him of not doing so. I'm gonna make that right when I get the opportunity and do better. I do appreciate everything though, Naga. Like my adopted daughter finally woke up at some point in the last hour, and she's probably pissed at me that I have not even returned her messages or seen if she needed anything. Oh, I didn't even realize things had gone on in the. I thought everyone had kind of left. Hi, Yolanda, if you're still here. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
much love to Yolanda in the chat for sure. And everybody that show up, kind of dummy. Oh, I got a guest up here. Oh no, it's just
Oh,
myself. Hold on.
let me see. I thought maybe that I got you. Oh man, she's gonna be mad at me. Oh, that was at 5 o'clock. Oh wow, I didn't hear any of these notifications. My thing's turned all the way up. I'm surprised. Like my phone wasn't going crazy. Wow, and I had even picked up my phone since then. You're having the audio issue again, aren't you? Have you tried making sure that 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 the microphone you want to use is default and then exit the browser completely, and it works better on Chrome or Brave? I've learned. I have all sorts of issues when I try to use Firefox. Some people it's the other way around, but then you come back on and re-enable whatever microphone you're using. That's how I usually fix the issues that StreamYard gives me. So. Nothing. That's crazy. If exiting the browser and opening it back up entirely doesn't fix it, then I honestly have no idea how you might go about it. I'll wait for a second. I don't even know how to tell if there's still people here. Not from here anyway. don't know if he's trying to end the stream completely or if he's coming back. I wonder if it almost seems as if you have the same source of sound, like twice, like two, like you know how when two pictures of your icon pop up, I feel like one of them's not being completely closed out, but it almost seems as if unless it's echoing, you have no audio at all, and that doesn't make sense to me. You want to go ahead and try and stick a fork in it for now and stop for the night, or I know you can't verbally answer at the moment. Just let me know in the private chat what you want me to do. I'm not hearing anything. That's so strange. Now, another issue I thought of that it could be is if you were using a stereo mixer instead of the actual output device, that could create a double feed like that with the echo. Also, because there's the Windows stereo mix and then the usual output. I don't know what yours specifically is, but it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pick up my daughter. It looks like anyway, Naga. I hate to dip out. I hope you get it fixed, and if you want to, I can give you a text here after a while, and maybe I can help you work it out, figure out the issue, or even tomorrow. I'm better with tech support, like over the phone and stuff, like going over like what you're seeing and everything like that. So, I'm gonna go ahead and dip out, but I thank you for the opportunity to be on Naga, and I can't wait till the next conversation. I feel like grow every single time as a person. Just appreciate you, man. Still nothing. All right. Have a good one, and I will catch you next time.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check. Mic check 1 2. Mic check. Definitely. I think the audio came back. Shit, I don't know. If anybody watching, can I get a one in the chat, please? If y'all can't hear me, can I get a mic check in the? Can I get a one in the chat if y'all can hear me? Can I get a one in the chat? Does anybody hear me? I know there's 5 people watching, so I could get a one from anybody if y'all can hear me. Have a little issue with the audio, trying to find out, if I'm good or not. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Can I get a one in chat? Okay, I don't know what's going on. I hope y'all can hear me, but I'm gonna just give a shout out, to Bex for showing up, Aaron for showing up, Yolanda, thank you for showing up. Who else? My full exposure, thank you for showing up. It was nice building with y'all. Kenna Dummy, thank you for showing up. Appreciate you. Who else showed up? Who else came through? Lady Shit, of course, appreciate you as always. Thank you for showing up. Who else? Who else? Dominic, of course. Great conversation. Knowledge of uprising. The vibes. Appreciate you for showing up, for pulling up on your boy. Who else? So Amma. Can't forget about, the one and only So Amma. Much love and respect. Thank you for showing up, for pulling up on your boy. Yeah, I think that was it. And yeah, shout out to JJ. A slide on the panel right quick. Who else? And just shout out to everybody in general. If I'm missing, somebody. So like I said, I don't know if my mic is working. I hope it is working. Uh, it gave me the impression that it was working. So again, thank you everybody for showing up. So yeah, until next time.